maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Move clear of the landing pad.
амьдралаад өдөө хошуу дүрхэ болтихөө үнэндээ юуш мэдэхгүй олдохгүй бол үдэнгүй хөдлөхгүй бол хүртэхгүй харахгүй бол итгэхгүй харахгүй бас ирэдүү бүгдийн сэтгэл нэмэргүй бүгд нас минь ирэхгүй шуннасан бүрдэхгүй бодол зүйлс гэмэхгүй мэдээгүй нэмэргүй эсэ намайг нэмэргүй Any force must be open by now. Түүнийг олох хүнийг үнгэж чана ганцаад унаас фэрлнэ ганцодох энэдрэлтэй олон зүйлийг харуултаа олсон бүхэн нэрлэлтэй ондотон найргуудаа шинорайдаа Орихоо Ясан босын бодлоор төрөн засан бүрнэн киноны гол дүрн Ингийн нэгэн байж чадахгүй нэг би Чүтгэр болон бол урдах шататол Өөрөөр амьдрий өнгөрснийг би мартах гэсэн Ясан босын бодлоор төрөн засан бүрнэн киноны гол дүрн Ингийн нэгэн байж чадахгүй нэг би Чүтгэр болон бол урдах шататол
Commander. Request accepted. Docking complete. Engine shutting down. Your ship has docked, Commander.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
welcome to Lave Radio.
Greetings and welcome to Lave Radio.
Greetings, Commanders.
Greetings, Commanders.
The show that talks about the universe of Elite
And the development of the computer game Elite 4, known as Elite Dangerous.
and the fantastic
community that surrounds it.
Broadcast from an orange Sidewinder and hosted by a vending machines technician.
A place of nonsense and innuendo for forum dads.
A self-contained podcast 2 hours long.
Transmitting to every corner of the galaxy.
It's even louder than me.
The hottest show this side of Dizzo.
The name of the place,
Lave Radio.
Lave Radio.
Lave Radio.
Lave Radio.
Radio.
Greetings, Commanders, and welcome to episode 542 of Lave Radio, or otherwise, Happy Panther Clipper Day, the show that likes to talk about the universe of Elite and the fantastic community that surrounds it. I'm your host, Commander Phoenix Tafara, otherwise known as Colin Ford, Chief Archivist of Lave Station, and joining me in the Orange Sidewinder bar for this episode, we have, Commander Psychit, otherwise known as Claire.
So proud of you, Colin. Well done. Well done. Better week this week. Good start.
Good start, yes. Our SRV.
Downhill for me.
Oh, it's down. It's already been downhill more ways than one. Hey. SRV Banksy, it's Commander Alec Turner.
Good evening.
Skulking somewhere in the background, we have our Head of Health and Safety, Commander Ed Levice, otherwise known as Ben Moss Woodward.
Yeah, we have reset the days to 0.
There are times I wish I didn't message anything to you lot at all. We also have, staring broodingly out the window, we have the Chris Mark IV, who's just there. We also have the Chris Mark.
Amazing.
He's just there, Lave Station, just staring out the window, longingly. We don't know what at, but yes. We also have the Chris Mark V.
Hi.
And also we have a Pathos with us.
Hello.
So it's a pretty packed crew tonight, because we've all got one thing that we'd like to talk about. But as you said, if you wish, you can join us live. We're hanging out in game with the Chris Mark IV, staring longingly into the distance, in open at the bar at Lave Station, and Ben's flying about somewhere. Anyway, but if you can't get to us in game, you can always join the Twitch chat channel, which you can access through laveradio.com/live. Click on the live chat, or go straight to twitch.tv/laveradio, or YouTube. We're there. We're just doing that. So let's see what everybody's been up to in the last week. We'll start with Psychic.
What have I been up to? I feel like something important happened. Oh yeah, the buckyball happened.
Yes.
And we raised some cool money for the buckyball. That's all pretty much all that I've been doing in game when I haven't had early access to the Panther Clipper. And even then, when I did have early access to the Panther Clipper, I took the Panther Clipper on the buckyball course as well, which we will obviously do more on that later. I didn't mention that in the forum post. I'll have to re-edit the forum post to say that. It's been a good and busy week. I also built a castle in this is really weird. I've not done barely anything out of sitting in front of my computer doing things, but I am planning things for future event stuff. But I also built a castle for it was a British Red Cross charity event, like a raid-a-thon. I built a castle in Planet Coaster, and it's honestly my favourite thing that I've ever built. But one of the incentives on that which is something that I'm probably going to do going forward for other incentives for when we do charity streams, was you could pay a set amount and redeem with a movie title, and I would go and look that movie title up in IMDb, bring up the poster, and it was like easily 9 out of 10 of these movies I hadn't seen, and then when I brought that poster, I'd then tell you the script or tell you the story of that movie. And it's amazing when you're put on the spot how many movies are precursors to Oppenheimer. It was really fun. It was a really fun time, so I'm definitely going to do it again. It was really fun. It was a good time. I've had a lovely week, but and I've flown the Panther Clipper, and I will talk more about it later.
Good. We'll move on to Alec.
Hello. Yes. It's not a very exciting week. It's all right. I went to IKEA. We had breakfast at IKEA. We drove to IKEA in the most incredible rain. That was, when was that? Saturday or Sunday? The most. Oh God, it was times when it was like on the A40 or whatever it is, and it's the Wembley one, and God, there were a couple of occasions where cars going the other direction literally sent like a wave over our car that meant I couldn't see for like 5 seconds. It was terrifying and thrilling at the same time. And then we bought a sofa. Actually, we bought 2 identical sofas, which will be arriving in a while, which will be flat pack fun for a day.
Ugh.
I quite like putting flat pack together when it works, and I don't have any bits left over. And I went to see the F1 movie. Chris talked about it the week before, but I took myself off to the Picture House, which is just on the corner in Leicester Square, Picture House Central, which I haven't been to for years, and is such a lovely cinema. It's still really nice. They've got like a bar and a cafe, and they sort of one of these chains that kind of get cinema, and it just feels like a really cool place to be. I really enjoyed the F1 movie a lot. God, it was just like great just to be in the cinema, and you can get a big glass of wine or a beer or whatever and take that in with you as well. So I was just sat there with gourmet popcorn and a big glass of wine and just enjoying the Formula One movie. It's one of those films. So I watch a bit of Formula One, mostly I have to confess through the Netflix Drive to Survive series, but you know, I get the gist of it. And on the plus side, I really like I do get that a lot of Formula One, because everyone is so fast, there's an awful lot of rules, and there's a lot about rules and when to make pit stops and tactics about when to change tyres, and you know, it's as much, if not more, that than just driving fast, because they can all just drive fast. And it's cool that the film incorporates a lot of that. There's a lots of sort of rule stuff going on, which is strangely thrilling. What is difficult to swallow, even as a vague fan of Formula One, is the idea that anyone, even Brad Pitt, who looks amazing, but anyone can just walk in literally out of the desert in jeans, a t-shirt, and a duffel bag over his shoulder, do some push-ups in his hotel room, and win a Formula One race. It's ludicrous, but if you can roll with that, it's really good fun.
Like that, his head should be on the third corner as it pops off his skull, off his rest of his body. That's about right, yeah.
Hollywood realism, eh?
Yeah, it's cool. But do you know what? I've been watching a lot of making-ofs of Brad Pitt excitedly taking the camera crew around the little garage that they had and all the special-built cars that they had. And I must say, his enthusiasm and clear, real engagement with it and like love of the team, it's very... yeah, it's kind of won me over.
Pretty infectious, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's great. In-game, I've been doing a lot of racing on my own. What a fantastic buckyball race we ended up with. I really enjoyed this one, and I've really thrown myself into it. And done quite well, I have to say. I'm quite proud of myself, but we'll do more of that later. I did my cape wearing bit. This was a literal, pin it on with a bit of sellotape, just do 2 runs and then bugger off again, because I had so much to do this week in game, particularly with the racing. It just felt like I just had to take like 10 minutes out to go and cash in because there's exclusive paint jobs as prizes for the CG, so it's too much FOMO not to give it a very quick shot at both. Then the race, and now the race is finished. What's really nice is people have been submitting loads of interesting stuff to my forum thread about send me your interesting colonization systems. And my God, there's some absolute stunners. I'm sort of visiting a couple a day at the moment. And yeah, there's some absolutely incredible ones. The one I went to today, I can't remember what it's called, but the system has like loads and loads of stars, and it's got like binary pairs of those stars that burn white hot. So it's got 2 binary pairs of white hot stars, and in between each, the guy colonizing it has put a Coriolis, one with that lovely blue paint, sort of blue, light blue, shiny paint job on it, and one with the orange one on it, and they're just absolutely stunning. So yeah, keep them coming because I'm really enjoying doing colonization tourism. There's some amazing places out there. That's me. Oh, I've flown the Panther Clipper as well. We'll probably talk about that as well.
Probably talk about that. Yes. Chris Mark 5.
So I'll start with the elite stuff, I guess. Flying around the Panther Clipper. Very impressed by it. Other than that, work's been kicking my butt. Yeah. That's it, really. Like work, and then occasionally flying Panther Clipper around, playing some Marvel Rivals.
We've played a lot of Marvel Rivals. I was going to say, don't sell yourself short, mate.
And also, you know, you're about like he wouldn't be able to just walk out the desert and go around the corner. He wouldn't be able to stop the car. You have to put 180 kilograms of force onto the brake pedal to stop a Formula 1 car. Good luck doing that from a few push-ups.
Yes.
Suspend your disbelief. This is what I'm getting there.
Brad Pitt, well known for his really strong feet.
Maybe he did some burpees too.
Yeah, or squats maybe.
It's Brad Pitt. He doesn't need push-ups.
Yeah, but that's it for me. Panther Clipper, Marvel Rivals. We were going to go and see the dinosaur movie, but then didn't. So hopefully go and see the Fantastic Four maybe this week.
We'll go and see it. We'll go and see it.
Right, Pappas.
Yeah, I've been doing basically a lot of Elite. Not last weekend, the weekend before, I was doing my 10k for special effect, which was 10,000 light years in under 10 hours in a keelback. And then I've just been buckyballing, so it's been Elite heavy.
Heavy weekend. Oh, right, fair enough.
Oh, and I put my cape on as well in between the buckyballing to get the CG stuff.
Excellent. Yeah, just plenty of capage going on today. Ben?
Zero gaming, apart from testing long enough to see if I actually had access to the Type 10, and you know that I do, so yay.
Type 10? I thought everybody had access to
Type 10?
10.
Oh, for God's sake!
Type 10?
Panther Clipper.
That's almost
feels like a
Python Clipper last week.
Yeah, it feels like a Type 10 when I'm flying it just now. Actually,
cool.
Not quite. No, yeah. Anyway, that's getting on to spoilers for later. Shitloads of real life. I saw the best way to see the F1 movie is seeing it in 4DX. The 4D stuff throws you around. And
is that the one where they throw water in your face?
It's the one where you're on like a roller coaster ride, essentially.
Right.
And they throw water in your face, spray funny smells at you and things like that. I saw F1 like that with my son, and it was amazing.
Wow. Where are they doing that?
That was in
Cineworld has some. Yeah.
That was in Cineworld. I then went to see what was it? The dinosaur movie in the thing where they've got the screen going down the sides.
That's garbage. That's absolute gash.
It is gash, but my daughter was feeling left out because my son got to see the 4DX thing. So I was like, well, you can go see dinosaurs with stuff down the side. And she appreciated it for what it was. And I have to admit, yes, it's garbage, but it was quite nice looking to the right to see what was creeping up behind people sometimes.
Is it extra, or have they just bent the last bit of the screen?
I strongly suspect they've just bent it, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. My daughter enjoyed it, and that's what really counts. And I've also seen Superman in IMAX, and that was amazing balls. I've also spent lots of time in hospital due to various family members being a bunch of clumsy klotzes. And not as much time, probably. Actually, I don't know. I was 5 hours in A&E, Colin.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, how are you prepared to
Are you
admit how long it
comparing
was?
lengths?
I was comparing length with Colin, yes.
Lengths of time.
Durations.
Yeah.
Durations, yes. Not
Yes,
comparing
durations.
any other kinds of lengths, thank you very much.
Or duration.
Right,
You
moving on, but I'm already in enough of a hole as it is.
Let's talk about durations.
I blacked out. I've literally blacked out already. What's going on?
Don't worry, it's a black hole.
Ben and Colin are comparing girths.
Hang on.
Nobody said nothing about girth. Jesus. I'm comparing a 4.5 hour wait in A&E with Collins.
Okay. Cool.
Right.
Yay.
Okay.
Because that's been the end of my week.
Right. What's been happening to me this week? Okay, let's get the painful stuff out of the way. Yes.
Bingo cards at the ready. Bingo cards at the ready.
Reset your counters. I hit a pothole today that I didn't think was a pothole. Went over it, and I just spent 3 hours in A&E within Shaw Hospital. The nurse was quite surprised about the fact that I was actually seen to, and I was back out the door within 3.5 hours. She said that was the fastest one that she'd ever seen at Withenshaw, which was nice to know. However, when I went in and said, I came off my bike, I think my knee needs stitching, she said, dear, you haven't got enough skin on your knee to stitch or glue anything.
Amazing. You got first name terms with the nurses at A&D now, anyway.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? But mind you, it has been quite a while since it's been 9 months since the last accident, so you know.
Okay, I take it back.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's me, and I have a bloody knee. Right. Other things. Yes, that was on the second day of my new job, so that went down well. Already, I have a reputation at the new job. Great. Yeah, as far as games are concerned, I'll come on to the Elite stuff in a second, but I have finished Final Fantasy. Oh, you sots. Yes, thank you everybody on Twitch. I hope you're having a laugh. Yes, there you go. I did finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I was very emotional about the ending. So much so that when the kids came back from their late night gym session, they thought that somebody in the family had died. Yes, so I thought Final Fantasy 15 hit me bad, but 7 really did. So yes, I knew that incident was coming. So, yep. And then all the rest of it has been Elite, whether it's been power playing or testing the Panther Clipper, which we'll talk about later. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Now I just want my leg to stop bleeding and for the rest of me to get better. So let us move on to the development news. Well, if you guys hadn't been aware, the Panther Clipper Mark II became available today.
What?
No, what? Hang on, what's it? What's came out?
Wait, what?
The Panther Clipper Mark II.
It's anywhere. I never saw it anywhere. Hang on, what?
Exactly.
Wow.
So that is now available for orcs, for the, well, let's just say a lot of orcs. So it works out, yeah, I think we've discussed it before, £9 for the basic ship, 18 quid for the Stellar version. So yes, that's we've all had, as because we've been part of the partner program, we've all had a little preview of it, and yeah, it was. We will talk about later. Other fixes did come in though. One of the ones that I was really impressed with was they've actually fixed the thrust vectoring on the Corsair, which means it's even more maneuverable when you switch it off. Flight assist off. So that's great.
So hold on, is this the thing where the moving things move the wrong way?
Yes.
But are you saying it's made an actual performance difference as well?
Well, it makes things a heck of a lot easier to fly.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah, that's I am quite happy with the Corsair now. When I go off flight assist off, really happy actually. Couple of crashes being fixed. A lot of misleading text. Apart from the Panther Clipper, was there anything else in the release that took people's notice?
The only thing that caught my eye, I think I was resigned to it by now, but they've actually changed the official wording on how close you can place colonization settlements to, say, 200 kilometers. My hope had been that they had made a mistake in game and got it right in the wording, but sadly, no, it's the other way around. The wording is wrong, and the game is what it is. So, on the plus side, if anyone thinks the Drakir rally is too long, then don't blame me. Blame Frontier.
I'm gonna blame you, Alec. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, it didn't need to be 260. That's just me choosing somewhere nice to finish. It could have been 200. So you can blame me for the last 60.
All right.
You can spend the last 60 kilometers going, bloody hell, Alec, why didn't you finish it back there?
All of you to assume that anybody on Team Chaos is getting to 200, getting past 200. Bold of you to assume, sir.
As we'll be discussing the Panther Clipper later, I think then it's straight on with the community news, Alan.
And now, to the community coroner.
It's a dead game, innit, mate?
Preempting all the fascinating Panther Clipper talk that will be happening later. It's very short community news. I think everyone's just too excited about the Panther Clipper. But there's a few bits I can skip down. I mentioned the Phantom Explorers Monthly, which is, as its title suggests, a monthly publication by Mint the Mighty. Except I feel like I've completely missed it for 6 months and then picked one up recently. Anyway, the Doom one's out and it's jolly nice. It's like a sort of dozen pages of very nicely produced magazine content. So, you know, little editorial and a piece on Distant Worlds and some interviews with people, and it's good. I like them a lot. Speaking of old things that are back, I Tolyu, whose kind of flight assist officer is in the style of Isinona, I absolutely adored. And they'd been quiet for quite a long time. A while back, I shouted out quite a few of these people that suddenly decided they were going to do Isinona-like things, and they've all sort of disappeared. Turns out it's quite hard to make exciting episodes of this sort of stuff week after week after week. Anyway, I Tolyu is back after just a brief break, and in this episode, he picks up some power play weeklies, and then it ends up being a sort of bounty hunting thing. But it's great. I really enjoy them. They're sort of 20 minutes and very much in the Isinona style. And his flight assist off piloting is getting really excellent now. I threw one of mine in here due to popular demand. I used my time in the preview build with the Panther Clipper wisely and threw it down the side of my favourite crater on Callisto in the Sol system, and then set 16 minutes of it tumbling down the side of that crater to some music and released it on YouTube. What I quite enjoy, I mean, I genuinely do enjoy watching it. It's hard to explain why. I like simulations. I like watching simulations do their thing. So I genuinely enjoy watching, like, sort of broken SRV wheels rolling along the ground and just seeing how games model physics and stuff. I love it. So yes, I can happily watch a Panther Clipper tumbling down the side of a crater for hours. What's quite amusing is the comments on the video, because 90% of them are people saying, you know, that they find it absolutely mesmerizing. But it's just the odd one that says, I don't understand. What is this? Or it's like watching paint dry. And it's just the odd one that completely fails to understand why this is interesting in any way whatsoever.
They say that, but they probably watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
All 9 minutes 41 of it. They have watched every single second.
Yeah.
There is something sort of mesmerizing about it sort of falling over in Zack Snyder's slow-mo version.
Yeah, and it's a nice opportunity to truly take in the lines of the Panther Clipper, which is a great bit of design work. It really is.
As it gets further and further as it goes.
I wish it did. I so wish it did. When I very first did this, and I did it with a DBX and then something else. I tried it with the Anaconda, which actually has a damage model, in the vague hope that I'd see it sort of breaking a bit, but it doesn't really. Incidentally, for the eagle-eyed in my video, I do actually initially jettison 50 tons of biowaste in the hope that they would fall with the Clipper, but the Clipper very quickly outpaces the biowaste.
Basically, your ship shat itself as it well done.
So for science, we now know that Panther Clipper falls faster than biowaste. Next up is Beetlejude's 10K Your Way. What I've done is include the link to the playlist, actually. So all of Jude's fantastic 10K Your Way paintings, painty talky videos are all in a nice big playlist. I think there's still a few more to come, but they're fantastic. Right, next up, it's an old forum thread, very old forum thread actually, but I thought it was worth maybe just reminding people that it's out there. It's called Super Cruise Handling of Ships, and it's basically, in the opening post, there's a link to a Google Sheet, which is basically a table giving the pitch, roll, and yaw rates of every single ship in the game. And it's interesting because the Panther Clipper has been added to it. And actually, we will come on to this later, but the Panther Clipper doesn't feel as sluggish as you might think. But actually, when you look at the raw numbers, it is pretty sluggish. But it's supposed to be because it's big. More on that later. And then just a couple of sign-up reminders before the final piece. So just a reminder that there are sign-ups. I've started for Distant Worlds 3 via the beautiful website that they've created for that, which perfectly mirrors the in-game user interface, and we'll include the link to that. And there are also sign-ups running for the Drakir Rally, which is my 250-kilometer SRV race, which is happening on the 10th of August. That is not a beautiful website that looks like the in-game HUD. It is just a crummy Google form. And finally, 10K Buckyball race.
It was fun.
It's great. It was really good. I really got into it. A lot.
You know, I talk about big rocks so many times, but there were so many big rocks, especially on the one every single place that you found, Alec, because you did a lot of the groundwork for me for this. But every single place that you found of the three that we chose to use, they were all so different as far as like an SRV drive was concerned. And I thought it was so fortunate that it made it so different.
Yeah. Yeah, the three had a really different feel, and I feel like their rotation was quite high, because I feel like I got to see them all in the dark and in the light. Like
I'd agree.
They weren't just stuck in the dark all for the whole week, or I got to see all, a bit of both.
Yeah, it was a really fun race. It was there was just a lot of like, really, when the times came in, there wasn't a huge spread, which I really liked. Like on regulation, there's about a 10 minute spread from first to last, and then that grows exponentially, the different ships that are used as far as the other one's concerned. But I just thought it was really nice. The stuff that I've been sent and I've seen, amazing. We raised, it's still open. I will say it's still open. If you want to donate using that, using the link that is on the forum thread, you can do. But at the moment, we have raised £269.69. Nice. But also, quote 50, there's no better time to ruin a 69 by donating to do any charity, but specifically to Special Effect. So I'll do the leaders. I'll do the top three on both, who are For the regulation, we have Dar Platter in third, Dar Platter 94 with a 33:05 time. In second, we have some idiot called Alec Turner.
Yes.
With a time of 32:27, who nerded about this so hard. I love that. And then also in first, we have Shay with a time of 31:34. And then on the unlimited side, in third, we have some idiot called Apathis. Woo. With 22:54. These are all in Mandalays. And then we have another idiot called Alec Turner in second.
Yes.
With 22:45, and then Dar Platter comes in first with an astonishing time of 21:26. What a race! What a race! For a little while, I was third with my abysmal 27:56, and I never got a better time. I never got a better time out of it from it. But it's quite nice being in the top 10 in one of these as well. Yeah.
I love that you threw the Panther clip around it. That was awesome.
I did throw the Panther clip around it. I did give that a go. It did it in 40 minutes, which isn't the worst time on the list. It did it literally in 40 minutes dead. It did it. So the first time I tried it, I tried to boost out of the letterbox and hit the letterbox on the way out, so I had to reset. But it did it in 40 minutes. Even with not really being able to land within 150 meters of the second stop, but it was really fun.
Wait, does it measure distance from the center of the ship? Wouldn't it be funny if the Panther Clipper was so big that
I had to dismiss it straight away because it was being shot.
Amazing.
Because it was like hanging over the top of the thing.
So you've probably got like 100 meters up. I think it's to the cockpit, and then you got like 100 meters up anyway.
It was wild.
Yeah, you're talking about my nerding. I won't go into detail now because I can talk for hours. But I did some pretty hardcore routing and fuel management on this one to squeeze extra jumps. And oh my god, I was running on fumes half the time. It was ludicrous, but also amazingly entertaining.
When you told me that you hadn't used White Dwarfs, I was like, that's got to be it. Then you've got to have brought it right down to nothing. Next to nothing, and then ran it. It was the only thing that made sense to me.
Yeah, that's what I did in regulation. Was I found a couple of jumps where the route plotter would skip them, but if you ran it on fumes, you could get a little bit, just enough range to skip a jump. And then in the Mandalay, I just pushed the range up and up and up and up and up, and ended up running the Mandalay on a one-jump tank. So it was literally one jump. And it was basically empty, so I had to refuel at every stop. But its range was good.
Well, if its range is good, that's fine then. It obviously worked.
I wouldn't recommend doing DW3 on it. One unscoopable and you're fucked.
Don't want that.
No.
So, if you have a community event that's taking place soon and you would like us to talk about it, shout about it, or just generally point people in the general directions, tweet the crew at Lave Radio or Blue Skies, or email us at info@laveradio.com. Otherwise, Alec will hunt you down, and then he'll roll over you in a Panther clip. We've got wily coyotes of school black marks of all these commanders he's just rolled over. So, in-game events, what has happened this week? Well, we had a double header on Thursday, or 17th of July, where the recent power conflict ended with mixed outcomes. Well, it didn't seem that mixed to me. It seemed that Princess Aisling Duval just trounced everybody.
Yeah, this seems like a very controversial down there. I heard Blue Screw's like half going on about it as well. But
yes, mixed outcomes for who? Well, I suppose it was a good mix for Aisling Duval and a very bad mix for Archer and Lee Yong-ru, because they basically got their butts kicked. And as we'll find out later, and she still managed to gain systems. So this,
I didn't like even the ownership of the systems or something changed midweek, so that the systems that they were fighting for weren't even under their control or something. There was, I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, it was a fun one. It came to a point where it's pretty obvious that the Bluehead Princess just has to bat her eyelids, sell some bathwater, and before you know it, everybody's fighting for her. So,
Or feet pics. That's how you make your money, apparently.
Is it feet pics?
It's both. It's bathwater and feet pics.
Oh, there's me educated. So, that CG ended. But then Zorgen Peterson's decided to seek support for the Panther Clipper Mark II launch, which means that, they need more stuff for the vast amount of builds they're going to need to do for the Panther Clipper. So everybody pinned on their cape and started either defending the appropriate system, or they ended up flying things to the appropriate system. It's quite ironic because I'm actually now flying things to the appropriate system in a Panther Clipper. So,
save the Panther Clipper using your Panther Clipper.
Exactly. Yes, and there's lots of lovely rewards, special decals that you get, and a gold paint job if you manage to get one item.
They're exclusive as well, aren't they?
Yes.
I think there's a forum thing on the forum saying it's unlikely that these are going to be available again, right?
Yeah. I like the use of the phrase "unlikely."
Yeah, I'm edging my bets, mate. Which explains why 11,725 people have contributed to the bounties, and 13,536 have contributed to the deliveries.
Yes,
it might explain that somewhat. Even if you're not planning on getting a Clipper now, you'll get it. You can get it when it comes available in ARX.
It'd be funny
in exactly 3 months' time.
It'd be really funny if 13,000 people took part and the grand total delivered was 13,000 units.
It's a smidge more than that.
Yeah, you can see that in the results at the moment. Yeah, people started hauling. Oh, it's going to be a free decal. Off they went.
I did 64. Anyone lower than 64?
8.
You got
nice.
48.
48. Nice.
0.
Pointless.
You've not done any yet.
No, because I went and shot things instead.
Okay. I did both.
I need to go and buy 69 units?
It doesn't matter, Ben. Do whatever you want.
Okay.
You just have to do one and you'll be fine. I did both.
He's going to shoot down one pirate and he's going to take 1 ton of cargo.
Yes, that works.
One unit of cargo.
There's a low res site literally right next door, and you can just easily do it in like 5 minutes. It's great.
Yeah. Well done, Sphere Lance, who delivered 1. Excellent.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris. I'm deserting you, and I'm going to go get decal.
Well, that closes when? On
Thursday.
Thursday, yep. Okay, cool.
We've got a couple of days left, so after this.
Excellent.
So, I think it's time for this week's Powerplay rankings. In 12th, we have the ancient lady herself, Senator Torval. She gained 3 systems this week, up to 591. Winters gains a massive 10 systems, up to 632. In 10th, Senator Petraeus doesn't gain anything. Big fat 0. However, he did lose 4 fortified systems. In 9th, we have Delaney, who has gained 3 systems, up to 687. In 8th, Kane has gained 8 systems to take her up to 841. In 7th, Archer gains 6 systems to bring him up to 853. However, ahead of him is Antal with 7 extra systems, bringing him up to 856. In 5th, we have Lee Yong-bru gaining 5 systems, up to 1023, but Grom only gains 2 in 4th place, so he's up to 1116. The Emperor Orisa maintains 3rd place. However, she does win the most gains this week with 11 new systems, bringing her total up to 1,491. Mahan only gains 2 systems this week, bringing his total up to 1,583. But then again, the Bluehead Princess wins yet again with an extra 5 systems, bringing her total up to 1,666. And that is your Power Play rankings for this week.
Hey.
It does seem that we're actually seeing a lot of changes. People are losing strongholds and fortifieds a lot more. So although they're not losing a huge amount of systems, it seems that it's harder to actually maintain them.
Yeah, good. I mean, that was the intention, wasn't it?
It was the intention. You can see that. And poor Patreus is getting absolutely kicked. You don't lose fortified systems that quickly. No.
So when you lose fortified systems, does that go down to being exploited?
Yes.
Okay. So that's why his overall gain is 0.
Yeah. But effectively his fortified system. He gained exploited systems but lost fortified.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, it's nice to see these things coming into effect, even though I've just realised I put a pound sign in the wrong place for Grom.
It's probably a 3, isn't it?
It probably is a 3. I'll sort that out before the end of the show. But yes, a little bit of extra movement is always good. But then again, Aisling had to defend against 2 other powers and still gained 5 systems. Is she just impossible to stop now? Because she's almost 100 systems ahead of everybody.
Yeah, 100%. So much, like, there was never any doubt that this would be the result of the new power play. Because to be fair, a lot of people, myself included, were pledged to Aisling. Those of us who were casual, to say the very least, but only like dipped in to get held onto an Aisling pledge just in case I needed to dip in and get prismatics at any point, because those were really the only ones I used. Quite a lot of those people, not counting those people who are devout Aisling followers, because we know that they exist. But not counting those people, there are also sort of like a rollover of the people who were like, well, I was pledged to Aisling before, I may as well pledge going forward. So it was always going to be this.
Yeah. The way the modules work in new power play, so everyone gets all the modules, but in a different order. Do Aisling pledges get the shields first?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah, they always do. It's the primary or the first thing that you get when you play Power Play was always the initial thing that you got in Power Play 1.
Right. Okay. So everyone's kept their kind of priority module.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just that you then go on to get all the others. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Which I think is great. It's so much better than.
So much better. 100% agree.
I was just thinking that if everyone was pledging to Aisling the first time round because of the shields, then her being the first one that gets you the shields is going to be another factor for people
100%, yeah, agreed.
pledging.
Right. Well, if that's the case, it's that time of the week again.
Score alert!
Welcome back. Well, apart from the obvious came with a whole load of ship skins that you can purchase. Of course, we've got to tip the hat for the obvious puns of you've now got the Black Panther and you've got the Pink Panther. But yeah, you've got a whole selection of new colours for your new ship. Now, it's controversial, this one. The Pink Panther. You don't like it, do you, Claire?
Bought it.
Oh, you got it?
I bought it because obviously I've bought it, but I would have preferred, on the Frontier Unlocked when they showed us the decal.
Yes.
That was a really deep pink color that was on that behind that decal, and I was like, ooh, if we get that, that's going to be really cool. But I've definitely bought this one. I couldn't not buy it, but I'm not happy about it.
I feel like if you look at the Pink Panther, the cartoon stuff, it's kind of the right. It's the right shade of pink.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't think necessarily at a distance that reads incredibly pink. In that that fucking stupid bright pink suit that I wear all the time that they released on Valentine's Day. It's stupid. It's almost the same color as my hair. It's stupid, really bright pink suit. I wear that all the time. I was hoping for like more of like a fuchsia than a pink. Yeah.
I don't like it for other reasons.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough.
Do you want to know my other reasons? Or are you still doing your spiel?
No, I want to hear your other reasons.
I think I was never sold on it. It was the one part of the design of the ship I was never sold on, and these paint jobs make it blindingly obvious. That big black section in the middle, so the ship is clearly like a sort of... Yeah, the ship is like a sort of lifting frame, and then it's like cargo is slotted in. I get it. I get the design language. But from a cosmetics point of view, what I'm wondering, and I can't... So when you apply ship kits, they can get painted with the paint job, can't they? I seem to remember you get you get the colours of paint jobs covering the bits of ship kit as well.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is, could they release a ship kit that had a panel that covered that entire big black section in the middle, like boxed it in, and then allowed you to put paint jobs over that as well? That would be awesome. Because it looks a bit weird. I just think it looks a bit weird, especially against a black background.
What? I mean, I know I'm probably going to come across as a little bit of a pain here, but there isn't a single... Well, there is the midnight black, but to be honest, there's none that actually catch my eye.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I said exactly the same, Colin.
They're probably keeping their powder dry for next week when they've released a whole load of vibrant ones. You look at the Corsair and you see the Corsair Ruber that came out as well. I mean, those look gorgeous. Now imagine those kind of designs on the Panther Clipper, and yeah, I'm there for that.
Yeah, but even like Chrome, it's just going to have this dirty, great, big black chunk of cargo in the middle of it.
Did you mean so if we, like it had like a corrugated roller thing over the top that came over the top of it?
Yeah, but the paint
Do you know what I mean?
job
That could just cover it, that would match the paint job. I'm down with that.
You just want a hood for for a truck or something, don't you?
Yeah, you're like pickup truck. You can get a hood that goes over it.
Or the Cybertruck thing at the back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the subject of interesting extra bits, there's also the merchant ship kit, which gives the ship a spoiler.
Is this the one that comes with the Stella? Yeah.
Yeah, same thing really. And yeah, I mean, what do you think of the ship kit?
I haven't seen it. I'm just going to the store now to find it.
It's the one that's on the Stella. So if you've been flying the Stella or had a look at the Stella in the early access that we got, it's that same one. It's okay.
Oh, I didn't like it. I just stuck with the original.
I like the original a lot.
I like my pointy probe.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm glad that I got the big pack, because it includes this, and I'm quite happy with it. But I haven't bought any of the ship skins to go with it. Not yet. If I'll wait until something decent comes along before I buy it.
I tell you which flip ship kit I really like. I'm sorry, Chris. Go for it.
As I say, for me, I kept the big spoil at the back, binned off the pokey bit at the front and put the so you see how it's got there with the covers on the front engines?
Oh yeah.
I had that, the spoiler, and I think the back engine covers as well.
Make it look more like
Yeah, I
a
did
big
the same.
fungus. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like the pokey thing. I thought the pokey thing looked silly.
The pokey thing, that's a callback to like the original, isn't it? That's what they were saying on Frontier Unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks stupid though.
Okay.
I don't care. I've got it anyway because I don't want you to do one.
It just looks like a shit unicorn.
I really like the skin that you can get as part of the CG.
Yes.
I think that one's probably the best one out of all of them.
Yeah.
Because it's the black, so it's sort of like, I suppose Midnight Black works as well, but the black with the gold detail is really nice.
That sounds nice, yeah.
Yeah, a bit like the one you get with the Stowe edition. I like that paint job.
Well,
over the others.
Yeah, like Alex says, is I'm hoping that eventually they will cover up the cargo rack, and that we'll have a Thunderbird 2 green, and that will be me happy.
The yellow stripe down the side. It needs to have the yellow stripe.
It needs that, and maybe
definitely.
But
that would sell like hotcakes.
It would. You're right. It really would.
So the cover of the back for Thunderbird 2 would have to be like a dome, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it could.
So
that could work.
Yeah.
Could make it look even more Thunderbird-like, couldn't it?
Oh man.
Do it.
Hope someone's taking.
Nobody get your hopes up. It's fine.
I hope they're taking notes. As if. Right.
Even we don't listen to what we say, Colin.
Yeah, I know that. So, what we're going to do is we will take an ad break, and then we will come back with everybody's reaction to flying the Panther Clipper Mark II.
This July, Special Effects are inviting you, Commander, to complete 10k your way.
You choose the method to make it to 10k. Like this Commander taking 10,000 pictures of their Aspen front of things.
This Commander has flown 10k into the black.
Really far away. This one is waving at 10,000 NPCs.
My arms are so sore. Fully explore 10k class star systems.
Drive 10k away from your settlement.
Mine 10,000 tons of ore.
Sell 10,000 mugs.
Make it to 10k your own unique way.
Visit specialeffect.org.uk and sign up for 10k your way.
Protecting settlements from villainous scum, it's Settlement Patrolman. The action figure every child wants. Wearing the all-new Manticore Dominator suit with light-up jump assist thrusters. Press his backpack to hear Settlement Patrolman speak.
Not seen you around here before, Commander. Is that a Karma P15 in your pocket, or are you just pleased to see me? Hey, don't point that at me.
When alarms sound, Settlement Patrolman rides into action in his surface reconnaissance vehicle with pop-up turret and glow-in-the-dark wheel trims. Settlement Patrolman.
Surface reconnaissance vehicle and action figure sold separately. Available from branches of Lathe Toy Depot and other retailers. Microelectrode, ion battery, and circuit switch not included.
Space is vast, and pirates have needs just like anyone else. Introducing the Lonely Pirate Handbook, the ultimate resource for lonely pirates. Our guide covers the hot spots and not spots of interstellar space, from smugglers' dens to space station taverns, with helpful chapters such as how to be presentable in polite society, how to get rid of that nefarious rank, and, my favorite, occasionally shower. Are your early advances often mistaken for attempts to rob or plunder?
Oh, I've come a long way for what's in your hold. Prepare to be boarded.
Frameshift charge detected.
Oh.
Buy today and receive the Lonely Pirates Chat-Up Guide for free.
I've got a very large hard point. Would you like to see my very large hard point?
You're so hot. You're making my temperature critical.
Lower your shields. I want to inspect the goods.
Come back to my place. I might let you touch my A-rated anaconda.
Are you smuggling illegal goods? Because you got fine written all over you.
The Lonely Pirates Handbook. Now available in all Anarchy bookstores. We'll teach you to loot anyone's heart.
It's finally here. The Panther Clipper Mark II. The biggest, baddest shaver in town is back and now has 25% more trimming storage capacity for the same amount of physical space. Because science. Size doesn't need to mean inconvenience with our new foldable hand grips to fit the charging pad. No need for any other clippers or cutters. The Panther Clipper Mark II is all the shaver you'll need. The Panther Clipper Mark II from Saracen. Are you happy now?
And welcome back. Yes. I'm sorry. We've just had a massive debate about how pink is pink and how not pink is the pink. Well, all the adverts have been going on. So, the main discussion is, of course, the Panther Clipper Mark II, which arrived today for people to access. Now, we are quite lucky because most of us, being part of the partner program, managed to have a few days extra flying it about, rolling it down mountains. So I thought I'd go around the crew and see how they reacted. So, Alec, she rolls nice.
She does, yeah. She does roll nice. I mean, I honestly didn't do much apart from that because I had a race to run. But it's funny. I think I mentioned the week before that I had this slight hunch that it might handle better than we expected. And I'll be interested to see what others think. But I sort of think it does. I think it's perfect. Was the way I would describe the handling. You want it to feel heavy. It's the flipping Panther Clipper. It needs to feel like the Panther Clipper, which it does. But it's not horrible. I really think I'm going to enjoy colonizing in it. It's like, it feels great to fly. It feels like you're flying a really chunky ship, but it's got some powerful thrusters on it. I was also quite intrigued. Like I was watching all the various partners doing their live streams and things, and of course it comes with auto dock and everyone just uses it, and whereas I've just never have used it, but basically the first thing I do with any ship is strip off the docking computer and the Super Cruise Assist and all of that. So I did that literally before I'd flown it once. I just stripped all of that off, put some decent thrusters on it, put a decent jump range on it, and then figured, well, I might as well try doing the usual and boosting it through the slot, and it fit quite nicely. It's not, the design language makes it look huge, and everyone who's done their little promotional YouTube videos from the partner stream is using all these big superlative words, like it looks absolutely huge, and it does, but it's actually not quite as big as I sort of expected. Like I think the Burrs had a picture of one looking down, the camera view was looking straight down, and it was parked next to a Type 9. And is it not as wide but slightly longer, or the other way around? It's not massively different.
It's not as long as a cutter by a big stretch. You can look in the shipyard, and if you go into the ship info in the shipyard, it will show you dimensions.
Yes,
of all of the ships, which is really useful. So it's not as long as the cutter or the Anaconda. It is wider than both of them, and obviously because it's wider than where the cutter's more phallic shaped, the Clipper's more stocky, so that's where it has its bulk.
So I really like it. What else? It's difficult to find a landing spot. As I discovered, I did briefly land it on a planet so I could go and wander around it. I had something else I was going to say about it. Come back to me, I'll remember it in a minute.
Okay, let us know when your senior moment is over and you can remember these things. Says the one who's older than Leslie. Right. Okay, Claire.
What to say about the Panther Clipper? What to say that hasn't already been quoted on the Zorg & Peterson website for it?
Doesn't come up like shade of pink.
Well, I love what they've done with it. I think flying it is a genuine delight. It has a lot more decent handling than I expected it to be. It is it's genuinely everything that I hoped it would be and more. I'm not just saying that in the hopes that Frontier would put something that I said anywhere. It legitimately works so much better than I thought it was going to. It is a really it flies really nicely. I love the view in the cockpit, and the view in the cockpit, I was we were looking at it on, what was the first day we had access to it? Tuesday. I think it was flying around in it on Tuesday afternoon, and I was flying around and I realized that I was getting like full full deja vu to the Pinnacle Station DLC for Mass Effect. And I went, oh, it looks like the little bit that you walk into when you do the Pinnacle Station DLC. And bless him, Curtis was in chat, and he was like, oh my god, it really does. He was like, Mass Effect is the reason that I do game design, and this is like the first time that I've noticed. But it looks like that. I love the fact that the inside, the way it looks inside. Remember how I was saying how much I hated the way it looks outside? That's fine, because the way it looks inside is fucking beautiful. And the I love the brushed steel having like a yellow undertone to it. Makes it very like 80s, 90s sci-fi, what spaceships in the 80s and 90s would look like. It's also got like that little old Panther Clipper model just on the side, which is a really, really nice little nod. Yeah, I really enjoy flying it. It flies, it doesn't drift like the cutter or things along those lines. I think it handles really nicely, and I got it to work with a fighting layout with my gammy hands, which is always a bonus. I had to do weapon focused engines and all that shit, but I got it to work, and I got I made a buckyball racer out of it that did the buckyball 10k your way and landed and was fine with landing for me with I did it in 40 minutes, and it was really good. It's a great ship. I'm really happy with it. I think Frontier have done a fantastic job in bringing the Panther Clipper from where it was from insert game name here. Pretend I said it straight away and everyone's like nodding sagely, and bring it into the Elite Dangerous world. Really good. Happy with it.
Okay, Little Biggie.
Yeah. So enjoy flying it. It's really fun to fly. Flies much better than the Type 9. Some things I'm not a big fan of. The weird reflection stuff that happens when you try to go down towards a planet is really bad. There's some really bad flickering. What else? I think the seat that you're in, the view that you have, doesn't sell the size of the ship from the inside. That top bar across the window is really annoying.
Oh yeah, good point.
Especially if you're like on your side coming in to kind of do the glide down. Sometimes you can't actually see where you're going because of that bar across the top. But I do love the 80s futuro alien vibe the whole ship has going on. But yeah, and also the fact that it's broken the Golconda and Scourge decals is unforgivable.
You're so right about that. I'd forgotten about that you're basically looking through this slot. Where I really noticed it. So where I really noticed it is when I was throwing it down the side of a crater, I initially misjudged that I needed a little bit of hull reinforcement. So a couple of my original takes, the thing blew up halfway down, which meant I was going backwards and forwards a few times. And in order to find the crater that's on Callisto with the really steep sides, I basically need to, do that thing where you sort of go into orbital cruise and then you start scanning the planet looking for this feature. And my God, it's an absolute nightmare for doing that.
Because that sun visor from hell.
Yeah, you're peering through this slot trying to see features on a planet.
Yeah, it's got a massive nose at the front, so a lot of your visibility is just not there that you used to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would have preferred, this is just me, where I would have preferred it if, as the pilot, driver, we were up in the middle but raised, and our three friends were in front of us, below us. So a bit like if
The
you
Enterprise.
see, a bit like that, but also a bit like Starship Troopers, the big ship that fly.
Yeah, I'm agreeing
That
with
one. Yeah, that I would have preferred. I think that would have sold the size of the Bantha Clipper better than this does, because when I'm looking at it, it feels like I'm just in a big python.
Yeah, it's
very squishy in.
It's funny that, because I always feel the same way things about the really big ships like the Anaconda and the and especially the Ghost. Oh no, hang on, it's gone out of my head now. What's your favorite? What was your favorite ship, Psychic?
Corvette.
That was it. Jeez, what is wrong with me? I always think that in those ships, it needs more like an Enterprise-like layout with the other people in front. But
Kind of what we have in fleet carriers.
yes,
Yeah.
Like a reduced version of what we have in a fleet carrier.
it sometimes feel that that's what the layout should be because the ships are that much bigger. But yeah.
And it's interesting because they did make a big thing about it, using the word bridge and saying it's got a bridge, and it has, but it's behind you, which makes it slightly irrelevant.
Yeah, I'd say that personally for me, the bridge concept is a bit of a swing and a miss on this. Just me though.
Yeah, good point, Ben.
Yeah, essentially, we're not the ship's captain. I think that's always like one of the biggest problems with the larger ships in Elite. We're not the captain. We're a glorified pilot.
Yeah, with the commander, which is kind of a I don't know, split role, but
Let me be both then. Let me do both. Let me pilot it from a little bit further back.
Mind you, if we were further back, looking through that slit would be even worse.
How much would you love it if they actually gave us a proper captain's role that allowed you to do? I've no idea what kind of extra things they could give to the captain, but
yeah, that's the problem.
I'm sure entertaining and amazing game designers could come up with better ideas than I can. But like something strategic on the ship level, rather than how to fly or what to shoot. But the game, obviously that's a different game from Elite.
Yeah, it's not that game.
So hence why we're basically in. We're in Will Wheaton's position, aren't we?
yes, we're the helmsman.
Yeah, we're the helm.
And the gunner, and the shield. Yeah. And the shield angler, and the navigator. We are the bridge crew. Right. Apathis.
Yeah, so I've only had access to it for 12 hours today since it released, but yeah, I was quite surprised with the handling. I sort of picked it up at Shinrata, A-rated everything, and then was just flying around Jameson's, sort of around the outside the back, and was quite surprised it handled more like a smaller ship rather than a nice big ship. I was expecting, it to be slow like a T8 or drifty like a cutter, but no, it just smoothed in and out between all of the little bits on the back of the station. I then engineered it and did that a bit faster. I probably spent 10 minutes just going back and forth around the station. I do in the cockpit. I do like the placement of the bobbleheads, because they're not in the way of anything on the hood, because they're sort of down the side and then in the middle out of the way. Because on some of the ships, you put one in and so you can't see, the little targeting nav dot. That's quite nice. And then I've sort of went and picked up the the pre-engineered FSD, and I think I've got it up to 40 odd light years, carrying 1,000 tons or something.
Yeah,
So that's
right.
with barely any engineering.
Yeah, that is fun. That is
Just impressive. Especially on my alt account, I've been flying a unengineered T9. The big difference.
that does give us a good comparison here because on Reddit, that good old Reddit, we've got a lovely little cartoon from Atomic Bottle Zero. We've got a T9 saying, "It's time to go. Was I a good ship?" Death going, "No."
Oh, it was a brilliant ship.
No, I disagree with that, to be honest, because I loved the T9.
T9 is fantastic.
Yeah, the one thing that I did miss when you do compare the two is the fantastic cockpit. The visibility out of the T9 is unmatched. Well, as far as big cargo carriers are concerned, I missed that when I flew the Panther. But
that's got the big cathedral window, hasn't it? That you're sort of, yeah.
Well, the whole
I've always
feels
liked
like
the
a
verticality.
Yeah.
You know, the type ships have all got great verticality.
Yeah.
Anything more, Apathis?
Yeah, I was just thinking in Super Cruise, that definitely feels more like a larger ship than just in normal space. But it's not as bad as, say, a cutter. I can actually turn around without waiting a week. What's something I did notice that's quite funny. If you put the landing gear down and then go into the external camera view and just thrust forward, the engines thrust downward, even though they really shouldn't because they should be off.
So come down, they start firing.
Yeah. Which I thought was quite funny.
You get a trail
it's fine if you're on a
behind
planet.
you.
Yeah, so the trail's flat behind you like the normal, but the engines are actually firing downwards.
Oh.
Which I thought was quite amusing. I mean, that'd look fine on a planet as you're coming into land, but in the middle of space, it's...
Gravity well, it'll make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, you've been flying it about for a bit. How are you finding it?
Yeah, like everyone's been saying, she flies very nicely. But like I think it was Chris was alluding to, I really was expecting her to be bigger.
Yeah, I kind of said that as well. That
that was something else I was going to say.
The design language makes it look huge, but it's not actually huge.
Yeah, I mean, I was really expecting it to be a hell of a bum squeaker to, get through both the docking bay and fit into a bay. Yeah, and I want to do some testing here somehow, but I feel I could fit at least a Sidian and possibly even a Cobra or something like that in my docking bay alongside the Panther Clipper.
I saw somebody going. Yeah, I saw somebody going past quite a big ship in the mail slot, like maybe squeezed past a Type 8 or something. I can't remember what it was.
I squeezed past a Type 7
Right.
leaving somewhere when one of you guys said, I think you hit the tow truck there. I was like, no, I hit a Type 7 because it was just sitting there. And yeah, so there's, I love how she flies. I wonder if she could have been a little bit longer and maybe then done without the feature of the advanced cargo bays or whatever they're called. Cargo racks.
I think those are essential, I'm afraid.
I wonder if they'd be essential if she was another 10 meters longer.
Yeah, I was imagining it was going to be like a beluga, but a brick shape.
Yeah.
So it filled the whole pad rather than...
It literally, it fits in with about 5 centimeters on either direction of a bay. You've got to squat to get out of the darn thing even. Maybe you've got to crawl underneath it or something like that to get that extra size.
Are you saying that you want it even bigger then?
I want it even bigger.
Ben's underwhelmed by his own girth.
And my length, frankly. The girth is fine. It's the length that I'd prefer a bit more of.
Can we tip that?
Yep.
But she does handle very nicely.
Yeah, Alec, you were saying about handling.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, actually, the first thing I tried before boosting through the mail slot is, and I need to go back and give this a proper go, but I really wanted to try and do a 180 mail slot flip. It's totally possible. So it does have the pitch rate, just that if you're at the back of the station on the inside, and you head towards the mail slot, and then flip flight assist off, you do have time to do a 180 before you reach the slot. The problem,
I have backwards.
Yeah, and I quite enjoy doing that in smaller ships. But the problem is obviously its profile is the same shape as the mail slot, so you've got to get your alignment and rotation perfect. You can flip round so you're traveling backwards. That's not the issue, but getting that alignment is tricky. But I will persist. I definitely want to try. And the other thing I suddenly realised that I desperately want to try and do is go back and do my interstellar, docking sequence thing and get it tumbling, and then throw out a ship launch fighter and see if I can dock back with it again. I think that'd be a good one.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's have a quick thought. Right. I love the ship. I really do. I am sorry to say goodbye to my T9, but this thing just, apart from the view, it transes it in every single way, and I don't see myself getting in my T9 or my T10 ever again. It is the perfect cargo ship for me. It feels right as it flies. It's more maneuverable than the Type 9 and the cutter, and I managed to take on an Imperial rated clipper and defended myself against it and a couple of other pirates, and my hull only went down to about 75% before and I managed to drive all three of them off. So I know that it can handle itself in a pirate fight. Whether or not a PvP fight, not quite so sure. I still want to be able to do a full-on multi-crew with it, because I think that would be awesome. But I'm having 1,000 tons of cargo and being able to defend it with fighters and everything. Whereas the Type 9, you had to strip it down to just being a flying car, basically a cargo flying cargo canister with engines. Fantastic. And I do like the Proby thing at the front because that's an old nostalgia thing for me, and you can't take it away from me. So all in all, perfect ship. Now it sounds good as well, and that's one of the things that really helps it feel its size. I am so scared of using anything size related right now.
Its boost sound is really good.
Alec would have definitely heard this, but the sound it makes when you take off from a planet as well, the sort of it sounds like it is struggling.
That
initial lift-off sound from the planet. It's good.
Yeah, it feels as if it's putting the effort in.
Yeah. It's not the bag of spanners against a drum that is Cable Mach 5.
I love that stuff, though.
It's a brilliant sound. It's not that, but the sound that it does make. Guess what? Frontier are really good at making sounds in games.
Yeah.
It's just
very throaty, I feel.
Once again.
Yeah. Managed to prove it. I do see what Chris has said about the visibility, because that's one of the reasons why I don't like the Adder, is because the Adder bridge feels very claustrophobic to me. Mostly because you can't see, you've got the two big windows at the front. This has got the same kind of thing. You can't see too much. But I know you guys might have a problem size with that bridge. It feels good enough that it doesn't make me feel claustrophobic.
I agree with you there.
Yeah. And so
you're in VR, aren't you, Colin? So I guess you have a slightly different perspective on the bridge. Quite literally.
I have leaned forward to try and look up. that does work until I bash my head on my computer screen.
Your nose against the glass.
I notice the bar along the top more often, yet that thing about looking up. I can't even remember whether you have like a bar along the top in the Corvette or some of the other bigger ships. I genuinely can't. It's been a hot minute since I've flown it, but I do notice that bar. Epaphras was saying about the bobbleheads. Also, if you have like string lights, they literally just lay across the front of the bridge. They don't go up on the window anywhere.
Oh, really? They're not long enough.
They just lay them across the front of the bridge, which is great because again, then that's not affecting any of your visibility. If you've got like, I imagine if I just put the little twinkly multicolored ones on, but I imagine if you're using like the Coriolis ones or the Sugar Skull ones, they might be quite a lot of space. I do have a tiny niggle.
Well, then, niggle away.
I say a tiny niggle, and this is my soapbox that will never go away, and Chris will agree with me on this for sure. I have never been in a ship where the shadows have flickered quite so much in the ship as the Panther Clipper. The shadows flickering in the ship, especially on approach to a landing on a planet, is atrocious. It's one of the worst ones that I've seen. Please, Frontier, sort it out.
I can't go and visit Graham.
You can't go to Graham City, yeah.
No, I can't go and visit Graham Prime in the Grahams until they fix it, because it's just awful.
It's really bad. If something is that bad to the extent that Chris won't risk it, I realize how bad it is, and it is one of. If you struggle with the flickering shadows when you're on a planet, you will feel them more in the Panther Clipper as well. So I wouldn't be able to recommend it to someone who struggles with the shadow flickering in Elite.
Wow, that's really bad. That's just so bad. Oh, fix them.
Yeah, and what the screen just said in chat, that flicker's a problem. He couldn't use video because of the flickering, and it is incredibly noticeable in the Clipper, which is it makes me sad because the ship, when you're just flying it around in space, is lovely and smooth, and that brushed steel and all of the sort of like 80s sci-fi, 80s to 90s, that turn of that decade sci-fi stuff looks really nice. But
the thing that I've noticed is that thanks to I can't remember who recommended this, but in my quality of my graphics, they told me to switch off I can't remember which one it was now.
If you turn is it directional shadows down to low, it does improve the flicker.
Kind of low.
Yeah. I was really surprised by
at the cost
of the difference.
Yeah, at the cost, and it's something I'm not personally prepared to take, but at the cost of all your shadows just looking like blobs.
Yeah. It takes a while, but yeah, it's
Yeah, and that's the thing that makes me really disappointed about it. That's the one thing again that I'm really disappointed with is just like why if it is a problem that it's so baked in, I don't get why it's not more of a focus, because it is really disorienting.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I did get a headache at one point, and I was like, yeah, I'm going back to space where it doesn't flicker. But I do like how it looks like a giant frog on a landing pad. That brings me great joy.
The animation on the gear coming down and the engines folding is magnificent. I watched that. I just put myself in camera view and then just put the gear up and down, up and down, up and down for ages, just admiring that. It's terrific.
Yeah, I must admit, I do love those. I know that Epaphras was saying that it shouldn't do this when it's when it's flying out of the base, but when you're actually taking off for a planet and you can see those downward thrusters on part of the legs as it takes off, it is astoundingly good to watch, and the animation as everything smoothly folds away, you're sort of there thinking, yeah, they've got this one right. That's exactly how I imagined how that ship would take off and how it would behave. So yeah,
You know those four, so the four thruster units, and then each one is a mass of nozzles, individual thruster nozzles in a sort of circular layout. Do you know how many thruster nozzles there are on the Panther Clipper?
Haven't counted them. Have you?
Yes. I think I've remembered it. I'm only out by about 4 if I'm wrong. It's 306. There are 306 thruster nozzles.
Oh my god! Is that on each of those legs, or is
that's
Many
total?
slices.
That's total.
It's too many slices, man.
It's a lot of thruster nozzles.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you mean about the shadows, because when I approach your planet in VR, if the shadows hit, and start flickering, then I have to take the headset off, because that will trigger something. But apart from that, but you get those flickering shadows with everything. Really,
You definitely do, absolutely. It's not going to be something that I stop talking about, though. It's just so noticeable in the Panther Clipper, so noticeable, and it's a shame because it does sully what is a very nice ship. Very nice.
Could the Clipper be the thing that makes the flickering shadows, which are across the game, could it be the thing that makes them so bad they are finally forced to fix the damn thing?
We live in hope.
That's my moonshot. We talked about this. That's my moonshot item.
Another news with the Panther Clipper, of course, just like the Corsair, it's got its own specialised website as part of the Elite Dangerous website. On the Elite Dangerous website, we'll put the link in the show notes. What did everybody think to that?
Okay, I like the font choice.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, nice fancy website.
I'm just annoyed I didn't get a sales quote in. I should have made up something quick.
Yeah, I didn't either. I wanted to get something, but mine were irreverent, such as looks like a supermarket but handles like a corner shop.
Yeah, that's the thing. But you said that to me 3 days after they requested it.
Well, because the day that they gave access, I couldn't get access.
Yeah, I know.
And then I had to email Chris going, "Help! I can't get in."
Yeah,
it's a very nice. For a limited time, alt purchase of the Panther Clipper Mark II come with its own exclusive Owners Club decal. So that's.
I'm glad that we didn't have to pay ARX to get the decal.
No.
Just to say that.
I do like that some people have managed to get their own little quote in. Notice that.
They asked for it. It was on the email. You all received the email.
I'm saying that I like the fact that you got that.
Me and
I'm not
Witherspoon.
criticizing.
It's really fun. It's really fun. I really like it. I really like the website. It's fun times. It's a good
nice video as well.
Yeah, the video is really good.
Yeah, it's cool.
Zach made that. Zach was the one who did most of that.
Nice. I like the style of it. The different panels, like the 3 or 4 split screen kind of panel design.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I mean, they did the same thing for the Corsair. And I hope they do this for other ships that come along. So it's
the thing with the Corsair though is that it was almost like they couldn't decide which font to use where. Every single panel had a different font to it. It was like someone made it and their main passion was web design. But this one feels chunky and feels like an advert for JCB or something, like a website for JCB. It's giving industrial, and I like that a lot.
There'll be a sad song in the future about my dad who flies a Clipper.
I hear LCU is already penning the Pink Panther Club. It might even be Chaos. Has already DM'd LCU with ideas for a Pink Panther Club in the style of Chapel Roan's Pink Pony Club. So excited to hear that. Coming to an ECM near you, probably.
As long as he doesn't do a JCB song, that'd be fine. Right, we have a Mostless Clueless about all this. Alec,
Actually, yeah, I don't. Yeah, it sits a bit odd in the show format, bunging this in between the main discussion and the questions, because it's got nothing to do with the Panther Clipper. But
it does. If you want to.
Well, I suppose. Okay, I suppose it does. So for those who, I haven't managed to confirm this myself, so I will test it, but I have it on reasonably good authority. So if you have pre-built ships, one of the things that I find quite annoying is because of the design of the shipyard user interface, which could show us a grid of dozens of our ships, but doesn't, choose to show us about 4 or 5, and we have to scroll along it. So every shipyard I go to, because I've got a few pre-built packages, partly because I'm on the partner program and I realise that's a first world problem that I shouldn't be complaining about. But I have to scroll. It puts them first in the list. So if I go somewhere and I know I want to switch to my Mandalay or something, I've got to scroll past all these pre-built ships before I get to the list of ships that are actually in the station that I want. And I've been told that if you deploy your pre-built ships, so just go to some random station, make sure you've got another ship there that you can swap to, deploy your pre-builds, and then just get back into your other ship, and basically just leave your pre-builds dotted around the galaxy or in some Arsene station, then I gather they will no longer bother you in that list. They won't appear at the front of the list because they will actually have been deployed somewhere, and if you deploy them a long way away, I guess they'll appear at the bottom of the list. Yeah. So if you're bothered by having all the pre-builds being offered to you at the front of your shipyard list, then deploy them somewhere a long way away and leave them there
until you need them.
Until you need them.
Right. Well, actually, that's pretty useful. I'm going to start doing that with everything that I've got. Stick it on the fleet carrier. Right. Though obviously with the Panther Clipper, this led to another Panther Clipper type question of the week.
You know, there'll probably be one next week as well, if I'm honest. There's probably going to be another. Your normal service outside of Panther Clippers will probably come back the following week. But the question of the week this week, if you don't know, every week on a Sunday between 12 and 2, which is when the absolutely excellent Chris Mark IV is doing his radio show at Black Diamond FM, which you should also definitely check out because it's very good and very funny. But during those times between 12 and 2, I tend to, at that point, be at a bit of a loose end because I'm listening, and I post a question of the week. Those questions go on Twitter, on Blue Sky, and on our Discord. So those three places between that time we'll post a question of the week, and then this is the point where we get to read them out. This week I pretty much asked, will you be buying a Panther Clipper on Tuesday, or has the partner program put you off, basically. And we had a few that we can discuss. So Colin, why don't you start us off?
Yes, okay, I'll start with very okay person. They say, just buff those cargo slots a bit more and they can have my money. Personally, I do not agree with this. I think it's absolutely spot on as it is. I do understand that some people have been complaining about the lack of cargo space, but I think that would make it a little bit too overpowered, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I've seen a few of the complaints are rumbling on, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Alphalus says, just take my money and I'll take a midnight black paint job as well.
What? I've been distant from it today, but are there quite a lot of complaints about it not being big enough?
Not a lot,
but
there's a few. Somebody commented on my tumbling a Panther Clipper down a thing and said something like, I was in until I saw the cargo capacity. Nope. Or, something to that effect.
Well, yeah.
A lot of people want to get over 2,000 or something.
Yeah.
Not that many who responded to us.
Yeah. But all that's been based on the fact that the raw hull for the old Panther Clipper was 2,000 tons. But the thing was, in the old game, you had to then add in hyperspace engines, everything, shields, lasers, all that took a weight away from the initial 2000. And I swear, when you had got your Panther Clipper up to a proper livable, usable state, you only had sort of 1,200, maybe 1,300 tons left only, I say. But, it took a lot out of it. But, of course, everyone just think, well, the ship was 2,000 tons. Yeah, this one's probably a lot more than 1,280 tons overall. But, you've got all the stuff on. But, yeah, you've got me ranting now.
Right, where is he? Alan Bros is saying, there is no tempted. I have fully embraced the dock side of hauling, and by all that's holy, and much that is unholy, I'm going to own a Panther Clipper tomorrow.
Nice.
Excellent.
Okay, I have one from Misery Cord. Panther Clipper is not a trade ship, it's a weapons testing platform with extra cargo space. I'll take 2.
Yeah, I do want to turn it into a battle bus. I completely agree with that.
Nice. Okay, right. This is the one I wanted to talk to you guys about. Commander Mardan Solius says, I have seen it and I don't think I will get it with ARX. Maybe discuss the lifetime pass and if it would be fair to get early access in game when having that pass instead of ARX. Maybe then I'll buy more kits and paint jobs. I don't have the lifetime pass. The lifetime pass gives you you're supposed to have access to test servers, is that right?
No, the lifetime pass is where you get free access to any new DLC, which is what they categorized as Horizons and Odyssey.
Okay.
And also you got a freebie with Beyond as well. They gave you something like 10,000 ARX for Beyond.
You and Ben are lifetime expansion pass holders, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we both got it from way back when in the Kickstarter, which when you actually add up what we've got since, considering it was 80 quid and what's come out since, we're well up on what it would have cost. But if you got the lifetime, they offered it a second time when Horizons came out for a lot more.
Right.
And if you bought it then you'd probably feel a little hard done by, because the cost of Horizons plus Odyssey is nowhere near how much you paid for it.
It was over 100, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, it was something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
If this person is saying discuss the lifetime pass and they fell into the Horizon, they bought it when Horizons came out, then I can feel why they feel a little miffed about, they don't feel they've got value for money. If, however, this was when they got it in the Kickstarter, I'd say you have had value for money so far, and if they do another paid for expansion, you're going to get that for free.
Yeah.
But I feel that ships aren't these ships, because you get them later for free. I don't think it applies.
They don't. I agree with you in that, like, having early access to something wouldn't. If I was that lifetime expansion pass holder, I'd probably still be. I'd be thinking along the same lines of you that I don't feel like it applies. Either way, had I spent 80 or 100 quid.
Yeah, I mean, my only concern with being a leper is if we ever get a expansion pass, will we get that for free, or have they basically
another expansion? Oh, right, okay.
Or will we have to pay for that expansion if we ever get one?
I wouldn't have thought so.
I wouldn't have thought so, because in the terms and conditions it did say all expansions for Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
And in both cases. So yeah, it's I see you forcing your way through a lot of ships stuck in the slot.
Why can't there's small ships as well?
Yeah, it's just so busy.
Having problems.
Yeah. I would say that for this case, if you're a bit salty about the lifetime expansion pass, I think you've only got a leg to stand on if you got it in Horizons, because
and even then, a ship is not an expansion.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And it's only early access. It's coming out eventually, and you'll get it
Yeah.
in 3 months'
you don't have
time.
to
You know,
spend money
so
on
yeah, it's a bit different, I think.
Yeah, but Commander Daisy Bell, and they say, well, I'm definitely excited about it. I'll probably wait until it's available for credits.
Yeah.
I need to spend some time gathering engineering materials to improve it, you see.
It's a perfect
That's
reason.
probably going to take them the 3 months.
Yeah, it's a perfect reason. It's not for you. You don't want to get it. Fine. You don't need to buy it. Just I have Commander Data Node. I can't wait to see the bridge in VR. It is fantastic. It is great. Data Node, you'll love it.
So try that.
Elvis Kremen says, "Yep, I watched Psychic play it. Definitely sold on it more now than ever."
What, you watch me play? Are you sure, mate? Jesus.
Good job, Psychic, fulfilling your EPP to
Wait,
shift units.
I'm an influencer.
Excellent.
Hey, you. Hey,
Amber, you're
Finn
not in
McRae.
Dubai.
I'm waiting for someone to say, "Watched Alec threw it down the crater. I've completely gone off it." Don't want one now.
Oh, so you're an uninfluencer. Right, Finn McRaven's saying, I think I'll buy it, yes. Because while I have no interest in colonization, it's a new ship to engineer for a couple of days. But, must admit, I'm currently fighting the urge not to log off for a few months. While I love new ships, I think we need new activities more urgently.
Like all of the new squadron stuff that's coming up next month.
Good point.
We've already... No, I'm not... No, shut up, Ben.
Wow.
Sorry, I was going negative, and I don't want to go negative.
Yeah,
I'm
we
enjoying the
Yeah,
Panther Club.
we don't know everything about
We have
Squadrons
no
just yet.
more information.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
thinking
if-
about past things.
Yeah, so they might surprise us like they did with Power Play 2, because at that point we were a bit down on Power Play 2, and then we were very pleasantly surprised. So, and until we know,
Okay, I've got one from Nicey. Yay! I've only heard the boost sound, and wow, Frontier have done it again. As for getting one, as soon as I can peel myself away from Mass Effect for 5 minutes, so maybe next
I'm
year?
an influencer.
yeah, we managed to get Nicey to try Mass Effect, and they won't leave it alone.
There's a Mass Effect channel in my Discord, and there's a few people who are like, hey, if I install Mass Effect, what mods do I need? And all of this sort of stuff, and I'm like, yay!
One of us.
It is cloned again. Says I have a dilemma to solve. Option A: take a Stellar Panther Clipper, be able to teleport it anywhere, but forget about customization. Option B: take a basic Panther Clipper, properly outfit it, and be able to name it the Fat Cow. And they updated us today and let us know. In the end, the solution was simple. I bought a Stellar teleporting Panther with arcs, and then a standard version for credits. Problem solved. Yay, cloned again. I totally forgot, and I had to. I was like, I can't remember. If we just buy it, do we only get one? Do we what happens then? And it took clearly an exasperated Curtis in chat going, no, once you buy it, you unlock it to buy purchase. You unlock it to be able to purchase it in the shipyard, and that's cool. That's cool. I totally forgotten about that. You can buy as many as you want.
You're right.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were going to say something.
No.
Okay. Homburger says, I've already amassed enough arcs for a Panther Clipper Mark II for 2 of my accounts. A Stellar for my exploration account to quickly fill the holds of my fleet carrier of Tritium, and the stock one for the Rush fleet. I can't wait to fully engineer and get hauling in it.
That is a lot of arcs.
That's a lot of arcs.
A lot of arcs. Fair play to you, Homburger. I have the Jinx effect. I'm still on the fence, but I've just watched the launch video for it. Does anyone else does it put anyone else in mind of the Thunder Tank? I know what he's saying with this, and now that he's mentioned it, yes, from a certain angle, it does look like a Thunder Tank.
What's the Thunder Tank?
Oh god, this is going to show my age. The original Thundercats. One of the.
Oh god!
There you go. We're hitting 80s nostalgia right now.
Okay, so see the Thundercats. I raise you Big Track.
What is happening?
Yeah,
No, it's not.
Yes, it reminds me of Big
It's
Track.
exactly like the Thunder Tank. But that's supposed to be a cat as well. Oh my god, it's the Thunder Tank. I'm sold. Done. There's a Thunder Tank skin right now.
Yeah, I just googled it.
Reminds me of the Big Track more.
Well, to me, it reminds me of the Battlestar Galactica, but then again, I suppose it's all because it's got a big head. Right.
Excuse me. Lastly, Silas Resi says, still smashing the F5 button on the store website. Very much want the stellar version of the Space Kitty with the funky asymmetric nose probe, and will probably part exchange my Type 9 for 872 adders and an extra Cobra Mark IV.
Hang on, he's
Amazing.
part testing is Type 9 4 adders?
Apparently.
Yep, that's what they want.
Sick
Okay.
man.
Hopefully pack them on
Sick
your
man.
fleet carrier.
Oh, that's just cruel. Right, that's it. I'm the only one allowed to use it. No adders allowed.
Yeah, I love it. You go down to do an inspection tour of your fleet carrier, and there's just miles and miles and miles of adders.
Adders as
lined
far
up.
as the eye can see.
I'm going to rename, and that's it. It's no longer Fortress Ford. It's going to be called No Adders Allowed. It's right. Does anybody have any other business?
No.
Okay. There is, of course, the usual ongoing 10k your way, isn't there?
You can still take part. It ends the whole of it. It's still Disability Pride Month. You can still donate to a little bunch of Elite Dangerous Commanders who are doing stuff for 10k your way. There's another, as of recording this, we're the 22nd of July now, so there is another week. A week and a bit of 10k your way. So if you fancy raising some money by doing 10k, be it in game, going on a big 10k run or something, if you're that way inclined, go for it. Go and do the things and raise money for special effect because they're amazing.
Excellent. So, we'll just quickly go through our shout-outs. Our sister station, Hutton Orbital Radio, it broadcasts on a Thursday at 8:30. You can tune in at Hutton Orbital Truckers, twitch.tv Hutton Orbital Truckers, or if you just want the audio, go to radio.forthemug.com. For the discerning commander that likes a bit of CQC action, you can check out the CQC Discord at discord.me/Elite Dangerous CQC. And I'll give a shout out to the other Elite Dangerous podcasts. That's the Guard Frequency, who appear to be on a holiday but will be back soon. And of course, the wonderful Loose Screws. And of course, If You Speak French.
No, I rumors of me wearing a striped shirt are strictly untrue. I just let the funky music do the talking.
There is the Elite Dangerous podcast, who also do these fantastic missions as well. Following this, we have the latest Galnet News Digest, as provided by the wonderful Commander Witherspoon and the amazing Commander Beetlejude. Right, thanks to everybody who's chipped in on the Twitch chat, and the in-game commanders today are...
So we had a full tech complement in the bar. So we had Epicurus and Little Bigian in here, along with the Jinx Effect, Tiberius Valerian, Grogu, and Frozen Satsuma.
Satsuma. Fair enough. So special thanks to Commander Togoso, JN Trax, and Alan Stroud, who have all created music that we use in the show. But that's it for this Panther Clipper episode of Lave Radio. If you'd like to get in touch with the show, then you can find the contact links in the home/contact us menu of the laveradio.com website. Do let us know if you have any questions or if there's anything you'd like us to discuss in a future episode. Lave Radio is recorded live on a Tuesday evening at 8:30 and streamed out at laveradio.com/live. So, thanks to Apathis.
Keep on hauling.
Thanks to Claire.
All in steel.
Thanks to Little Bigian/Chris Mark 5.
You're welcome.
Thanks to Ben.
Avoiding rocks.
Thanks to Alec.
071, 07 everyone. Follow the greens on the way out and watch out for Panther Clippers in the mail slots.
We're gonna get a cease and desist from Burr, you know that.
Yeah, good. Steal that. Well, people steal our stuff. Right. And of course, and special thanks to today's tech specialist, the Chris Mark IV, staring longingly out of that window.
You're welcome.
Excellent. So until the next time, Commanders, fly safe. And if you can't do that, fly dangerous.
Is your life like this?
Sounds like someone having an orange inserted. You need a safe word. Space can be done. I'm going to see the galaxy.
Ah, damn it. No worries, guys. Hold the fort for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Galnet News Update, 22nd of July, 3311. Available today in early access, the Zorgon Peterson Panther Clipper looks set to make light work of hauling tasks, including community goals and system colonisation. Looking gargantuan beside its tiny stablemate, the Hauler, the Panther Clipper is currently available in standard and stellar variants as pre-built deployable ships. The Stellar configuration has over 1,000 tons of cargo space pre-configured, and you can create even more space if you dispense with the fuel scoop and the Super Cruise Assist. And if you downgrade the shields from size 7 to size 6. The size 7 frameshift drive badly needs engineering to get the ship's empty jump range up to an acceptable 30 light years, while the Super Cruise overcharged speed of 3,000 times the speed of light is nothing to write home about. The ship's fuel economy is reasonably good. The Panther is available in pink. Well, 16 other liveries are also available, and there's a limited time Panther Clipper Owners Club decal, free with every ship sold. Zorgon Peterson's stable of ships now includes an eclectic mix of 2 small and large freighters, 2 combat ships, and the best exploration vessel in the galaxy. The initiative to deliver commodities to Vespucci City in Ayaba has another full day to run. With the release of the first batch of Panther Clippers, it's likely that the initiative will receive a substantial boost in those closing hours.
You two are bad friends.
Who are these 2 idiots?
White dude and an Asian dude. You two are disgusting.
Well, you 2 are something.
We're bad friends.
Over the night, late in May, about the 31st,
I put together a show of hers and hymns from Asia. What a night.
I'm gonna get the lyrics. Oh what night lyrics.
Oh what a night.
Oh what a night. Late December back in sheet 2-3.
By the way,
I was in an internment camp. I was full of glee.
What a lady, what a night.
I
want to be.
Oh, what a night. Late December, 1945. I look in the sky and what a night.
It was so unbelievably bright.
Was it 45? I don't know.
45.
Yeah.
How about
Ready or Not? Available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series XS, and PC. It's Ready or Not.
Coming with full crossplay across all platforms, ladies and gentlemen. Ready or Not, the game is here. Become an elite SWAT commander and feel the way of the badge.
18 single-player or online cooperative missions with up to 5 players. 2 new missions as part of the new Los
Bad Friends. You got to check it out. Honestly.
When you're free to explore, what is it you'll hope to find? The truth lies west. It's time to discover yours.
You two are bad friends.
Who are these 2 idiots?
White dude and an Asian dude. You two are disgusting.
Well, you 2 or something.
We're bad friends.
You know what's really not good? People who come on these things and don't wear the cans because whatever reason.
Yeah, some people don't like them.
Yeah, but David Mamet's wearing cans, so
you like the way they feel?
Yeah. When David Mamet wears cans, we wear cans.
Has to wear
Everybody
exactly,
wears
yeah.
cans.
Yeah.
Whatever David Mamet do, we do.
Do you want to wear your cans?
I might be better without them because I'm definitely.
Then none of us are going to wear our cans, and this show's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
If anybody cannot wear cans,
It's
him. It's Dave Mamet.
Yeah, exactly. You want to take yours off now?
No,
Okay.
I'm just a regular guy.
We're just he's a normal guy like us.
Just a regular
Where have you
guy.
been
No,
for?
it's Dave Mamet. This him.
The fuck have you been? You never call. You never.
Because I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
We got a good thing going. You know when you got a good relationship with somebody who you really respect and then you never want to talk to them?
Oh, I was yes, except for the respect part. A good relationship, I never want to fucking talk to.
I understand.
We talk only when we need to talk now.
Yeah.
We're like a really smooth married couple.
But do you fight about the kids? You got to fight about the kids.
He's never around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
I just take care of him.
the
I
kids.
do all of it.
Yeah.
He's never around.
Well, we adopted David.
Yeah.
We're one dwarf.
One little tiny
You gotta
dwarf.
have one dwarf.
Little black dwarf kid.
Yeah. Yeah, we got lucky. That's winning the lottery.
Right, it really was.
Yeah. And he's hard to see. He's so small.
He's so tiny.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Our adopted child.
Our adopted child.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of Bad Friends fans,
Yeah.
it is an honor, a privilege, an incredible moment in our time with this show. We have 2 unbelievably well-respected, accomplished,
Please remember their names.
amazing
Please remember
people.
their names. Please remember.
Shia LaBeouf
Yeah.
and David Mamet.
Hey.
What a duo.
What a duo.
Yeah. Abbott and Costello, we'd rather not have.
That is nothing like this. It's so not close
Simon
to what
and
this
Garfunkel?
is. He does this a lot. He does.
Yeah, what happened to Garfunkel?
Nobody gives a shit.
Is he alive?
No
Is
one
he alive?
cares.
He's alive, Dave?
I don't know.
Is he really alive? Is Garfunkel still alive? And this is how dark and mean this is. And you know what happens on the show? We shouldn't say anybody's name. We talk about people on this show, and within how long? 6 months, they die.
Yeah. So
we did that to the Pope.
People think J.D. Vance killed him. No, we did.
No, we did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, but I'm not kidding. We literally just talked about the Pope. We were just talking about him, nothing negative, and then boom, he dies. So all of our fans are like, please don't talk about people anymore on the show.
May I read it for the room?
Yeah, can you read it?
Yes, Art Garfunkel is alive. He was born on November 5th, 1941.
Isn't this incredible that David Mamet's such an incredible writer?
I'm a terrible reader.
A Pulitzer Prize winner.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You can't even read 4 words without anything complex inside of it.
Yeah, well, give me a complex word. I can say it right now.
Yeah, but that's his genius.
Give him a complex.
I I'm a genius, right?
I know you.
Yeah, I know you too, dog.
Hey, I've given you so many compliments. If I give you another one today, it'd be uncomfortable.
Yeah, please don't.
Well, then I got to do it. It's the best T-shirt I've seen in 80.
One of the questions we get frequently is, how are you going to? And this is actually something that came up in Reddit the other day, and where unfortunately I do spend a lot of time reading Reddit.
That's good.
One of the comments was about the Vision trailer, and people said, why have they released the Vision trailer that looks like this when the game looks nothing like it?
It's part of the Vision trailer.
But it is a legit question. I mean, one of the things people ask a lot about is, how do you ever intend on capturing?
Well, I think the easiest way to describe it is, we talked about buildings earlier on, right? And that's what these Vision trailers are. They are like, what we're going to be breaking down and taking forward and building things up.
But we put effort into that to try to articulate what we want to create, both for the player base but also the development team. Because when you look at that, the moments like that, then you can help break it down into, like Olof was saying, what we need to deliver.
She's been in the game for 5 years and said, unjustly murdering my friend. Listen, I didn't murder him. I didn't even pop his pod. I call that aggressive recycling. So I'm fighting all the NPCs in this combat site and the Moa with my Heron. That's amazing. Thank you, CCP. Truly, a feature, not a bug. Nope, I'm dead. In the first video, we talked about the Heron fittings, game mechanics, and the lovely bedtime story known as speed tanking. Now it's time for part 2, featuring some actual fights.
Are you a hot sleeper? Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night, overheated and drenched in sweat?
In case you aren't aware, Nintendo has been trying to sue Pocket Pair, the makers of Palworld, into the dirt ever since their Mega Million-Dollar franchise launched last year. Palworld, as you know, took the world by storm. It evolved many concepts that Nintendo frankly was just uninterested in doing themselves, because Pokemon was making them boatloads of money either way. But once Palworld released officially, and it broke over 1 million players on Steam concurrently alone, Nintendo stepped in and angrily claimed that Palworld was infringing on their copyright patents. Since then, Palworld has had to remove many elements of their games due to the lawsuit. For an example, Pals are no longer able to come out of balls because Nintendo says it's too similar to their Pokeball mechanic. You also can't fly on your pals anymore because according to Nintendo, it's too similar to how you can ride on Pokemon's backs. That one is kind of egregious, especially because I have no idea how you can claim that you own the right to mount traversal in a video game. But anyways, there's been developments, and it looks like, if these are to be believed, that in terms of who's winning this lawsuit, it looks actually to favor Palworld and not Nintendo. After this, I'll get into some general Nintendo news I want to talk about as well, and if you can like the video and leave a comment, it would help the channel out immensely. Thank you, but now let's get into it. Firstly, this is from Dexerto.com, Nintendo makes bizarre change to Palworld lawsuit. So like I said, this is all about patents and what can and cannot be used based on what Nintendo feels is right. But now, they're apparently going behind the backs of everyone, Pocket Pair included, to change their patents terminology amidst this ongoing lawsuit. The specific patent changed was the one in regards to switching between ground to flying mounts by riding your pals. Nintendo has updated their terminology on this patent, which reads as follows, and it's a word salad, but it reads, and even when emphasis added any boarding character other than the aerial boarding character capable of moving in the air is the currently selected boarding character, and a first operation input is given when the player character is in the air, the computer causes the aerial boarding character to appear in the virtual space, and causes the player character to board the aerial boarding character instead of the currently selected boarding character from among the boarding characters. Yeah, like I said, a word salad. Basically, Nintendo is adding words like even when to their patents terminology, which is only being done to muddy up and confuse exactly what is allowed according to their patents based on what YouTubers like Legal Mindset has said in the past. Which is this man on screen here, in case you don't know, who is, yes, also an actual lawyer. So this patent change in Legal Mindset's opinion is only being done by a rival company during a lawsuit for a single reason, which is because they are losing and are not getting the intended outcome they thought was going to happen when it comes to them suing another company. This sort of word salad whataboutism changes are meant to confuse you on purpose. It's meant to be nebulous. Kind of dodgy as well, in order for Nintendo to have more leeway and ability to change how things are done or said in terms of the legal process. This way, if Nintendo's lawyers come up with a gotcha of some kind, Nintendo can go, see, actually we did say that in the patent. Because the more nebulous they are, the more technically they're right as well. So what's the end goal here, you may be asking? In Legal Mindset's opinion, Nintendo wants to win this lawsuit for two reasons. The first is cement themselves as the de facto giants of monster capturing mechanics and games in the entire world. The other, and this is why this is so important that Pocket Pair wins, is that if Nintendo wins their lawsuit specifically in their details, then they want and demand the removal of Palworld from all digital storefronts and to be paid for the damages caused by Pocket Pair's game to their brand and image of Pokemon and Nintendo as a company. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that this isn't just a money thing. Nintendo genuinely wants to erase Palworld from existence, okay? The hate is real, guys. However, according to Pocket Pair and Legal Mindset, Palworld is not infringing on any of Nintendo's patents because they cannot claim to own a game mechanic. One of these is obviously, as the patent image shows here, the concept of capturing a monster with a ball. Yeah, we all know the ties to Pokemon, but it's not just really Pokemon. Many games use some sort of capture mechanic to also capture creatures. Monster Hunter Stories, technically just Monster Hunter in general, allows you to capture monsters, although with nets and stuff. And then you also have games like Yokai Watch? I think it's Yokai Watch. Anyway, Yokai Watch also does this as well. Hell, even Dragon Quest allows you to capture monsters too. Not to mention Shin Megami Tensei, which, in case you don't know, was a big inspiration and was actually a series about capturing monsters before even Pokemon. Just Google it, as it's seen here, which reads, yes, the Shin Megami Tensei series, which includes Persona, is considered a significant inspiration for the Pokemon franchise. SMT, with its monster collecting and fusing gameplay, predates Pokemon by several years. If you want exact numbers, Shin Megami Tensei first had a game in 1987, and the first Pokemon game was released in 1996. So almost 10 years after, yet you don't see Shin Megami Tensei or Atlas suing Pokemon for using monster capturing mechanics or more. The reason behind this is very simple, because they don't own the patents, and you cannot own the patents to gameplay mechanics like this because they're used everywhere. It would be like trying to trademark the concept of jumping or shooting in a video game. Yep, it doesn't work that way. So, for Nintendo to do this to Palworld is hypocritical and proves just how bloodthirsty Nintendo really is when it comes to how they operate as a company, especially in the eyes of what they perceive to be their competition. They'd rather not coexist with anything that could challenge them, but just erase them completely, and that's just not right. So the fact that Nintendo is currently losing this lawsuit is hopefully exactly what happens. Because nothing would make me happier than to see a tyrant as big as Nintendo with their corporate iron fist being crushed by the little guys and being exposed as the bullies that they are. In that same Gamers Fray article, which I referenced earlier, they say later on in their detailed breakdown as seen here, that Nintendo is launching multiple versions of patents at Palworld specifically, hoping that any one of these will stick. Apparently, this is done because launching just a single version can be thrown out of court and then you got nothing. But if you got multiple slightly altered versions of a similar patent in your possession, you can then in theory bombard your enemy with a deluge of nonsense, and eventually, hopefully, one will stick and then you'll win your lawsuit. Is this scummy and annoying? Absolutely. Has it worked in the past? Absolutely. Nintendo is of course known for crushing their enemies by overwhelming them with legal nonsense and using their billions to simply outlast their opponents until they cannot financially continue their defense against Nintendo's claims and will just have to submit instead. Yes, this is a real tactic that is allowed. Think of it like a castle being sieged. If the enemy, in this case Nintendo, surrounds the castle, and in doing so, that castle being sieged cannot get supplies from the outside, it's really only a matter of time before the people inside the castle either starve to death, turn on one another in desperation, or plead for defeat to escape their situation. And Nintendo is that fat king sitting outside in the camp laughing while eating grapes while watching their enemies drop in weight and sanity pretty much every single time they sue someone. But as Legal Minds had discovered, based on Nintendo's patents and what they're pushing, they don't have a strong case to create a lawsuit against Palworld specifically everywhere that is not Japan. So in America, for example, Nintendo's lawsuits do not hold as much water. And this is where it could possibly end in Nintendo's lawsuit and have them lose to Palworld, which would be a big win for everyone who isn't Nintendo. Because these lawsuits are not just relegated to one country because of the nature of video games and how they're sold, which is obviously global, but all of them. So, sure, Nintendo could in theory, I guess, win their lawsuit to Pocket Pair within Japan. However, the majority of Palworld's player base, if you don't know, is not within Japan, but mostly in America and beyond. For example, in many articles since Palworld's release, their devs have said the sole reason why they added guns to the game in the first place was to appease to North American audiences, claiming that American players love to shoot things, and I mean they sold millions of copies in America alone, so yeah, they're kind of right. So let's say that Nintendo wins a lawsuit, partially in Japan, but they lose everywhere else. Then it's a massive win still for Palworld, because their actual player base is not really Japan anyway. So if Nintendo's patents work for Palworld in Japan, it could also lead to different versions of the game existing. Where in Japan, if you play Palworld, it has no balls to throw or pals to ride, I guess, but then outside of Japan, the game's philosophy and design would remain unchanged. That would piss off Nintendo a lot, and honestly, I hope that it does. And as a Screen Rant article, which is this one here, don't worry about the boycott stuff that they're saying. That's not really a thing, because it's just mostly some users online saying that they want to boycott Nintendo for how they're treating, Pocket Pair. But what's really important here is what Screen Rant says in this section here, that the ability to change a patent or its wording during an ongoing lawsuit is actually, if you don't know, perfectly legal in both America and Japan, which is kind of crazy if you ask me, especially because this would lead to many times where things are just changed to make you win due to market manipulation, and I'm surprised that's even allowed. As one user said in the article, how is Nintendo allowed to hold onto patents for things for so long even when they're not using them? The answer, as it said later in this article, is obvious. It's because they're greedy. That's all it ever was and ever will be. Nintendo has gone after so many others in the past for lesser reasons too. They simply do not want any competition when it comes to what they make at all. Because if Palworld were to evolve itself into a more Pokemon-like experience with more of the hallmarks that series is known for, that would not only pressure Nintendo to just make better games, but also delegitimize a reason to own their hardware if the same sort of experiences can be played outside of their ecosystem. Because as seen here from IGN, the Switch 2 was the fastest selling console in history there, and yeah, for good reason. Because Nintendo smartfully keeps an iron grip on their IPs and where they can be played, which is obviously only on their hardware unless you're a pirate, of course. And the idea is that Nintendo wants to make their platform so strong and synonymous with their franchises that they own that you have no choice, legally anyway, but to buy a Switch 2 to play their games. But when a smaller developer makes a far more innovative version of your best-selling franchise for half the price and sells over 10 million units in a single year, yeah, they're gonna want to bury it at the bottom of the sea forever. It's really just jealousy and greed on Nintendo's part, but it is good to know that they're currently anyways not winning their lawsuit, especially out here in the US. Because if they were to lose, Palworld would genuinely become unstoppable, since Nintendo doesn't really cater to PlayStation, Xbox, or Steam players. This then leaves hundreds of millions of potential customers that are eager and ready to buy and play something like Pokemon that isn't Pokemon, since Nintendo will never release their games on any other platform. But if Palworld is able to grow without any real resistance on the backs of every major platform in opposition of Nintendo, yeah, that's a big problem for them. But I honestly hope that's exactly what happens, because Nintendo is greedy as hell. As Gamers Frey says here in their article, Nintendo has put themselves in a bad spot with this Palworld lawsuit. Because now if they rewrite every patent and resubmit, technically it would only be a single patent being viable for the lawsuit instead of the many before, which would severely lessen their chances of winning what is already a case crumbling apart in their hands as time goes on, because it's frankly ridiculous. Gamers Frey does state that Nintendo back in February 2025 did update another patent as well, which wasn't really discovered because it wasn't finalized until very recently. Its patent number is 122200638, which is this one on screen here that you're all seeing. It's an updated patent about Nintendo's right to owning the concept of capturing monsters within video games. And as you're seeing, they're using a lot of terminology and just paragraph after paragraph of information to detail exactly what they want to own and control when it comes to these patents. As you can see, I'm just scrolling, and look at how long this patent is just to explain that they own the concept of capturing things with a ball. Why is the patent so long? It's because of what I detailed before. They add a bunch of useless jargon to tire their opposition out and make the patent as nebulous as possible while still having just enough to make the patent legal for submission. It's all being done so Nintendo can destroy their opposition through smoke and mirrors. Don't you love it when greedy companies want to get even greedier? Again, to refresh your memory in case you haven't seen my other Palworld Nintendo videos, another big reason why these patents are finalized and pushed is because in Japan anyways, they use these patents to not only control the concepts but license out the ideas to other companies to make money by allowing them to use these ideas in their games as well. This is likely why games like Monster Hunter Stories or more haven't been sued by Nintendo, because they probably paid for the rights to use the things. Sure, Palworld could in theory try to pay Nintendo for the right to use the capture mechanics or more in the future, but it's very obvious now that Nintendo doesn't really want to even entertain this idea because they frankly just want Palworld to die and just be erased for even attempting to challenge their dominance for the #1 spot when it comes to monster capturing games. As Screen Rant said recently in an article, they're chosen a clear side as to who they think is the winner, and yes, they did choose Pocket Pair and Palworld, which honestly, that's who I'm thinking will win this as well. As Screen Rant says here, when Nintendo was done with these patent changes and adding gobbledygook wording like even when, they are clearly desperate and are looking for the much needed win that they desire in this lawsuit that, a reminder, they started in the first place. And as Screen Rant says here, based on how the legal battle is going, this could be the beginning of the end of this lawsuit with Nintendo losing big time. What could happen if Nintendo loses, you may be asking? It's kind of unclear. Obviously, there would be a massive payout in Pocket Pair's favor. I doubt Pocket Pair could, reverse Uno this and somehow get something as big as Pokemon deleted or delisted or anything. But what it can and could do is ruin Nintendo's reputation and that of the Pokemon brand, and force them to stop making slop that is barely good enough for sale while raking in millions for the absolute bare minimum design-wise for every new entry in their flagship series, and hopefully also stop them from just suing anybody that they want for similar reasons. Because it's honestly frustrating how lazy Nintendo and Game Freak are with Pokemon all of these years, especially when they have revolutionized and revitalized other franchises like Zelda over the years, or more recently with Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yeah, Pokemon remains in this pathetic, good enough state to just barely meet the requirements for a new entry just to make millions every time a new game releases. What I truly hope is that if and when Nintendo loses this lawsuit, it stops them from being the bullies that they are to others so frequently. They're seriously one of the most bloodthirsty companies out there when it comes to crushing freedom of development or expression in other games. And it's really weird how a company that has things like monkeys wearing ties or elves fighting monsters, that their image is so kid-friendly, and yet they're so hell-bent when it comes to the corporatized side of the equation. And it still makes me roll my eyes that Nintendo is the company still releasing games from companies with subpar performance compared to their competition. Like, for example, look at Borderlands 4, which is coming to Switch 2, although a few weeks after its release. It's coming out in October for Switch 2. But the caveat here is that it will release at 30 frames per second. Oh joy, another game that will play worse on Nintendo's hardware again, and it's new hardware by the way. But this is what's going on with Nintendo right now. If they're not trying to make everyone pay $80 American digitally for a game, or $120 in Canada like me, they're throwing their entire bank accounts behind them to crush the little guys because they're being shown how lazy they are when it comes to how poorly optimized the Pokemon franchise has become. May Nintendo lose the lawsuit, lose millions of dollars, and get the just desserts they so dearly need forever trying this in the future. And I hope that more Pokemon-like games exist in the future as well. If not for any other reason than to annoy Nintendo and make them lose even more money in lawsuits. But what do you think about all of this? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching, subscribe to keep up to date, and I'll see you next time.
I've been a longtime fan of Armor Colostrum for recovery, gut health, and immune system support. I've also found that it helps me with my recovery time.
Hello there. Now you may have several questions like, Dave, why are you on this spaceship? Aren't you supposed to be in hell? And it turns out that Starfield is actually one of the layers of hell. Who could have guessed? It was just a quick trip over the Uncanny Valley and down into the Existential Crisis corner. You see, a lot of people think there's only 9 layers to hell, but there's actually well over 2,000 and all of them are procedurally generated. Now, for those of you somehow unaware, Starfield is an action space adventure game created by Bethesda, and during the time of its release, it was their first new IP in 25 years. In fact, this game was Todd Howard's dream, his chance to make the game that he always wanted to. And when it came out, it was not received well. The reviews were mixed at the start and soon dipped into overwhelmingly negative. And a year later, when the DLC came out, it received the same treatment, now with even more vitriol. And I've come here today to express my thoughts on it and explain why I think Starfield feels like a fake video game. So I guess this is the part where I say hello everybody, you're watching Dead Topics, the show where we talk about whatever we want, whenever we want, for as long as we want. I'm your host Dave, and welcome to... Now, I don't know how long I've been trapped in Starfield, I'm starting to lose track of time, but it's been long enough for me to know the settled systems like the back of my hands, isn't that right, Vasco? I have no idea what he's saying, but the longer I stay here, the more this game feels fake. In fact, Starfield has elicited a feeling from me that I haven't gotten from most other video games I've played. One of the very few things that's unique about this game is the strange vibe it exudes. It's almost uncomfortable in a sense when playing through this game because it feels like I've fallen into a fever dream of some kind and I'm just waiting to wake up. So while this is technically a review, I'm more here to find out why this game elicits such strange feelings from me when I play it. Now, when I say Starfield is a fake video game, I don't mean it literally. Yes, you can buy the game and play it. It does exist and have mechanics. However, despite that, something about it feels artificial, not real. I believe it is the first AAA fake game. Which is why throughout this video, I'm going to repeat the mantra, Starfield is not a real game. It's a fake game. But what does that mean? In order to explain that, we're going to have to discuss a new field of science I invented 5 seconds ago, called fake mechanics. You see, a fake mechanic in a video game is a mechanic that either does not exist while tricking you into thinking it does, or a mechanic that tries to come off as complicated when it's really extremely shallow. And Starfield has a lot of those. You see, it's a game that banks on the illusion of grandeur. It's a game that wants you to believe it's incredibly deep, complex, and larger than life when it really isn't, and uses cheap illusions or tricks to push that idea. Most of the mechanics in the game are half-baked and incredibly shallow with not much to them, while they're also pretending like this game is incredibly complex and deep. You've probably heard it 1,000 times if you've seen reviews of Bethesda games, but I'm gonna say it again because it just fits so perfectly. Wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle. Starfield is a game that got so obsessed with filling itself with tons and tons of mechanics that they didn't have time to make them individually good. You see, with a lot of role-playing games, if that's what you could even call this, they have tons of different mechanics to facilitate different styles of gameplay. You'll have a bunch of perks related to stealth, or to combat, or to other things that allow you to make a diverse character with different abilities. But if you go through a certain playstyle, there's a chance that you won't interact with some mechanics in these games. If you never spec into stealth and avoid every stealth mission by running in and shooting everybody, you're not interacting with the stealth mechanics and thus won't know what they're like. When I see reviews of this game, I see time and time again that there are certain mechanics that people just don't engage with unless they don't know how they work.
There is maybe a perks tied to it. However, I stuck to ranged firearms for my playthrough, so I can't really speak to how good or bad those parts of the sandbox are.
Now on the surface this is a good thing since it allows for player choice and for you to make diverse builds, and in any other game it would be great. But in Bethesda games, something more nefarious happens. You see, if you play through the game and don't engage with a lot of these side mechanics, you might be tricked into thinking they're just as complex as everything else. You'll go, hey, this game has stealth mechanics, and it has a crafting system, and it has chemical crafting, and tons of different perks, and all these different spaceships, and these outpost systems. It must be really complex. And that is the exact idea that the game banks on. You not finding out how shallow it truly is. It creates an illusion, a fake world where things seem complex, but the second that you actually engage with these mechanics, you find that there's not really much there. You see, most of Starfield is an illusion, which is part of why it feels like a fake video game. It's something pretending to be real, pretending to have depth, and pretending like you don't notice. And that is what this video is really about. To delve into the chicanery, the fraud, the smoke and mirrors that make up what this game truly is. A whole lot of nothing. Now, there's very little I can say about Starfield that hasn't been said already. This YouTuber, Patrician TV, has an 8-hour review of Starfield that goes over pretty much everything in the game, every single faction, the entire story, and so on. So a lot of these things you've probably heard before, but I think it's important that I point out the game's flaws because they're going to be integral to my main points. That something about this game just feels wrong, and it elicits a very strange feeling that I don't think many games can replicate. In fact, why don't I walk you through my opening experience with Starfield? Started the game, made my character, was fresh on a new Bethesda adventure, and immediately was given a spaceship and a super watch, for some reason. I touched a rock, and that suddenly made me the main character, I guess. So, I shot off into the stars. And when I gazed down at the planet below me, I was greeted with this. Is this normal in Starfield? Is that supposed to happen? I don't know if the planet's supposed to look like that. That doesn't seem normal. I think something might be wrong. It was a texture bug that was apparently quite common at the time. Planets would suddenly turn into these big green glowing Christmas orbs with text splattered on them. To have my immersion utterly shattered within the first 30 minutes of gameplay was, well, nothing new from Bethesda standards. But little did I know this giant floating ball of green was an omen. It was the first of many signs that the experience I was getting myself into was fake, like a simulation breaking down. The cracks were starting to form right away, and they only got bigger and bigger and bigger. I ignored it at first when I played Starfield, maybe had a little fun with the combat, but around 50 hours in, after I had completed the main story and gone into a brand new universe, I quit. I was going through the exact same randomly generated dungeon that I had before and thought to myself, why am I doing this? Suddenly I realized that this game wasn't fun. In fact, a lot of it was incredibly boring and lazy, so I quit, and in my steaming rage, I actually wrote a Steam review. So if you want my official dramatic review of Starfield, then allow me to read it to you. Starfield is a disappointment that we really should have seen coming. Every flaw Bethesda's games ever had is brought out tenfold, with the positive aspects of their game design dulled or removed entirely. It's a world with thousands of planets, of which you'll visit maybe 50, if that, and wish you had visited less. The settled systems are a bland, uninspired hodgepodge of half-baked ideas and unfulfilled potential. Put simply, the game feels like a soulless LARP between people who are half-trying. No NPC talks like a human, and their writing quality is on par with a high school student's fan fiction. The world building is more like watching a child shove action figures together. This game really wishes it was Cyberpunk, a game which you should definitely play instead. When I entered a club in Neon which had lighting and atmosphere so cartoonishly simple, it dawned on me that they practically didn't even try with Starfield's world design. In fact, anything this game tries to include is done a million times better somewhere else. It has combat, which is a duller version of Fallout 4, has spaceship flight and battles, which are a lackluster variant of No Man's Sky, and it has quests with half the depth of an Elder Scrolls game. Well, more like a fourth, if we're being honest. Everything it tries to do is done mediocre. It has nothing in it that wasn't done many times better by its competition. I don't know why I was glazing up Fallout 4 so much in that review, but still the point stands. My core opinions haven't changed much since my second playthrough, but I will say I've now got a lot more focus on this game just due to the fact that it feels so strange. But before we start, there's a few caveats. First and foremost, I'm going to be talking about Todd Howard and Emil a lot in this video, but I don't mean it in a super hateful sense. I don't want to end Todd Howard's career, and I don't think he's the worst person on planet Earth or anything. Most of the jabs at him are just for fun. I do think both of them have said things that are incredibly strange and delusional and a little bit concerning, but I don't despise them with all my heart or anything. Also, if you are a Starfield fan and you think all the critics are wrong and this game is a 10 out of 10 experience and everybody's being too harsh, I urge you to watch this video to the very last second. Because at the end I'm going to have a message for you in particular.
This is how I read 100 pages in 10 minutes. Just imagine listening on your way to class. I don't read anymore, I gave up on reading.
Starfield's glorious tale begins before Starfield even came out. You see, I think the marketing campaign that started before this game's release is very important in understanding why people had such a harsh reaction to it. Starfield was hyped to hell and back, with the marketing acting like this was the second coming of Christ. It's got our biggest cities yet, it's got thousands of planets, tons of adventures, a bajillion quests, and was generally hyped up as being the next big space game, the next big Bethesda RPG with tons of depth, complicated systems, and just an overall amazing experience to be had.
That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too.
You see that moon over there? You can climb that. Except it's not a real moon, is it, Todd? In fact, none of the planets that are floating around in space are actually physical. You can fly right through them since they don't have a hitbox. The top side of the planet isn't actually related at all to where you land. That's just a procedurally generated slice. So while Todd is technically true that the moon is there in the sense that they put a ball in the sky with no hitbox, but when you say it like that, it's not very impressive. And Bethesda and Todd are great at skirting the line of false advertising. They'll use half-truths, subtly disguise things, and overall do a good job at hiding the fact that they're trying to lie to your face to sell you a product. And sometimes they'll just directly lie. Like this quote from Pete Hines, which says that you can in fact walk around an entire planet, even though you can't. And he knows that. The fact that you can't do this was actually leaked prior to release, and Bethesda had to quickly confirm it. But the person who got the response here would be tricked into thinking that the game does actually support that, and would only find out and be disappointed after they spent too much time in the game to refund it. But Pete Hines left, and it was only through Twitter, so you can't get mad at us for publicly lying. And that's what Starfield's marketing was for the most part. Smoke and mirrors, half-truths, lies, deception, to trick you into thinking this game was way more complicated than it actually was. The most truthful line in the entire Starfield showcase was this one right here.
Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years, but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through.
Yes, it is a Bethesda RPG. In fact, that's all it is. Its genre is Bethesda. They're acting like this is something new and grand and that the technology for this kind of game just didn't exist prior to its creation. But in reality, you're getting things you had decades ago with slightly better graphics and a little bit of more polish. And when I say a little bit, I do mean a little bit. Despite all the grand showcasing of this game, most of it just feels outdated. A lot of the marketing for this game feels vapid, like there's really nothing being said. Like, for instance, when asked what the style of Starfield was, their response is NASA punk. Which, what the hell does that mean?
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA punk.
NASA, the United States government's aerospace agency? and it's combined with punk. So we have government punk. Right. Starfield doesn't actually have a style, because to have that, it would need to be a real video game, and Starfield's not a real game, it's a fake game. But I'll talk more of its non-existent style later, or I guess not, since there's not really much to talk about, since again, it doesn't exist. It's all an illusion, a fantasy that was cooked up by Todd Howard when he had a fever dream one time. The problem with basing things on a fever dream is that you kind of have to make sense of it yourself, and honestly, I don't think they succeeded. And most people would agree, since they were heavily disappointed once the game finally came out. Now this is when I want to make my stance here perfectly clear. Some people, who shall remain nameless, might say that we were acting entitled when we overreacted to how bad Starfield was. I disagree. When a corporation comes out and overhypes something like crazy using half-truths and pushed marketing to make something seem way more impressive than it actually is, they shouldn't be surprised when gamers who are paying over $70 in some cases for this game are disappointed when they aren't given the thing they were promised. Everybody acts like we put companies to too high standards when the companies are the ones who set those standards in the first place. We have a company with millions of dollars, tons of talent, and decades of experience, along with tons of hits behind them, telling us that they've created something amazing and showing it off in the most dramatic way possible. And then they're somehow mad when we get expectations that are too great for them? If you don't want to have to deal with great expectations, don't set great expectations, or otherwise expect people to be heavily disappointed. Some people act like it's our fault when we aren't anything less than pleased when given a mediocre product that doesn't stand up to its competition. Now, a lot of people found Starfield mediocre. I'm not one of them. I don't think it's mediocre. I think it's just bad. But I cannot fault them at all for thinking that after being hyped up like crazy. In fact, people were so hyped for this game that the buyer's remorse was going into overdrive. There was a honeymoon period when people didn't realize just how shallow and empty the game was yet, where they were acting like it was the most amazing thing in the world. But that slowly started to fade away once the marketing hype ended. In fact, one of my friends originally loved Starfield when it first came out, but now they can't stand it. However, there was a point in between where they hadn't realized just how terrible the game was yet and were acting like it was something that was super amazing and actually really good. But I can't blame them. If you spend over $70 on a game with the expectation that it's going to be amazing and the game provides some generic fun for the first couple of hours, you're probably going to get tricked into thinking it's good as well. What made it even worse for Starfield was that it came out around the same time as Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, which just blows this game out of the water. Not to mention, No Man's Sky got some free advertising in there too, since they've updated their game over many years to be much better than it was at launch, and it provides a lot of features that Starfield just doesn't. And guess what? You can walk around an entire planet seamlessly in No Man's Sky, and they don't even have to lie about it on Twitter. The truth of the matter is, behind all this marketing is a generic, boring Bethesda RPG that barely has an identity of its own. The marketing feels vapid, like they're saying nothing, because there's not really much to be said. It reminds me a lot of the game Dreamworld, which if you haven't heard of that before, it was essentially a Kickstarter project that was created by two people who had no idea what they were doing. They slapped together a bunch of generic purchase assets and then pretended like it was going to be a complete video game when it really wasn't. And a lot of the things said in the marketing are very similar to Starfield.
From the highest mountains with waist-high snow, to tundra, to desert, to a Candyland biome, to a pirate bay with jungle surrounding its desolate velocity. You'll see it all.
From the rocks at your feet to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds. That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too.
And the worst part is, this kind of marketing does work. They did manage to successfully fund this project and make the game. But the game had to come out eventually, and when it did, people were disappointed. Because no matter how well you sell something, eventually the product has to end up in the buyer's hands. And once that happens, all bets are off. No more half-truths, no more deceiving, just the product right in front of our very eyes. And what we got did not impress. The game received heavily mixed reviews and then later became overwhelmingly negative for a while. And years later, when the DLC came out, it received the exact same treatment. And that leads us to when it launched. At launch, it was hyped up by YouTubers for a little bit until everybody realized how shallow the experience was, and that died off. A lot of people started complaining about it, the reviews came in and weren't very positive. And there was just a bunch of launch decisions that made absolutely no sense. Like, for instance, from the very beginning, you did not have maps of the cities. That's right, there were no city maps like months after launch. That to me is still baffling, a feature which pretty much every game like this has from day one just wasn't in Starfield and had to be patched in later. And it's not like these city maps were super complicated either. If it truly was the case that these city maps were just too complicated to get working by launch, they could have given us some simpler maps to start off with and upgrade later. That way people would know where the hell they were going. But maybe the missing city maps were a metaphor of how this game lacked any sense of direction. When everything's the same, everything's generic, and one NPC is indistinguishable for another, do you really need a map to tell you where you are? Well, I think I'd like one, but whatever. Now, the release was the typical Bethesda affair, lots of bugs, but nothing too extreme. In fact, there were bugs at launch that I still encounter years later. But even the launch meltdown wasn't as exciting as some of the other games Bethesda put out. Like, Fallout 76 had some absolutely insane bugs that made that game fun to look at least. Its launch disaster was very loud, whereas Starfield's was a pathetic whimper. This is a game that's so fake it can't even do a Bethesda launch crisis correctly. And after the launch, it was all downhill from there. There's so many things that make this game feel fake, feel off. And while I could sit here and just review it simply telling you everything that's wrong with it, I think that doesn't quite get to the point of why I feel the way I do about Starfield. I won't go as far as to say Starfield is entirely a scam, because it is a real game, you can play it, it does have content, the quality of said content notwithstanding, but despite that, it still gives me that same vibe of a fake video game. Do you know the game The Day Before that came out? It was a complete and total scam using stolen assets. It had about 2-ish hours of content, which is how long you would have to play the game until you would no longer be able to refund it. After that, it was about as bland and generic as can be, with little fun to be had. Starfield is like that, but that 2-hour period is stretched out to an entire game. It's like the first AAA asset flip scam game, despite not stealing assets and not being a scam. Which is, in a way, the only thing that makes it unique, because despite being made by a major developer with people with years of experience and talent and tons of development time, it still just feels fake. And there are several reasons for that, and in this case, what the game doesn't have is just as important as what it does. So let's look at some things that Starfield lacks that makes it feel like a fake video game.
Vistor Dynamics, can I help you? I hope you have some organic data worth sharing.
Starfield is a
Vista
tale that
strives to
takes
learn
place
everything
in
it can
settled
about the cosmos.
systems, with the main story revolving around the question, what's out there?
We're all here
Help you with
because
anything
we're
else?
committed to the biggest question of
Feel
all.
free to return once you can.
What's out there?
The Explorer Group Constellation is the last 7 people in the entire universe who care about exploring, and they've discovered these mysterious artifacts which seem to be linked to some extraterrestrial sentient life. You start out on a mining company in some far-reaching corner of space, discovering one of the artifacts deep under the ground. So I guess nobody cares about exploring, but also explores distant planets
I've got
to
quality
find more
weapons for
resources.
discerning. You don't want to be caught unprepared.
Figure that one out. Whenever you touch one of these magic rocks, you end up having an acid trip, seeing visions of glowing lights and music. One of Constellation's members, Barrett, finds you and decides to take you away from your job. You
Well,
don't have a
our
choice,
skins
he
are
just kind of
guaranteed
says,
brand
nope,
new.
you're not working here
Take a
anymore,
look.
goodbye. He gives you a bootleg Pip-Boy, which isn't as cool as the Pip-Boy because you don't actually look at your wrist to open the menu, along with a brand new starship and a companion, Vasco, who I still don't understand. You're told to fly back to the Lodge, which is where Constellation makes their home, and to not make any deviations, so you immediately make a deviation. Because there's pirates hunting you, and you now gotta kill them all. You, with your experience as a miner, go in and kill every single person there. It's okay, I took the bounty hunter background, so it's all lore accurate. You also get the choice to persuade the bounty hunters, but that would require me to talk about the persuasion system, and I really just don't want to do that. After all the pirates are dead, you fly to the city of New Atlantis to go meet up with Constellation, and some family-friendly NPCs. And these NPCs definitely sound like real humans and not like an AI trying to convince you to play this game for long enough so it can absorb your soul and take over your body.
In any event, you all must be exhausted. Just give me a moment to coordinate some details with security.
she never coordinated those details with security.
When you return to the lodge, you add an artifact to the collection, and they all start floating with some unknown energy. This is an amazing discovery, which Constellation will share with nobody. Are you honestly telling me that the future is so diluted that even when people discover literal magic, nobody cares? Like, they don't even put any tariffs on magical space artifacts? You figure they would do that at least. This is where your journey as Constellation's errand boy begins, as you travel to distant planets, like maybe 5 or 6 of them. Engage in space battles, which are so bad that you wish you could skip them, and try to uncover the secrets of the universe. But your hunt for artifacts is interrupted when you find a mysterious alien ship which attacks you, trying to take the artifact from your clutches. You see, this mysterious ship belongs to one of the Starborn, which I'll angrily talk about that name later. You see, the Starborn are people from other universes in the multiverse.
Sure, take a
Yes,
look
it's a
around.
multiverse story. By collecting all the artifacts and installing them on your ship, you can build an armillary, which will allow you to fly to the center of the multiverse, entering the Unity. After you enter the Unity, you leave your previous universe behind and travel to an identical universe that's also a little bit in the past, because gameplay reasons. You also get gifted a brand new super spaceship and strange space magic armor as just part of the Unity package. Maybe this was like a marketing thing for the creators of the universe, since they couldn't sell
Anything
their
else you
ships
need?
any other way, since they look so stupid. A lot of the Starborn really want the artifacts so they can find temples to get more super space magic powers. And you end up fighting them
that
in your
everything?
own quest for super space magic powers, and eventually run into one called the Hunter, who is a Starborn who's been traveling through hundreds and hundreds and
Come
hundreds
back
of
when you're ready.
universes. But you are an anomaly to him. You see, in most universes, your character just kind of dies or doesn't do anything important. So now that you've finally gotten the main character powers, he's really surprised. There's also another Starborn called the Emissary, who will be a version of one of your companions that dies during the story. One of your companions can die during the story, and it's not as dramatic as you might think. You see, the Hunter is evil. He wants you to collect all the artifacts and go through the Unity. The Emissary, on the other hand, is on the side of good. They want you to collect all the artifacts and go through the Unity. But you can choose to side with neither of them, fighting them both, and getting the artifacts and going through the Unity. Huh. Starfield's storyline is kind of stupid. In fact, a lot of it is just kind of generic sci-fi tropes and not a lot of originality or complexity. You were literally sold a bare-bones multiverse storyline that tries to act like it's super grand when it's really just not. So many things in this story feel like they were shoved in for no reason or because Todd or Emil thought it sounded cool. Like, for instance, in the Starfield lore, the entire Earth has been stripped of its atmosphere and has turned into a big dust ball. The actual canonical reason this happened is because the spaceship's grav drives, the thing that allow for faster than light travel, actually stripped the planet of its entire atmosphere. Yes, NASA invented a mecha doomsday weapon. It's really funny that this game plasters NASA literally everywhere in its marketing, and its style was literally called NASA Punk by one of the game devs. And at one point you even take a tour of an abandoned NASA facility, them showing them off, like, hey, look how cool NASA is. And they also made NASA responsible for the deaths of billions and the destruction of the entire Earth. Yeah, really showing your love for NASA there, guys. Imagine being someone who works at NASA, shaking hands with Todd Howard, being like, oh man, it's so great that you guys put us in your game. Man, I really hope that you focus on exploration, space. It's just things I'm so fascinated by. And they respond by depicting you all as psychopathic mass murderers who kill the entire planet just for a discovery. Also, can we talk about that? The way the Earth got destroyed is so fucking stupid that it baffles me. There was a small bug, just a tiny little glitch in the grav drive that destroyed the entire planet, and they fixed this by disguising a small tweak to the fueling pumps. That means that every single spaceship in the entirety of the settled systems, of which there's gotta be like thousands and thousands of them, are all mecha doomsday weapons which can wipe an entire planet off the map. And again, there are starship engineers in this world. They know how to build starships, they know how to build grav drives, they've been doing it for hundreds of years. You're telling me that these futuristic spaceship designers who can build new starships from scratch and recreate grav drives know less about spaceships than humans hundreds of years ago? All it would take is one Starship engineer making a screw-up for the entirety of the planet New Atlantis is on to be stripped of its atmosphere and for billions to die. Again, no thought was put into this plot at all. They just kind of threw in that spaceship destroying the planet thing because they wanted to talk about philosophy. The rest of the story doesn't fare much better. Most of the companions are incredibly boring and forgettable, and they're basically cardboard cutouts when compared to their contemporaries from things like Cyberpunk or Baldur's Gate 3. Those games have actual memorable characters with personality, but Starfield can't have any personality because that would require it to be a real video game, and Starfield's not a real game. It's a fake game. The storyline also banks on you believing that nobody else in the entirety of the settled system is investigating these artifacts or knows anything about them, and Constellation are the only people who care about exploring. This, of course, doesn't make any fucking sense because of the game's procedural generation sticking all these massive temples and spatial anomalies right next to outposts where humans are living. It's been like 100 years since we've unlocked spaceflight. Somebody would have stumbled onto these things on accident, and there's tons of people who own artifacts and just don't look into them at all. And Constellation is supposed to be this mysterious group, despite the fact they're just parked out right in the middle of a city where anybody can come visit them. If you take the perk that allows you to get parents, they're basically in walking distance of the lodge and can send you letters and just visit there whenever they want. So Constellation isn't this mysterious, strange organization. They're pretty out in the open. Everybody should know about them. The game has a bunch of different factions, like the Crimson Fleet, who are generic space pirates, the UC Vanguard, who are a military organization that will hire anybody who walks through their front door, the Trackers Alliance. Try and guess what they do. The Freestar Collective, which are space cowboys, Ryujin, which is this game's poor attempt to copy Arasaka, House Varun, which is its space cult, and, a lot of these are just really boring. I find myself struggling to play through the faction quest lines in these games. I really just want to shut the thing off and go back to playing Cyberpunk or Baldur's Gate 3 instead. But I'm here to suffer, and the storyline definitely provides. As mentioned before, one of the major events in the story is that the hunter can kill one of your companions. During that quest, you can either choose to go up to the Eye to defend a certain group of companions, or stay down at the Lodge to defend the companion you're with right now. Whoever ends up dying, it doesn't really matter since I have no connection to any of these characters at all. And when you start New Game Plus, you can actually avoid this death entirely, which is one of the few things that being a Starborn actually does right. Let's talk about New Game Plus. So this game doesn't actually have a real ending. A lot of build-up, but no ending. You get a little space slideshow in the middle of the Unity and then get shot into another universe, essentially continuing the game forever and ever and ever and ever. You can change some story events, but it doesn't really alter that much, and it's a mechanic that sounds cooler on paper than it is in practice. But hey, when you reset the universe, sometimes the Lodge can change. Wow, this game's so in-depth, guys, it's incredible. Oh, you could play it for thousands of hours. Yeah, Bethesda added some small changes to the Lodge sometimes whenever you reset the universe, and they act like this is the biggest mechanic in gaming history. These changes only happen in the Lodge, essentially, and they range from Sarah Morgan being a potted plant to there being an evil version of you. Ooh. And these are cool, but I never got to any of them. Because in order to do that, you have to collect all the artifacts and reset the entire universe again, which is so tedious and annoying, and I kind of gave up before I got that far. Resetting the universe once felt like it drained a lot of my willpower to keep playing, and I never ended up doing it a second time. Again, there's a small chance you'll get it every time you reset the universe, so you might get absolutely nothing, or you might get Sarah Morgan as a potted plant. And as much as the Starfield fans want me to sit here in awe and clap like a seal because Sarah got made into a potted plant in one timeline that I never reached, this mechanic is incredibly small in the grand scope of things, and it doesn't make Starfield amazing. There's a chance when you reset the universe you can run into a version of Constellation that is made up of alternate variants of yourself. Whoa! And you can get yourself as a companion, because one of yourself wasn't already boring enough. The only companion I found myself caring about is the Adoring Fan, because he's kind of funny. And it reminds me of a better game. The only good companion that Bethesda could make in this game is a clone of a companion in another game. Incredible. Overall, Starfield's story is a generic multiverse plot that tries to make itself seem more grand than it really is. And that's part of why this all feels fake and artificial. This storyline is just kind of strange and really boring. And going through it, I don't feel like I'm on an epic space adventure. I feel like I'm on a treadmill, running and running and running, but getting nowhere. And the mechanics of this game don't make it much better, so I guess it's time to delve into that. Buckle your space belts, because there's a lot more to cover. Starfield is a game that feels like it was made by an AI. You've probably heard the phrase, "this feels like it was made by an AI," in a review before, right? It's typically used as a generic insult for any form of writing that just doesn't feel good. But when I say this about Starfield, I'm not just being catty, I mean it very specifically. You see, I watched a video about AI art not too long ago where they gave an example of asking an AI to generate a picture of a train with legs. And the AI did just that. It generated a picture of a train with these spider legs, but it kept the train tracks. Even though a train with legs wouldn't need tracks. The reason it did this is because an AI doesn't actually understand what a train is, nor does it understand what legs are, or what a track is. In fact, the AI doesn't understand anything. That's not what it was designed for. An AI image generator just reads through prompts and spits out artwork based on other things it's seen, without understanding any of what's going on. The AI doesn't know why trains have tracks, it just knows that trains have tracks. And that right there is what I think is the biggest design flaw of Starfield. Understanding that games do certain things, but not understanding why games do certain things. This mentality goes far beyond the game itself. Todd Howard seems to embody this philosophy very well. There's an infamous quote by Todd Howard, and when I first saw this, I was baffled, to say the least. You see, a lot of Starfield is just empty, procedurally generated planets with next to nothing there, and this concept to most humans would be incredibly boring, but to Todd Howard, it's not. In response to this idea, Todd infamously said, "When astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there, but they weren't bored."
Are you interested in mushrooms? Do you like drama? You'll love this. I'm Matt, a food scientist, and it's crazy how many lies brands will tell you about mushrooms just to scam you out of your money. First, it is true that lion's mane has cognitive benefits. Lion's mane has well-researched compounds called hericenones and erinacine.
I sat there for a moment awestruck at how Todd Howard could say something so elegantly and so confidently stupid. But then it hit me. Todd
services have been suspended. Landing pads retracted. Hangar bays secured. Maintenance task confirmation is acknowledged. All decks are prepared for hyperspace. Attention all carrier crew. Frameshift drive engaged.
Howard doesn't understand why people wanted to go to the moon. The guy whose dream game was about space exploration doesn't understand why people want to explore space. I can't believe I have to explain this, but I will. The reason people wanted to go to the moon was because it was a massive challenge. The moon is something that hung over our heads for thousands of years that was just too far away for us to reach. The idea of ever going there at all in the past was utterly ridiculous. No human being had ever set foot there because 1, it was incredibly far away, and 2, was incredibly treacherous. But humanity didn't take no for an answer. They got together some of the brightest minds they possibly could and assembled a marvel of technology to shoot themselves out of the planet's atmosphere and all the way to the moon. Not only landing there, but also getting all the way back safely. And additionally, around the time we were doing this, the United States was in a space race against the Soviet Union. They wanted to get to the moon first to prove who was more technologically superior. So not only was there a massive push to break boundaries, but there was also a sense of competition that pushed everybody to want to get to the moon. After spending an insane amount of money, an insane amount of time, and an insane amount of dedication, we finally managed to shoot a group of people all the way into space and onto the moon. For the first time in all of human history, a man managed to get onto the moon, take a step onto a place no other person had ever reached before. When Neil Armstrong first got out of that pod, it was one small step for man, but a giant leap for mankind. If you want to go to the moon in Starfield, you just hit a fast travel button and you're there. There's nothing here. When you strip all those other factors away, all you're left with is just nothing. You see, the moon in real life is a barren wasteland. There isn't much interesting up there, but it was never about the destination, it was about the journey. How we could break boundaries, push the laws of what was possible, and what it meant for us as a species. If you want an example of a game that does this well, that would be Kerbal Space Program, where you have to actually build a rocket to fly to the moon. And if you don't know what you're doing, actually managing to get to the moon can be difficult. You have to do a lot of trial and error and testing to build a functional rocket that can take you all the way to another planetary body. And even if there's not much up there, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. If you could just instantly fast travel to the moon in Kerbal Space Program, then it wouldn't be as fun. But Todd Howard doesn't seem to understand this. He knows that people like going to the moon, but doesn't know why. There are games with empty barren wastelands, and the moon is an empty barren wasteland, so empty barren wastelands must be fun. Again, they don't understand why people like what they do, and as a result they mess things up. This kind of thing is pervasive in Starfield. And this lack of understanding is one of the first of many reasons why this game can never be good, at least not with the development mindset that it had. It doesn't matter how much money you have, how much talent you have, or how much development time you have, if you just don't understand why people would want to play your game, it's not going to work. This lack of understanding seems to have spread through Bethesda like a plague, and it's very obvious that it's gotten out of hand. When the DLC for Starfield came out, barely anybody liked it. It was heavily review bombed, and everybody talked about how disappointing it was. Especially compared to Cyberpunk's DLC, which was so incredible that it basically reinvented the game. Bethesda does read negative reviews, since they responded to a bunch of negative reviews when Starfield first came out, saying some of the strangest things that any developer has ever said. So they saw all of these negative reviews, all the things gamers were disappointed by, and in response, Todd said, if we added cars to the DLC, then people would have liked it. Out of all the problems that DLC had, the only one they saw is that they should have restricted the release to vehicles until the DLC came out. Genius. This is a level of delusion that I just don't understand. The cognitive dissonance here is absolutely insane. I don't think any rational human being, game developer or otherwise, would think that not having cars was Shattered Space's main problem. If instead of having vehicles in the base game and we only added them into the Shattered Space DLC, then everybody would buy it. Yeah, no, that just doesn't make any sense. What makes it worse is we explained why we didn't like this DLC. It was boring, it was more of the same, the story didn't make sense, and much, much more, yet they just refused to listen and somehow got it in their heads that we were disappointed that we didn't get Cars as a DLC exclusive. In my opinion, this delusional mindset some of the higher-ups at Bethesda seem to have is what caused this game's downfall. It may not have been the only factor, but it was one of the big factors, and let's look at some examples as to why. The world design and the variation in the different planets and major cities just reeks of AI-generated content. There's a cowboy planet, for some reason, in this futuristic sci-fi world, and there's also just a complete ripoff of Night City called Neon, which is just very blatantly trying to copy off of Cyberpunk, since we like Cyberpunk, right? Comparing Neon to Cyberpunk is just frankly embarrassing. There was this video released comparing Cyberpunk and Starfield clubs together, and it's not even close.
Hi, having fun?
This Aurora stuff is blowing my mind! I'll take you!
So Brick's in for Royce now.
Yeah! Heard what happened at All Foods!
For reference, this is what they think a club is in Starfield. Yeah, I don't care how many planets you put in Starfield, the ideas that Bethesda had here don't make sense in any of them, least of all on Earth where we live. First of all, apparently according to Bethesda, nightclubs are where a bunch of people in suits go to talk about how they're taking drugs as loudly as possible, which isn't done in a dramatic, grungy cyberpunk fashion where they show off how corpos act in this world and give you more insight into the universe. Instead, it's done in a Starfield corporate generic way where it just comes across as strange and very uncomfortable. Also, what the hell are these people wearing? Again, this looks like something an AI would create. Seriously, you can look up like an AI image generator and probably get results just like this. Nothing here feels like it was made by a human being. It's a collage mishmash of things that we're supposed to like, but since they don't understand why, it just doesn't come together. Seriously, someone at Bethesda walked up to a whiteboard and wrote Space Cowboys and then everybody clapped. I like to call this clusterfuck design, where you just throw everything and anything at the wall because it sounds cool on paper. This clusterfuck design principle carries over to everything in Starfield, from the ships to the outfits to the guns to the NPCs and so on. Most of these guns look utterly ridiculous and also very impractical to use and hold. There's these videos that go over all the guns in Starfield and how ridiculous and wacky they are, and I would recommend checking them out. They're pretty funny. Out of all the outfits in the game, I could barely find any that didn't look so goofy and ridiculous that I felt embarrassed putting them on. Everything in this game has 100 devices and machines and pipes sticking out of every single orifice, and it makes it feel like you're a walking chemical factory. And the citizen outfits don't work well either, since a lot of them look so all over the place and random that it's almost goofy. What are these hats? Seriously, what are these hats? What makes it worse is there are some people that dress somewhat normally, like I think Sarah looks fine, but all the other citizens look like they're just walking into a Star Trek convention, one where everybody who assembled their cosplay was suffering from hypoxia. And the city design, boy does that not fare much better. It's clear that they really wanted to ramp up the population density to make it look more like Cyberpunk. Unfortunately, the layouts that they had didn't seem to support that at all. So what you'll have is just a bunch of citizens bumping into each other and getting into clusters like they're vultures fighting over a carcass. And since a lot of the entranceways were designed for the player and not the NPCs, they'll be way too tight for anybody to fit through. So you'll just have a bunch of citizens trying and struggling to get through the single elevator they're provided as their escape route from this nightmare. But players love big population densities, so we have to put it in at all costs. The reason we like that is because it feels more immersive, but that immersion is shattered when they start doing whatever this is. Speaking of immersion, none of these NPCs act like human beings or do anything that interesting. The only NPCs who have dialogues with each other are the ones that have pre-scripted Radiant encounters, and it's not like Oblivion where the NPCs have random discussions with each other. I would rather take the Oblivion dialogue than this empty void of silence, because at least the Oblivion dialogue was funny.
How goes it? I've been better. I hope things get better. Bye. Goodbye. Oh, hello. How are you today? I've been better. How about you? I've been better.
These NPCs can't be immersive because they barely react to anything you do, look utterly ridiculous, and are just silently standing around. You can pull out a gun and start shooting all over the place and the NPCs won't react to it in the slightest. What peeves me about this is they do have the NPCs programmed to run away if you damage them, but if you start shooting right next to them, they just don't care as long as the bullets don't hit them. They could have so easily made it that when you fired a gun next to NPCs, they would run away. The programming was probably there, it's just not included and still isn't included years later. In fact, in one of the major cities, New Atlantis, there is a memorial that you can just walk up and shoot right in front of the security, and they won't do anything about it. Hey, do you guys remember Fallout New Vegas, that game that came out 15 fucking years ago? Do you remember how it had a memorial, and if you shot at the NPCs would get angry at you?
What the fuck are you doing? My brother died at the Battle of Hoover Dam. You're desecrating a war memorial.
This space is a memorial to those lost during the Colony War. Your consideration is requested.
But Bethesda can't even be bothered to have the one security droid whose entire job is to protect the memorial. This is something that games decades ago could pull off, so why can't Starfield do it? Again, it's like they got just as far as understanding that people like these sort of memorials and small details, but not far enough to understand that they like interactivity in the world. They almost thought like a regular human. They were so close, but just didn't quite make it, and that makes it all the more infuriating. This lack of understanding continues just everywhere throughout the game, and it makes a ton of baffling decisions that I just don't understand. Also, did you know that one of the perks you can get at the very beginning of the game allows you to get a fake house that you have to pay a fake mortgage on? This is here because they want the game to seem more complicated than it really is. Oh, this game's so immersive and so real, you can get fake house and pay your mortgage. It's not really that complicated, but it does seem like something that a TV show would do as a joke when making fun of video games. Like, I could imagine a South Park bit where one of the characters has to pay off a fake mortgage for a fake house in a video game as a bit about why games getting too realistic is kind of stupid. Yes, in my sci-fi space adventure game where I'm flying to distant planets that are thousands of light years away, I want to settle down and pay a mortgage on my house. And speaking of in-game perks and bonuses, the perk system is really stupid. In order to unlock perks in this game, you have to first complete challenges, which usually involve doing something repetitive or grinding to get those challenges unlocked. But the game gives you so little perk points to work with, and some perk points are just mandatory for you to complete the main story. Like, you need to upgrade your spaceship and get certain parts and also certain perks to increase how far your ship can fly. But in order to do that, that involves grinding out the boring and repetitive ship combat, which, don't even get me started on this ship combat, man. I would rather let myself get stranded on an alien world and eaten by monsters than have to deal with this spaceship anymore. But what this perk system amounts to is you usually not being able to spend your points on what you want because you're avoiding doing certain things in the game and grinding out to unlock the challenges, which are just so dumb. Remember when you could just upgrade your stats and get a perk? Simpler times. Remember all that stuff they did in Fallout New Vegas? Oh, everybody just hated Fallout New Vegas, right? Worst game ever. Let's not bother to learn anything from that, because in order to do that, we would have to be making a real video game. And Starfield's not a real video game. It's a fake game. Most of the perks here are super lame, where you just never bother to get to them because you're busy focusing on your ship or combat. Or if you were in the pre-launch era, trying to get your boost pack as upgraded as possible since there weren't any land vehicles yet to let you travel. I still can't believe it took them months to implement vehicles in the game that's main gameplay loop is running across vast, empty landscapes of complete nothingness. But in between that, there's the combat, and they must understand the combat system, right? Their lack of understanding surely couldn't impact that at all. It does. It does.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there.
Keep in mind, this is supposed to be an advanced sci-fi civilization that has unlocked the secret to fast and light travel, has particle beam weapons, laser weapons, and tons of advanced technology. And their method of combat is generic firearms. Seriously, this game is supposed to take place over 100 years in the future with advanced sci-fi technology, and everybody's using basic ballistic weapons. This would make sense if this was just barely in the future and they had some advanced weaponry but wasn't quite to the future laser stage, but we've gone far past that. But they think they can get around that by sticking a bunch of random doodads and pipes in the sides of these ballistic weapons to make them look more advanced, and what any of these extra attachments do is beyond even the brightest minds. The only real improvement over a standard firearm I see is they now have holographic bullet displays, which is something we could have in real life right now. So not all that advanced. But Dave, you may say, you just said they have laser and particle weapons, right? So it can't be that big of a problem. Well, that is true, they do. You want to know how many laser weapons that they have that are unique and not just copies of previously existing weapons? 4. There's 4 laser weapons in the entire game. And one of those is the cutter, which is used for mining rocks. And how many ballistic weapons are there? 34. There are 30 more ballistic weapons than there are laser weapons in this sci-fi futuristic space game. There's also particle weapons, of which there's only 4, so even if you combine all the particle weapons and all the laser weapons, including the ones that are just tools, it still doesn't even come close to the amount of ballistic weapons that are in this game. And the particle weapons and laser weapons have entirely different perks dedicated to them, so unless you want to waste your perk points on both, you're restricted to using one or the other. This means while the ballistic builds will have a crap ton of weapons to use and have fun with, the particle weapons and laser weapon builds will have barely any at all, and you'll likely be using the exact same weapon for most of the game. So unless you're willing to fork out money for the overpriced DLC, which adds a couple more laser weapons on the side, you're going to be stuck with barely using anything if you want to play with lasers. Again, to me this is just ridiculous. Were they worried people were going to be angry if they didn't have ballistic weapons in this Bethesda game? God forbid we have unique and interesting weaponry in a sci-fi space game with alien life forms, faster than light travel, and fully autonomous sentient robots. Not to mention literal space magic. Imagine if Jedis in Star Wars used regular sticks and baseball bats to hit people because the lightsabers were just too advanced. Oh, and the melee weapons, good god, just don't even bother. The melee in this game is an absolute joke and nobody should bother with it. Just go play Cyberpunk instead if you want to use melee. In that game, you can deflect bullets with katanas and grab and throw people off of buildings. Meanwhile, in Starfield, if you upgrade your melee, you'll just be doing a bit more damage with your knife, of which there's like barely any. Honest to God, the only reason I think the melee system is in this game at all is because it was expected to be there. It's in every other Bethesda game, so they have to put melee in, even if they're not going to spend any time to make it interesting. They think people will use melee just because it's there, and that they don't have to put any effort into making it cool or fun to use. Not understanding why players would like melee combat, which is funny considering Skyrim was mainly melee combat. But even then, stealth archers were absolutely insane, so maybe Bethesda hasn't learned that much. This combat system is what I would call just enough to pass. They do just enough for it to be generically fun. It's functional and probably the most well put together part of the game itself, which isn't saying much, but it does just enough that you can have fun with it for a little bit and trick yourself into thinking this game isn't absolutely awful. However, most players will be funneled directly In that game, you can deflect bullets with katanas and grab and throw people off of buildings. Meanwhile, in Starfield, if you upgrade your melee, you'll just be doing a bit more damage with your knife, of which there's like barely any. Honest to God, the only reason I think the melee system is in this game at all is because it was expected to be there. It's in every other Bethesda game, so they have to put melee in, even if they're not going to spend any time to make it interesting. They think people will use melee just because it's there, and that they don't have to put any effort into making it cool or fun to use. Not understanding why players would like melee combat, which is funny considering Skyrim was mainly melee combat. But even then, stealth archers were absolutely insane, so maybe Bethesda hasn't learned that much. This combat system is what I would call just enough to pass. They do just enough for it to be generically fun. It's functional and probably the most well put together part of the game itself, which isn't saying much, but it does just enough that you can have fun with it for a little bit and trick yourself into thinking this game isn't absolutely awful. However, most players will be funneled directly into ballistic weapons since the first weapon that you get that isn't a mining tool is a ballistic weapon, and the ballistic weapons outnumber every other weapon type. And since the melee is so trash and there's not really much reason to spec into it, 9 times out of 10 people are just going to put all their points into ballistic weapons and call it a day. And this is where Starfield raises an accidental philosophical question. If all your options except one are terrible and nobody would want to choose them, do you really have a choice at all?
Hello, can I interest you in an alternate route?
Why? What's that way?
Well, it takes 3 minutes longer to go this way.
Okay. I don't want to do that.
What if I told you there's also a toll bridge?
Are you trying to stop me from going that way or something?
I'm simply informing you of your many options, like that one and that one.
So I was never going to go that way.
But you could go this way. It's a similar ETA.
But still slower.
Objectively.
Then why would I go that way?
You don't have to.
Then why are you telling me about it?
There are so many times in this game where there's an obvious route Bethesda wants you to take, and usually it'll be the easiest or most obvious, so most people will do it. But they still have to at least pretend like player choice is a factor here, so they'll give you some other options, but most of them will suck or be very uninteresting. I could use 1 or 2 weapons for the entire game and be heavily restricted, especially when it comes to ammunition and other factors, or I could just spec into ballistic weapons, which are far more common, easier to get ammo for, and are overall just better. But hey, they'll do extra damage against robots, even though in my experience the bullets hurt robots just fine. But I imagine in Bethesda's mind, when they see everybody gravitating towards ballistic weapons, they just automatically assume it means that ballistic weapons are incredible and everybody loves them. Because they're so delusional, they don't understand that when you spend way more time optimizing and expanding on something, people are going to choose that option because it's more developed. Overall, the combat is just kind of alright, which really doesn't cut it when your competition is Cyberpunk, who's just completely blowing you out of the water in almost every aspect. Also, I know somebody's going to bring it up, so yes, Cyberpunk does have ballistic weapons, but it makes way more sense in that universe. Because again, they have their own lore that is actually interesting, unlike Starfield, and additionally on top of that, they aren't flying light years away to fight aliens with space magic.
Watch for free on the Hallmark Plus YouTube channel.
Please take care of Thomas. I'll be back by Christmas.
And that brings us to the space magic. Good, holy God. If there was anything in this game that I could point to as being the absolute worst thing it's ever done, it would be the way you acquire space magic. The system for the space magic powers that you get is so bad and nonsensical that it is beyond me how any developer, regardless of their level of experience, could possibly think this was a good idea. If nobody on Bethesda's team ever said that the temple system was bad, then there is something fundamentally wrong with their brains. So you understand the level of vitriol that I have for this horrible-ass system, I'm going to walk you through the steps of acquiring a space magic power in Starfield. First, you have to collect an artifact, which usually entails going through a Radiant dungeon that you've been through 40 times before. After you collect the artifact, you have to get in your ship and then fast travel to the Eye, which puts you in a space box in which you have to fly all the way to a space station. Then, once you get to the space station, you have to go through an unskippable docking animation. Then, you have to hold down a button to actually enter into the space station. Then you have to run up inside to talk to one of the guys running the space station. Then you have to leave and undock your ship with another animation since you can't fast travel while your ship is docked. Then you have to fly to the planet by fast traveling, of course, then get into its orbit, then find the anomaly on the scanner, then land, watching an unskippable landing animation, get out of your ship, scan for the temple, go all the way to where the temple is, and wait for the door to open. Then wait for the second door to open. Loading screen. Then after that, you have to spend the next minute or so flying through glowing space hoops, since apparently you haven't gone through enough hoops already. Then, finally, after you've flown through enough of these glow dust areas, you can enter into the big ring, then a boring animation will play, and now you have your power. After reaching a certain point in the main quest, enemies will start spawning, but you can just run away. Now you just have to rinse and repeat that, a casual 24 times. And a lot of the powers you get are useless to mildly okay. Usually the handful that you'd actually want to use, you don't get until like the very end of your playthrough, or if you're lucky you get them right away and then never use any of the other powers. These powers essentially act like Skyrim shouts since Bethesda can't do anything original, and they suck real bad. The pitiful Fusro Da analog that they have in this is so pathetic that it's barely worth talking about. Remember in Skyrim when you used to walk up the sides of mountains to launch your companions off in comedic fashion because the actual Fusro Da had a lot of power to it? Well, this Diet Coke version can barely push someone back a couple centimeters, and really all it does is make them flop over like a fish. But maybe that's just because I didn't upgrade it. Do you want to know how you upgrade your powers? Well, you have to reset the entire universe, go into New Game Plus, and then find the temples again. And if you want them fully upgraded, you have to do the temples 10 times each. This means to fully upgrade all of your powers, it would mean going through this temple rotation 240 times. Yeah, fuck that. There is no variation to these temples. They're basically just copy-pasted. You do the exact same things, and nothing changes. This system is just incredibly lazy, and there's tons of things about it that just show they barely even tried at all. It was like an afterthought. Outside of your companions, NPCs will barely react to the fact that you have access to literal magic and are breaking fundamental forces of reality. Like, you can go through the other quest lines without anybody knowing that you have space magic, and it never comes up, even if you do unlock it. You would think the military faction that I joined would be very interested in the fact that I am a literal wizard and can warp space-time, and they'd probably also want their soldiers to go visit those temples as well so they can also get these powers, since apparently anybody can just do it. That is, if they all don't die of boredom trying to collect the powers in the first place. The most Bethesda can manage is having the companions go, "Wow, that's so cool," every time you use a power. The power selection menu doesn't even show any previews of the abilities, which other games have been doing for decades now. Like in Cyberpunk, if you manage to get a perk, they have a small preview showing exactly what it does and how it's used, but Bethesda was too lazy to even do that. Everything about this power system just reeks of laziness and rushed design. They had years to figure out a way to introduce space magic into this game, and they just did it in the worst way humanly possible. Again, it feels like something they just threw in at the last moment without really thinking about it. I swear, Todd must have walked into a room and said, "Listen guys, Skyrim shouts. Go ahead and add them," and that's how it got stuck in this game. Almost everything that's been added to this game has been added because somebody thought it would be cool and not because it has any major impact on the gameplay or connects with the systems well. Like, for instance, there's 2,000 planets, Lord knows why. It just seems like an arbitrary number that they pulled out of their ass, and it's completely unnecessary. During my second playthrough, I actually took the time to tally how many unique planets and moons I visited during gameplay. When doing the main quest, I visited a grand total of 16 planets. That's including moons. And a majority of those were temple planets, and I didn't bother to do all 24 of them on my second playthrough because I didn't see the point. Keep in mind, a lot of the planets that you visit during the main quest are planets that you go to just to get a single artifact in a Radiant dungeon. Or you're going to temple planets, which will only add 24 planets to the mix at most. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that I went to all 24 of those planets, and then let's add an extra 10 for the rest that I visited during that game. So the main quest would have had me visit 30 planets out of 2,000. Now, there are 7 factions that you can join in Starfield. If we assume that every single faction quest had you visit at least 30 planets, which they wouldn't, even if you did all of them, that would lead you to visiting 210 different planets out of 2,000. So in total, actually doing all the faction quests and the main quest would only have you visit 10% of the planets in the settled systems. All the other planets are going to just be random generated content that could be found literally anywhere else. And keep in mind, this is a highly over-exaggerated estimate, because most faction quests probably aren't going to have you visiting 30 unique planets. I highballed my estimate in my Steam review saying that you might visit 50. Most people probably won't even visit more than 20. That is, if you aren't hunting down random planets for mining, which you don't need to at all because you can just buy all the resources that you want. Or you're doing outpost building, which is something I didn't really engage with during my playthroughs because I didn't see the point. The outposts are mostly just there because Bethesda wanted to shove in some Fallout 4 settlement shenanigans. And my question is always, why would you bother building an outpost in Starfield when you can instead play a game that's entirely dedicated to outpost building with better mechanics? Overall, the idea of having 2,000 planets was just something that they could say in the marketing to make it sound cooler than it really is. For the most part, it's just a bunch of procedurally generated nonsense. Seriously, what does having 2,000 planets actually add to the gameplay experience of Starfield? More of nothing? They could have condensed the entire game down to maybe 3 planets or 4 if they really tried. Honestly, you could fit it all in one planet if you really, really wanted to, but that would defeat the whole purpose of it being a space game, wouldn't it, Todd? Again, it was just so that they could come out and say, it has 2,000 planets, because it sounds cool. If it's literally just bigger equals better, then No Man's Sky completely blows this out of the water. If all you care about is just raw number of planets, No Man's Sky has over 18 quintillion. And you can seamlessly walk across all of them without running into any invisible walls, or fly from surface to space completely uninterrupted. And that brings us to the spaceship, one of the core elements of this game. You know, the space game. The spaceship is a total joke, and I think an illustration of why this design philosophy was completely flawed. Your spaceship isn't really a spaceship. It's a fast travel machine that lets you teleport from location to location. You can't fly it on the surface of planets, so you have to walk or drive everywhere, and the only places you can fly it are in small isolated space boxes. where you can engage in flying around aimlessly, watching unskippable docking animations, or dealing with the god-awful ship combat. I'm going to talk about that more in another section, but it was probably one of my least favorite parts of the game if the temple system didn't exist. One of the draws of a spaceship is being able to fly it. Again, I'm going to keep bringing up No Man's Sky because they managed to have you enter your spaceship, fly all the way into space, and fly to another planet completely interrupted and seamlessly. The only loading screen in that game is when you travel from system to system, and even that is disguised. But Starfield is a Bethesda game that is built like a Bethesda game. You know, those games from decades ago. So everything requires a loading screen. Loading screen, loading screen, loading screen, loading screen. They had to build all of these space sections just to make the spaceship feel somewhat like a spaceship, and they failed miserably. Your spaceship activities that aren't above planets are usually just sitting around or walking inside the interior. Because Bethesda thinks the reason people like spaceships is that they just exist. Now, one thing that a lot of people say they actually like about the game is the ship builder, which is, again, another part that I didn't engage with very much. And I can't say actually being able to build your own spaceship and have it appear in the world is really cool. However, to make it useful, you're going to need a lot of money, which isn't that hard to get, and also to upgrade your ship building using perks, which you want to spend on combat or other things. Not to mention it was very janky with people finding ways to abuse the system. You can also buy pre-made spaceships or even unlock spaceships at the end of certain quest lines. In my first playthrough I got a couple spaceships, but in my second one I just stuck with the default spaceship and it didn't really hinder me. But again, while you can build your own spaceship and have it appear in the world, you can only fly it in isolated space areas. In a game about freedom and exploration, it feels very restrictive, like you're trapped. It does very little to sell the fantasy of spaceflight. It feels more like an amusement park ride. You could say it feels fake, because Starfield isn't a real game. It's a fake game. Again, most of the systems in this game feel like they were chucked in with no thought or understanding of how they would impact the larger whole. Probably because Bethesda doesn't use any internal design documents. The lock-picking system takes way too long, and the rewards you get for actually unlocking things kind of suck. The XP that you get from random activities seems to be all over the place and put together with no rhyme or reason. And as far as I can tell, although I'm still confused on this, companions can't permanently leave you if you start doing evil things that they don't like. Like, they'll complain at you, and then maybe sometimes get angry and stop being your active companion for a little bit, but I don't think they can permanently leave. Although I've been seeing tons of conflicting answers on this, and I'm not exactly sure how the companion like and dislike system works. My experience with it is just them bitching at me and then doing nothing about it. Overall, a lot of these systems are confusing or poorly put together and don't really have much thought put behind them. And they're not nearly as complex as they're made out to be, with a lot of the mechanics being very shallow. But Bethesda's lack of understanding aside, that leads us into our next section. Starfield's complete lack of improvement. Starfield is a game that feels like it would be very impressive if it was released 10 years ago. Although maybe not, since in some aspects it fails to live up to games released in that era too. This game is the best demonstration that Bethesda refuses to learn anything from their previous titles or anything from their critics. Which makes sense since they ignore their critics entirely and don't listen to any form of critique or advice.
Because the true mark of being a real developer is, as every developer knows, is waiting for reviews to come in, right? And then reading the reviews, of course, and hopefully, if you get lucky, ignoring the reviews, right? Thank you very much, guys.
But despite them saying this, they actually do listen to critics? What? When the game first came out and people started leaving negative reviews, people at Bethesda started responding to those negative reviews en masse, saying some of the strangest, most robotic things that I've ever heard a company put out, and that's saying a lot. Thank you for taking the time to write a review of Starfield. You can fly, you can shoot, you can mine, you can loot, you can even, wait for the door, But despite the fact that Bethesda wants to claim this game is amazing and only possible thanks to new and improved technology, It really isn't. In fact, it takes several steps backwards from other games.
Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it.
I would compare it a lot to Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky, two games that do everything that Starfield does, but better. But even when you compare it to Bethesda's other titles, some of which came out decades ago, it still fails to hold up. Something funny, when Skyrim came out, there was a bug that allowed you to access all the merchants' inventories by finding a chest that was hidden slightly under the map. This allowed you to get a ton of items for free and was pretty broken. Bethesda decided to do the exact same thing again, sticking merchant inventories in boxes, but instead of learning from their past mistakes and putting them somewhere where you can't access, on launch they stuck them slightly under the ground where anybody could find. They had to scramble to patch this post-launch, when if they had learned from their mistakes previously, it never would have happened in the first place. There's tons of just tiny details that show a complete lack of improvement. Everything still requires loading screens. You want to enter a building? Loading screen. You want to go somewhere? Loading screen. You want to walk 2 feet? Loading screen. And while that was fine in something like Skyrim, which had this large open world and didn't have, space flight, here it's incredibly noticeable with loading screens out the wazoo. This at a time where other games would allow you to walk seamlessly from a building all the way through a city. All this without encountering a single loading screen. But since Bethesda's on the same bunk-ass engine and trying to get all this stuff to work seamlessly in the same world would probably cause your computer to have a heart attack, they're forced to make all these different interiors and space boxes and planet slices, which just restrict your movement even further. Also, did I point out that you can't name your save files, nor do they have image previews? Like every fucking game in existence now? Also, food items and medicine items are still technically in the same category, and I'm pretty sure from a programming perspective you're actively eating your medicine like it's food. This does give me the image of the Starborn frantically taking off their helmet in the middle of the moon and slowly suffocating as they're trying to shove medicine packs down their throat. Almost everything about this game feels clunky and outdated. The improvements they try to make are either completely pointless or don't help the gameplay experience in the slightest. New Atlantis is the biggest city yet, and also feels the most empty and boring. But hey, there's a tram system. Cyberpunk didn't have that at launch, so I guess this game's amazing now. And the tram system is just another way of looking at a loading screen and fast traveling, because we didn't have enough of that already. The NPC behaviors are a complete joke as previously discussed. If they aren't scripted to have a conversation that randomly loads in, then they're just walking around and doing nothing, saying nothing, and piling up in groups to just stare at each other. The faces in this game are, yeah. We're still using the exact same old bounty system from games decades past, and there's not really much change or improvement other than the fact you can stick a bounty clearing board down at your outpost to get rid of it. It also means that the game will consider you an intergalactic criminal if you steal something tiny.
I accidentally took a sip of a drink at a bar and became an intergalactic most wanted criminal. Apparently that made me so dangerous and skilled at drink stealing that I was recruited for the special forces and going undercover into a massive pirate fleet. What the fuck?
It's like we're still in that Oblivion era where if you accidentally click pick up on a potato that somebody else owns, everybody within a 50-mile radius will automatically be trying to kill you. But if you want to fight back, you can always rely on the good old combat system, using your dollar store Fusro Da to barely knock someone off their feet. Were they worried that the full force one would be too goofy? Because they do have one that causes everybody to levitate in the air like a rag doll, which is also goofy, so clearly that wasn't the problem. The whole combat system in this feels like it's doing just enough to pass, just enough to be fun, while not making really any major improvements. In a world where its competition is blowing it out of the water in terms of combat, with Cyberpunk being way more advanced at this time, it really does not work to just be mediocre or serviceable. The combat AI is, well, It's AI, I guess. The pathing on these procedurally generated planets is very bad, with NPCs dashing off in completely arbitrary directions, getting stuck behind walls, or just staring at you and doing nothing. Even the big monsters, which are supposed to be threatening, like the Terramorphs, are kind of helpless if you put them in front of a doorway. But unlike some of the other Bethesda games where the bad AI is really funny, here it feels kind of sad and pathetic. I feel kind of bad killing these NPCs, because they're trying their best, but they're just kind of not good at it. The only times I really struggled with Starfield's combat is when I went to planets that were like way over-leveled for me, which also happened to be when the game was at its most fun, since things were actually a challenge. But any hardship can be overcome by shoving 47 med packs in your face the second you take damage. The drop system, I think, is the worst it's been in years. First of all, they've decided to go the Fallout 4 legendary MMO equipment drop route. Instead of the NPCs dropping what they're actually using and wearing, which was really immersive and cool in the older games, they're now dropping randomly generated loot with random legendary effects, which are basically Skyrim enchantments. Which, unlike the actual Skyrim, you can't disenchant these effects to put them on different items. Which is incredibly fucking annoying and a huge step back for the system. During my initial playthrough of Starfield, the first legendary item I got a hold of is a pistol that shot pellets and also had a chance to stagger enemies on hit. I'm still iffy on how this mechanic works exactly, but I'm pretty sure on launch, whenever you had a weapon that shot pellets, each individual pellet had a chance to proc an on-hit effect. This meant that when I shot an enemy, it was proccing the chance to stagger them over and over and over and over again, multiple times for every single shot. This essentially stun-locked any target that I got into an encounter with, and if I kept shooting them, they just wouldn't be able to move. Combine that with the pathetic Fus Ro Dah, and suddenly all of my enemies began doing a dance as they got stuck staggering over and over and over and over, unable to fight back like helpless children. This turned these supposedly serious conflicts incredibly goofy as my enemies began falling flat on their faces. And it was funny for a while until it got old and boring. But it just goes to show that the loot progression system is just you hoping to get a random awesome effect combo. And also, if you want your weapons to be at their highest tier, you have to go hunting down planets with higher level enemies, which is a huge grind and very annoying. And most of this wouldn't be a problem if you could disenchant these legendary effects and put them onto other items, you know, like you could in Skyrim, a game that came out in 2011. In my second playthrough, I found a suit of armor which caused all my weapons to weigh less, and if I took that off, I would instantly become over-encumbered.
When we started Warby Parker, we just sold glasses, and only online. But people liked them. A lot. So we offered more things, like sunglasses and contacts. And then we thought, what if we sold eyewear online and in stores? So we did that. And now we have stores in neighborhoods all over. There you can chat with friendly opticians and get eye exams from top-notch doctors. Now, no matter where you go, we've got your eyes covered.
Ship release. Launch underway.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time.
I'm not a huge fan of the over-encumbered system. In a game where the whole point is to go into dungeons and loot everything, I'd like to be able to carry my shit and not have to constantly micromanage it. So that means any item that could allow me to carry more was something I gravitated towards. But since I couldn't find any other armor with that same effect, I was stuck with this suit of armor for the entire game. Unless, of course, I wanted to throw away all my weapons and just stick to one, which would be incredibly boring and disinteresting. But if I ever play again, maybe I'll stick with energy weapons and the problem will solve itself. But this is when I get into a bit of a conspiracy theory. While it may be tempting to think that the reason this game flopped so hard is because Bethesda adamantly refused to listen to criticism and made no improvements on their previous systems, and that a lot of their design principles are heavily flawed and their lack of using design documentation caused everything to feel like it doesn't fit together, and all those other rational ideas, there is also the thought that incompetence is hard to separate from malice. What if a lot of these game systems are shit on purpose? What if the reason the temple system takes too long, and the reason why you have to grind repetitively for all these legendary items, is because Bethesda wants to arbitrarily inflate people's playtimes? You see, Bethesda games are incredibly famous for you being able to spend hundreds of hours in them, but the reason you would spend so much time in Skyrim or Oblivion is because there's that much content to explore. Every time you go back to Skyrim, you're likely to discover something new, a new quest you missed, a new NPC you haven't talked to before, or a new dungeon to go through. That's because there was a lot of content introduced into these games that could allow you to play them for hundreds of hours. But Starfield isn't exactly the same way. While there is content, a lot of it is arbitrarily inflated or really boring. Most of it is more of the same, with little variation, and there's just so many things in this game that chew through your time for no reason at all. Was there really a purpose to all these unskippable docking animations? Or this unnecessarily long process to unlock one of your powers? Or the highly limited selection of Radiant dungeons that you're expected to go through multiple times? In fact, Starfield isn't just a game that wants you to play it for a long time, it's a game that wants you to play it forever. The New Game Plus mode is designed for you to go through it again and again and again and again, constantly resetting things. In fact, one of the leads at Bethesda said that the game doesn't truly start until you begin New Game Plus and go through the Unity.
Like, we intentionally don't talk about the main quest a lot because, truthfully, it is super spoilery. But I'm here to tell you that this game doesn't really even get going until you finish the main quest.
Which is funny because for me, that's where my first playthrough ended. Maybe everything in this game is designed to be slow so that it takes you longer to get through, to make it look like the game has more content than it really does. They could have sped a lot of these things up and it would have made for a better gameplay experience, but they just didn't, which either means they're incredibly incompetent or purposefully trying to make the game seem like it has more content. You know what that reminds me of? Scam video games? You know how a lot of scam asset flip games will have 2 hours of content and stretch that out so that you can't refund the game? Again, Starfield has that same exact vibe, because Starfield's not a real game, it's a fake game. They seem to have the mentality that bigger equals better, 2,000 planets, tons of quests, thousands of hours of content, but when it comes to it, the quality just isn't there to support the quantity. Once you run out of that handcrafted content, the rest of it just feels empty and hollow, like a never-ending maze. And you come back to asking the question of why you're even playing this game, which is what happened to me during my first playthrough. I hit about the 50-hour mark and went through the exact same Radiant dungeon I had already been through twice before, and I suddenly stopped and asked myself, why the hell am I still playing this? So I stopped right then and there, wrote my angry review, and went back to playing Cyberpunk and other games that are actually decent and worth my time. Because when you compare it to its competition, Starfield just doesn't hold up. Starfield's lack of improvement over its core systems or inability to keep up with its competition just shows that Bethesda got extremely complacent. They took the fact that the game was going to be a hit for granted, banking off their reputation and the fact that their other games were popular. But their other games, again, came out decades ago. This was their first new IP in a long, long time, and thus they had to improve on the formula so that people would rather buy it than, I don't know, go play Cyberpunk instead. Bethesda ended up stagnating, not improving, and as a result, their game just doesn't hold up. But not only did they not improve, and not only do they not understand why people would even want to play this game in the first place, they also have a severe lack of originality, which leads us into our next section.
Welcome to a carrier, Commander. Landing permission denied.
Another thing that contributes to Starfield feeling like a fake video game is its complete lack of originality. Much like a Steam asset flip game that just takes a bunch of assets off of some generic storefront and mashes them all together with no consistency, Starfield just kinda shoves things from sci-fi properties into every single part of its story. But it doesn't just take from sci-fi, it also takes from other games, like Red Dead Redemption 2, which Todd Howard seems to be obsessed with as he added an entire cowboy city just to, get more of that in there. Once again, AI design, just taking things people like and shoving it in like a collage into random parts, with no consistency or thought put behind them. Neon is just a Diet Coke version of Night City that likely would not exist had Cyberpunk not been made. When the main quest takes you there, you have to go to a club filled with a bunch of people walking around with suitcases and talking about how they're taking drugs. And you have to set up a shady deal with another informant to get the artifact, which is something that Cyberpunk would do, just they did it worse. Again, there's a questline exactly like this in Cyberpunk, where you have to make a shady deal with this gang organization, and there's a guy who threatens you, and it's just done way better. The animation quality, the voice acting, everything is just better in Cyberpunk.
The security here going to stand or sit for this little meeting? Flexing the muscles already, huh? Fine.
Clearance denied.
Goes for you too.
I'll stand.
This so fucking hard? Fucking ass on the fucking couch!
Maybe.
Thought you'd never ask.
Am I to assume that briefcase has our item of interest?
Yeah, here it is.
Well, look at that.
Need to see it.
Sue yourself. Fucking tricked out this thing. Dynamic thermal optic camo armor. Full cognitive immersion with a Raven controller. Pimped out prototype actuators made of titanium, vanadium, Kevlar composite.
I have the amount we agreed on.
Things have changed. I want double.
Now how am I supposed to do that?
Let's see your cred.
Brick got it. It's all paid up.
Brick got it. I don't see any fucking brick around here, do you?
Well, he's getting both.
All right, it's all yours.
It's not going to happen. We're not going to talk about what just happened. It's over, and we won. That's all we have.
And at the dramatic climax of this quest, you have to climb up a tower and fight all the guards, like in Cyberpunk. But, get this, worse. I really wanted to use the Fusro Da shout to blast someone off the top of the building, but it's so pathetic it wouldn't even manage that, so no fun allowed. Seriously, do I even need to talk about how these two don't compare in the slightest? Just look at them.
Party like it's 2023.
Again, Starfield feels like an off-brand product, like it's a cheap replication. And it has little to no original ideas of its own, just taking things from other sci-fi properties. Like, for instance, if I told you there were a bunch of worms that turn into giant unkillable space monsters that had the term morph in the name, what would you think of? The Terramorphs, of course, from Starfield, nothing else. Seriously, they just ripped off Xenomorphs, stuck them in the game, and then called it a day. The only thing that separates the two is the fact that Terramorphs can make these pheromones which cause people to go crazy, which I think is done once throughout the entire questline they're involved in. And the main plot itself doesn't fare much better, since it's just a generic multiverse story trying to act like it's more important and cool than it really is. The multiverse was something that was played out even around the time Starfield was coming out. Nowadays it just feels sad.
Can we just be done?
Ooh, we're just getting started.
No. With the whole multiverse thing. It's not great. It's just been miss after miss after miss. Look, the Wizard of Oz did the multiverse first, and they did it fast. The gays knew it, but we didn't listen. Let's just take the L and move on.
Which is kind of upsetting, because it was one of the few interesting and unique ideas this game had, having the New Game Plus being you going through the multiverse and appearing with all your knowledge, which could be cool, but it's really underused. Its space exploration is a worse version of No Man's Sky, just blatantly. You can go to planets and scan for data, or go there to mine materials, but you don't really need to, since you can buy all the materials you need. And it is much, much more limited than No Man's Sky, which lets you go to almost any planet you want, mine out all the materials you want, and seamlessly walk across the entire surface. But that does also bring us back to ship combat, which I just don't want to talk about because of how awful it is, but here we are. There's something that I don't get seen brought up in a lot of reviews, so I'm going to talk about it here just because I feel the need to rant about this. This is FTL, the game that Starfield ripped off. Starfield's ship combat system is just one-for-one a ripoff of the combat system in FTL, which is a roguelike game that is a lot of fun and way more fun than Starfield. You should definitely play it. It's one of my favorites, which is why I recognized the system immediately, and it really pissed me off that they just kind of took it and did it way worse. If you're going to take this system and make improvements on it, then that's perfectly fine, but the way Starfield does it is just kind of pathetic and sad, and it really pisses me off. It was really funny watching them talk about this in the Direct like it was some new innovative system when it's existed since at least 2012.
We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the ground drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight.
The basic idea is that your ship has different segments that have power bars, and when those segments take damage, then those systems get damaged and the amount of power you can put in them is reduced. Hey, wait a second! Yeah, even the menu is incredibly close to the one that they have in FTL. But the thing is, FTL is a top-down, turn-based strategy game that's real-time with pause. Now, there are people who play it without pause and, do insane challenge runs, but that's not me. I could never. The game is intended for you to go through slow and plan out exactly what you're doing to find out the best way to take down the enemy ship. But Starfield is meant to be an intense, big action game where you're constantly on your toes engaging in intense space dogfights, so it doesn't really work as well. There's this shitty VAT system where you can zoom in on the ship's components and lock in and fire, but that kind of takes you out of the flow of things and it just feels incredibly clunky. Again, they're taking a system that was meant for a strategy roguelike and shoving it into this action space adventure game, and it just doesn't fit quite right. Now, this is where I have to make my biases incredibly clear. I am not a huge fan of air dogfight games where you're flying jets or spaceships. Even in No Man's Sky, I wasn't really a huge fan of the ship combat because it's just not my cup of tea. I find these air vehicles incredibly complicated to control, and it doesn't make it better that I don't have a joystick and I'm doing this on keyboard. So that probably plays a factor in why I didn't like it that much, but for me it just felt like I was doing space loop-de-loops trying to get a lock on enemies that would not sit still, and it just took way longer than it needed to. And no matter what I did, it never felt like I was actually getting better at the system. It didn't matter if I got more ship upgrades, got better ships, or the perks, it just never felt fun. Sometimes I would fly in and instantly destroy my enemies with little efforts, and other times I would instantly get destroyed only to come back, do nothing differently, and win again. It just felt like I was getting lucky, or maybe the enemy AI bugged out, and not that I was actually, getting better at the system as I played. It got to a point where every time a space combat was coming up, I would dread it and really wish I could just skip every single one of them. In fact, one of the selling points that they pointed out is that if you don't like the ship combat, you can just skip it entirely.
If you don't want to do ship combat, That's what the grav drive's for, right? Like,
Yep.
people run away from fights all the time.
Yep.
Like, just use your grav drive, jump to somewhere else.
Which, yeah, I guess. If one of your positives of a system is that you can skip engaging with it, then chances are it's not that great of a system. Everything to do with the ship I just don't like. It has to be the saddest excuse for a spaceship I've ever seen in any space game. If you ask me to describe Starfield's style, I would say artificial intelligence, although it's more artificial than intelligent. Everything feels corporate and incredibly fake. The very few original ideas it does have are just drowned out by a sea of generic slop. What I didn't realize when I first started Starfield and played a handful of quests that I had seen like 90% of the game right away. Almost every quest is one you've done before in a different game, but done worse. The characters are just worse versions of other characters. In fact, I would describe Sarah Morgan as Siri. Sarah, slow down. Slow down, you made it. Sarah, you don't need to... You always do this. Every time we enter a building, you always have to do this. You're embarrassing me in front of all these people. That one person in the corner. Oh, okay. You came to your senses, good. She's 2 steps away from being a cardboard cutout and 1 step away from being a straight-up robot. She has the exact same tone of voice for almost every single occasion, even when she's calling me out for, committing flagrant murder.
All that security and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain.
This is murder! You're on your own! Oh, you just killed that person in cold blood! Are you insane? I'm not looking good. Ugh. I can't be a part of this.
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and Zaya whilst learning to code in Python? Go to boot.dev. We've known our students to pull...
And a lot of the companions just aren't memorable in the slightest. Like, it's not even close comparing it to other games like Baldur's Gate 3. I can name all the companions in that game by heart, but I can't name a single companion in Starfield, even though I just played it like a little while ago. Hold on, let me see how many I can name. Okay, Sam Coe, Sarah Morgan, Vasco, Andrasia? Oh no. Most of these characters are bland and generic and either range from having Marvel tier writing to having barely any writing at all. And this game as a whole is so creatively bankrupt that they actually named the mysterious faction and the faction that has superpowers Starborn. Yes, it's just Dragonborn. They just took Dragonborn and replaced Dragon with Star. How fucking lazy are they? They tried to make something new and still ended up re-releasing Skyrim again. I wish I was back in Skyrim right now. I would rather go through Bleak Falls Barrow for the 100th time than have to go through another Radiant dungeon in Starfield once. The most unique thing about Starfield is the fact it has a square shotgun, which I like because it's stupid. But it's at least something recognizable. When I see that square shotgun, I think Starfield. When I see anything else in Starfield, I think, get me out of this nightmare. Nightmare is really how I would describe it. This whole thing feels like one of your dreams that just takes aspects of your life and shoves them together with no consistency. Again, it's clusterfuck game design. They probably added half of these mechanics just because Todd thought they were cool and wrote it on a whiteboard somewhere. Every aspect of Starfield lore just feels like it was plucked out of some random sci-fi story without any shame. I wouldn't be surprised if Jedi showed up and started flinging around lightsabers in the middle of one of my missions. They're that creatively bankrupt. Then again, lightsabers may be too advanced for these people. They're probably just running around with Glocks. There's also a red space pirate faction, which, if they're run by a giant flying reptile, I'm leaving. Believe it or not, there is actually a cult in the game that does believe in a giant flying reptile that's going to, eat the entire universe or something, I think. That faction is also extremely mysterious and secretive. You could say they have an entire chamber of secrets. They also included an entire cloning storyline because something Star Wars, I guess. It also came out of absolutely nowhere, like when I was in the middle of the military faction and we were fighting space aliens. Suddenly it gets revealed that one of the characters is a clone and that the actual person they're cloned from is secretly alive and was planning a bunch of stuff in the background, and I just felt like this entire story went off the rails. That's what I would say if this was a real story and a real video game, but Starfield's not a real game. It's a fake game. Overall, this lack of creativity and originality causes the game once again to feel entirely artificial and corporate. I'm not saying everyone who worked on this game was creatively bankrupt. I'm sure there were people with a lot of good ideas. It's just when they combined all together, all that creativity and vision got baked out of it. All that's left is a safe corporate carcass that doesn't really say anything interesting or do anything that cool. That is to say, on purpose. So if you've been watching this video so far, it probably feels like just another review of Starfield, but this is where things are going to take a turn. You see, Starfield being a poorly designed video game with a lack of creativity is not what made me interested in it. And it's definitely not what made a game stick with me for this long, or why I have so much to say about it. The reason I focus on Starfield so much is because I believe, by complete accident, they created a decent character. One of the main antagonists of the main quest, the Hunter, is, I believe, an accidentally amazing written character. Through absolutely no intention of the writers or no planned out strategy, they stumbled into making something incredible. And this is something I want to talk about extensively in the next section. And wait for the door. Okay, let's do this. I've said in the past that for a lot of bad writers, they could turn their weaknesses into huge strengths. Like, for instance, have you ever watched a show which had a character that was supposed to be relatable and likable, but ended up being the most unlikable character in that entire franchise? If the writers took that talent of making unlikable assholes and instead used it to create a villain character, they could create some of the most compelling villains of all time. Starfield, by complete accident, ended up stumbling into an incredible character concept that causes you to get engraced into this world. Nothing made me connect to Starfield more than the Hunter did. You see, the Hunter is a Starborn, but he's unique. He's been doing this for hundreds of years, killed his way through dozens of universes, and has collected the artifacts too many times to count. In fact, he's done it so much that he's gotten not only bored, but depressed. The Hunter has fallen into a nihilism of sorts, where he doesn't really see the value in human life. And while on its own this character isn't that great, when you combine it with the meta context of Starfield, it suddenly becomes an amazing character study. Because the Hunter is a Starfield player. You will turn into the Hunter if you play Starfield. When you play Starfield, since it's such a boring, repetitive, never-ending nightmare, you actually end up falling into behaviors that the Hunter has. You see, the Hunter doesn't actually like to kill just for the sake of it, he does it because it's the quickest route to getting all the artifacts. As he went through universe to universe, he stopped doing things the hard way, stopped doing creative things to find the artifacts, and instead devoted himself to the most effective tactic available. This mirrors how people play Starfield. When I first started out playing Starfield, I actually did go to planets to mine for materials and find them, but later I found out that the most effective way to get materials is to buy them from a shop, wait 24 hours, and then buy more from that exact same shop. And once I found that tactic, I suddenly stopped doing things the creative way. I stopped hunting down these materials and started just buying them. When I reset the universe to become Starborn and focused on the temples, I stopped doing things that I enjoy just because I wanted the powers as quickly as possible to get it over with. And soon I even stopped caring about that and instead focused on one of the simple powers that could just easily end combat encounters. I stopped seeing all these characters as characters and instead peons in a never-ending existentialist nightmare. Just as the Hunter did, you stopped viewing these characters as real people and instead artificial intelligence that's just poorly acting out what's supposed to be happening. The entire universe becomes an illusion, a playground that just isn't fun to be in anymore.
Now, after a while, everything is just stuff. That's the problem. You make all the space and time your backyard, and what do you have? A backyard.
The Hunter no longer cares about human life since he's seen so many universes and know they will act out the exact same way no matter what. So again, they made a villain who became evil because he realized how shitty Starfield's AI was. And at the end of the game, he finally comes to the conclusion that all of this is pointless.
I suddenly find myself feeling the weight of years. Fine. Just this once. In just this universe. Here.
The entire game of collecting the artifacts and going to the Unity to reset the universe is just meaningless. Seriously, ask yourself, what are the Starborn doing? Why are they doing this? Again, when you reach the Unity, you just go to another universe where you're supposed to collect more artifacts and, once again, reach the Unity. It's a never-ending cycle leading to nowhere. Starfield doesn't have a real ending. The game was designed to go on forever and ever and ever and ever, never reaching a conclusion and never having a concrete goal. Reaching the Unity doesn't matter because it just means you'll have to reach the Unity again. Everything just kind of keeps going until you run out of stuff to do in the main universe or just give up. The Starborn are collecting powers for nothing, to collect artifacts for nothing, to reach the Unity for nothing, to continue to do more nothing. I know very little about what the Starborn actually want outside of just more powers for an unknown reason. Do they want to be famous? Do they want money? Do they want power? I'm not entirely certain. They just seem to endlessly roam around the universe, reaching the Unity again and again and again, and spreading out to an infinite number of timelines to continue spreading out and continue doing more of nothing. Starfield is a game that asks the question, what's out there? And its answer is more of the same. Sure, there are minor variations to Constellation in some universes, but they're so rare that you're likely never to encounter them if you don't reset the universe again and again and again. And most of them are minor changes. Maybe you'll find a goofy one where all the Constellation members are alternate universe versions of yourself, which is funny for a little bit, but soon loses its luster. They've created a game where the villains want nothing, where the main character wants nothing, where Constellation hunts for nothing, and where achieving unity and finding the meaning of life in the center of the universe accomplishes nothing. It's a game that communicates that everybody is a cog in an endless machine that's running for no reason, no purpose. Playing Starfield made me fall into an existential crisis of sorts because I realized that this game was just so bad. Why am I still here? It's all for nothing. You're getting resources for nothing. You're getting new guns for nothing. You're fighting for nothing. It is truly the vacuum of space incarnate. Even Starfield's own setting falls into this. Think about it. It takes place in the settled systems which are already settled. People have already explored all these places you've explored. You're not exploring something new, you're not pushing boundaries, you're going places that people have already been. Even the center of the universe itself has been explored thousands of times, in fact, maybe infinite number of times by an infinite number of Starborn. From an endless number of universes that are all exactly the same, give or take some minor deviations. From the get-go, if your goal was to do something new, you lost before you even started. Everything's been explored before, an infinite number of times in fact. Nothing you do is new. Even attaining space magic and gaining the power to rewrite the fabric of reality is, in the grand scheme of things, nothing new. Starfield is an endless game with no conclusion or goal, which causes it to feel completely unsatisfying. Compare that to Cyberpunk, where the main character is dying and the entire story revolves around how you handle that. There are many different paths, many different endings, but at the end of the day, they're all endings. Things end. You have a goal, and you may achieve it, you may not, but you eventually reach an end, which is what makes it real. Cyberpunk is a game with a soul, with a purpose. Starfield isn't. It has no purpose. It has no soul. It goes on forever and ever just because. It's a game that promises the universe, promises infinity, and it delivers. It gives you an infinity of nothingness. It can't give you fulfillment, it can't give you a conclusion, because it's not a real game. Starfield is a fake game.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm gonna do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this is my masterclass.
So, that about wraps it up. This is a game that's so bad, so poorly put together that it caused me to have an existential crisis. But can Starfield ever be fixed? The answer is no. People will point to Cyberpunk and say, hey, that was a disaster at launch, but it eventually got fixed and made it to a great game. And while that is true, what separates Cyberpunk from Starfield is that Cyberpunk had a soul from the very beginning. It had an actual design philosophy and wasn't just shoving random sci-fi tropes together with no rhyme or reason. And they came back with an absolute killer DLC which revamped the game, had tons of new content that was well put together. It expanded the world and the story, added new characters, and did just a bunch of work to get you invested in the game again. They also released an anime series for Cyberpunk, which a lot of people watched and it drummed up a lot of hype. They fixed the game and then put in effort to get people coming back, but Starfield didn't do that. Its DLC was just more of the same, and the people who played it were very disappointed. In order to actually fix Starfield, you would need to rework it from the ground up. So many systems would have to be changed, and I don't even know if the engine could support a lot of them. Do you honestly think that with this engine, Bethesda could make it so you could walk around an entire planet seamlessly, or somehow fly a spaceship on the planet? They can barely make land vehicles work, let alone a functional spaceship on a planet that's seamless. The amount of effort it would take to get this game on par with its competition is work that would better be spent on making The Elder Scrolls 6 not suck. And yes, you should be very, very worried about that game. But this is the part of the video where I have my message to Starfield fans. I know there's a group of people who are steel-willed to defend this game at every given opportunity, deflecting criticism and saying that it's great. I've even seen reviewers say this game is a 10 out of 10 experience, which from any perspective is absolutely an insane statement to make. I know there are people out there who get attached to these companies whenever they make a game they like, and they feel like an attack against the game is an attack against them personally. I just want to make one thing clear, gaming publishers are not your friends. They will take every opportunity to squeeze you of as much money as possible while also delivering you a worse product. Bethesda has already put Creation Club points into Starfield and wants you to spend money on an in-game currency to squeeze out as many pennies as possible. And if they can get away with selling you a worse product, they absolutely will, because it's less work for them for more money. They do not care about you. You are a paycheck to them. You do not have to spend all your time fighting against every single minor criticism against Starfield, because Bethesda will not defend you in return. My message to you is that you deserve better than this. Yes, you deserve better. You are in an abusive relationship right now. There are these massive corporations with millions of dollars being backed by even larger corporations that definitely have the time, resources, and talent to give you a decent product. There is absolutely zero excuse for Starfield to be leagues and bounds below its competition when its competition has less money, less time, and less experience. Yes, you can have fun playing Starfield, but I would argue you'd have more fun playing a game with more passion put into it that has a better story and better mechanics. Now, of course, bigger doesn't always equal better. Starfield is definitely a perfect example of that, but these are AAA games. They're meant to be games with huge budgets, tons of people working on them, that are meant to push boundaries and make games even more impressive. But nowadays that seems to happen less and less and less because companies realize they can make money off of the bare minimum effort. The actual games that are pushing things forward seem to come from smaller studios that have passion and don't want to shortchange you.
It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to service a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first, the revenue will follow.
They aren't there to squeeze you out of as much money as possible with loot boxes, battle passes, and Creation Club credits. They're just there to deliver a good product. And I'm tired of people settling for garbage and constantly giving Bethesda and larger companies a pass when there is no excuse for them to fail this hard. People seem to forget that they're charging us $70 for this game. This is a product they're charging money for, and it should be worth its cost. Like it or not, at the end of the day, video games are products that are sold for money, and since they're being sold for money and there's tons of video games out there and you have limited time, it is a competition. Time you're spent playing Starfield is time you're not spent playing a different game. Instead of landing on the same procedurally generated planet for the 50th time and doing the exact same Radiant dungeon, you could be having fun playing literally anything else. My advice to you is stop accepting the bare minimum, because companies will abuse your complacency to give you the worst product possible. Remember, these are the same people who would rather restrict vital game mechanics to a DLC than actually listen to your feedback. And they act like they don't understand why people don't like Starfield, which either makes them delusional or liars, or potentially both. Either way, it doesn't look good. You deserve better. It's as simple as that. You're being taken advantage of. Budgets are ballooning, game prices are increasing, and yet despite that, quality doesn't seem to be going up with it. Soon we're going to be charged much more for much less, and fighting amongst ourselves isn't going to change anything. But what can we do? Well, don't worry. I have a plan. If we want to save gaming, all we have to do is wait for the door. The fact of the matter is, it might be out of our hands at this point. Sure, you can choose not to buy these products, but someone else will be perfectly willing to step up and take your place. A lot of these large gaming companies have die-hard fans that are perfectly willing to spend any price to get their games, even when their quality drops. This cycle will continue endlessly until nobody can afford these games anymore and there's a massive crash where everything crumbles and tons of people get laid off. Watching the games industry rip itself to shreds is kind of like watching a train wreck in slow motion while you're tied to a chair. You can't do anything about it but scream, and there's no solution. And on that depressive note, I would like to thank my Patreon supporters for helping keep this channel afloat. Thank you. Make sure to join the Patreon if you want early access to videos. And with all that said, this has been Dave, and remember, Starfield's not a real game. It's a fake game.
Clout is one hell of a drug, and these online personalities became addicted. What may have started as a genuine desire to entertain an audience slowly...
Can we get a fishing rod? I got a fish. Small shrimp.
I saw something super interesting today that I want to yap about. It's become somewhat of a big conversation even outside of these bubbles that I'm tapped into, because even people that know nothing about guns can recognize that there's something wrong with this little puppy here. It's the SIG P320. This puppy's got a real nasty reputation developing. It's got the cheese touch, people talking about it being stinkier than Sir Strumming. I was going to lore dump on you, and I had even made this video setting all of the groundwork and the foundation for everything that had been happening with the P320 up until this point, but I want to show you the video that's sparked this topic for me today that I want to talk about, and it's got a lot of people talking.
Through the firing sequence, through the actual movement of the sear down is less than 1 millimeter. And we're gonna see if it'll set the cartridge off. I don't know, we'll try it a couple times. It might not. This safety might be working, but the other safeties might not have been, so let's see. And if you touch the slide, let's see if we can touch the slide and get it to go off. We have it staged at 1 millimeter or less as measured on the table, so this is just a guesstimate. And if we put some input into the slide somewhere, will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see.
Now, without knowing any of the context for why he's doing this experiment in the first place, there's been a lot of confusion from people that don't know anything about the P320, wondering why he put a...
It's definitely been a rough ride for Starfield fans lately. When Bethesda's long-awaited space RPG finally launched back in 2023, the promise was clear. Big expansions every year, a living universe, and a long-term support plan that would evolve the game well into the future. Fast forward to now in mid-2025, and many of us are wondering, where did all of that energy go? Of course, after a lukewarm reception to the Shattered Space DLC last year and a long silence from Bethesda Game Studios, there's definitely some growing concern that Starfield might already be drifting toward the black hole of abandoned games. But hold on, there might still be some hope for this game. According to recent reports and rumors, Starfield's next DLC is still in the works, even as Bethesda now...
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and the meltdown over Stephen Colbert's overdue sacking continues. Now, a reminder, Colbert's show is not only terrible, but it also loses $40 to $50 million a year. How it survived this long is the scandal, but no, the left's mass meltdown continues, and it wouldn't be a mass meltdown without the input of the ladies of The View. Here is Sunny Hostin suggesting that cancelling a struggling show is pretty much the dismantling of democracy itself. These people are nuts.
It's very clear that if it is political, this is the dismantling of our democracy. This is the dismantling of our Constitution, right? And so the First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason, and that is freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to speak truth to power. What are we going to do as a country? We must protect our Constitution, and we must protect our democracy. I think this is bigger than just the cancellation of a television show.
And Jon Stewart has joined in the hysteria. He proves that leftism destroys everything. You know, Jon Stewart used to be mildly amusing. Now he's reduced to this.
Go yourself!
It's just sad. It's like some feral, undisciplined child that's learnt a rude new word and thinks it's really cool to keep repeating it. And Colbert himself thought this was a clever line. Have a look at his response to Donald Trump celebrating his sacking.
On Friday, Donald Trump posted, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings." How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go f yourself.
Sad thing is, he probably didn't compose that line. Reminder, one of the reasons The Late Show loses tens of millions of dollars every year is that it's got a huge team, 100 plus reportedly, including a big team of professional writers, and that's the best they can do. Now, let's wrap up this issue with the top 3 lowlights of Colbert's long run. Let's start with this cringe fest featuring Mark Cuban attacking, you guessed it, Donald Trump.
You're shiny, orange, and empty inside. I'd say you're a traffic cone, but I would swerve to avoid a traffic curve.
That's gonna leave a mark, Cuban.
Donald, I know you have no shot with Hispanics, because there's no way in hell you're getting a Cuban vote. Donald, the only way you're worth $10 billion is if I paid you $9.5 billion to wash my balls.
Pathetic, pathetic. Coming in at number 2 is this moment with Claire Danes, actress Claire Danes. Now, this was a rarity. This was a chance for Colbert to actually feature something interesting. But watch how he reacts when the Homeland actress talks about her interactions with the intelligence community. This is from Trump's first term in 2018 at the height of the Russian collusion hoax. Watch Colbert's panic as Danes mentions the intelligence community aligning itself with the media.
What's the most surprising thing that they've told you about their jobs, or something you would need to know from
Well, every year it's different, right? We've been at it for a while, and the climate has changed. But this year it was all about, you know, the distrust between the administration and the intelligence world, and the intelligence community was suddenly kind of allying itself with journalists, which usually they're not.
How long ago did you start
good
shooting
friends.
this season?
The panic was palpable, the way he jumped in to stop her completing that sentence. But the worst moment from Colbert has to be this weapon-grade trash.
The vaccine.
That's all I can stomach. That trash went on for some time. Shameless, shameless charlatan. Now to a tolerant, loving lefty lass raging wildly because Donald Trump is still alive and healthy.
When will he die? When will he die? I can't keep doing this. When will he die?
Now let's hear from CBS News correspondent Scott MacFarlane, who revealed that the real victim of the Butler assassination attempt against Donald Trump wasn't Donald Trump. It wasn't even the Trump supporter shot dead defending his family. No, the real victim was the media, including Scott MacFarlane. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't hate the media enough. You think you do, but you don't.
For those of us there, it was such a horror because you saw an emerging America. And it wasn't the shooting, Chuck. I got diagnosed with PTSD within 48 hours. I got put on trauma leave. Not because I think of the shooting, but because you saw it in the eyes, the reaction of the people. They were coming for us. If he didn't jump up with his fist, they were going to come kill us.
I know.
He was on trauma leave. Not because he saw the president shot, not because he saw a man in the crowd shot dead. No, he was traumatized by the crowd. Let's bring in American Culture Project Senior Fellow and School Choice Advocate Corey DeAngelis. Corey, I mean, what can you say about that?
I mean, it's almost unbelievable, but yeah, the mainstream media on the left is just insane. He doesn't have PTSD. He has a different diagnosis. It's TDS. It's Trump derangement syndrome. And just imagine how that same guy acted on election night when Trump won all 7 of the swing states. But it's just amazing. Look, I mean, Trump was the real victim here. He didn't go on and complain about PTSD. This guy's trying to make himself the victim. Scott is trying to make himself the victim to try to politicize the event, and it's a shame. The left has so many weak men in America, and then on the other side you have President Trump. He almost got shot. He's marching forward. He's leading the country towards greatness. So it just goes to show you the difference between the left and the right here in America. We have Trump, and they have Scott. So whose side do you want to be on? I'd say you probably want to be on Trump's side. And look, him saying that he got PTSD and that the crowd was coming after him or they were going to, there's no evidence whatsoever of that happening or any, crowds attacking the reporters at that rally. So I'll take things for $500 that didn't happen, Alex.
Grainger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths and sometimes heights to ensure the power is always flowing, which is why you can count on Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, I know you're big on the internet. You love technology. You got the Harlan Highway podcast. You guys, if you haven't watched the Harlan Highway podcast, you're missing out. One of the best programs out there. Your clips are great. You're always up to date with technology. And I thought to myself, what if you got bit by an owl, or Trudeau, butt you into a coma, and you need to take a sabbatical? Well, how would we keep the Harlan Highway, moving? So we put some cash together, about $500K, and we came up with something to maybe fill in for you while you're taking some time off. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, all the way from Los Angeles, California, AI Harlan Williams. Here he comes.
Welcome, Commander. We'll accept your business after completing an access check. Permission granted. Check your landing pad assignment. Request accepted. Your docking computer has assumed control. Touchdown. Ship is secure. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Ship released. Maintain a controlled speed until clear.
Docking request accepted. You are welcome to approach, Commander. Request accepted. Docking accomplished. Ship has docked. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you? Release. Launch underway.
Make some noise for him, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time.
Wow.
AI.
Wow. What's up, me?
How you?
Yeah, I was never good at technology.
How you doing, my guy? Sir, please close your legs.
He looks terrified.
I didn't know I was I gotta be honest.
Just a little bit.
Fuck Trudeau.
Fuck him right in the pooper.
How you doing, AI Harlan Williams?
Pretty good, bud. How are you?
Great. Good. Goatee.
Goatees. There's two of us.
This is not how I envision this part going.
Shh. We're buying.
Our president is far more implicated in the Epstein files than we previously thought.
Oh.
This is according to a Wall Street Journal article. The Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's old news. We knew he was in the flight logs. We knew he was in these phone records.
Knew that.
But that's not what we're talking about. Those were already public.
Yeah.
Jeffrey's Black Book, that was already out there. This is a new review of documents that we're talking about. We're going to go through all of it. And we're going to start with Trump actually being asked directly if he was told by his attorney general whether he was mentioned in the Epstein files, and he says, no.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing.
So there we have Trump denying being told that his name was in the Epstein files, but a lot of people were wondering, well, then why are you acting so weird with these files?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It's pretty boring stuff that were made
He
up.
is acting weird, bro. Like, if he's not guilty, he's sure doing a good job acting like he's guilty. He's doing a great job acting like he's guilty.
By Obama.
Luckily, we unearthed an interview where Trump actually hints to the fact that he was in fact told that he was in the Epstein files and that it was all fake stuff.
They've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
Now that file review is gonna be separate
Yeah.
from what we talked about with the flight logs, the Black Book, things like that. According to the Wall Street Journal, when the Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents.
Coffee's extremely biased against Trump. Take whatever he says with a grain of salt. I mean, I don't know whether he is or not. I mean, I just think talking, like, in my opinion, it's not about Trump. Like, it's a lot bigger than Trump. Trump is just like, it's just one person. Like, this is, it's an ongoing, it is an indicator of a commutation of justice and like a lack of justice. That's really the problem. That's really the issue. Trump is like one part of that. It's not the main thing.
related to Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials. So, if you remember phase one, right?
Yeah.
Phase one was a big scandal because Pam Bondi released these files, but it turned out that these files were an incomplete list of mostly already released stuff. So what did she actually release? Well, she released the flight log and she released the contact book. Then what happened? Well, Pam Bondi, super embarrassed, reached out to Kat Patel and said, hey, I need a bunch of new files. This is not enough. Give us more. She went on Fox News, started talking about, oh, I've got this truckload of documents that is separate from the flight log, from the black book, that we're going to review and release to the American public.
Looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff?
Yeah.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived.
Will everything else be made public?
It's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
So there we clearly see there were...
Total bullshit. Total bullshit.
Two separate reviews that happened. First, there's the disclosure in phase one of kind of the stuff everyone knew. And then Pam Bondi goes, oh, we got a truckload of new documents. We're going to review those and release those. And that's the review that flagged a bunch of times that Donald Trump's name appeared in here. And that's when they changed their story. Why is this a big deal? Previously, the appearance in the flight logs and the black book were the only appearances we really had of the president. There
were a lot of people that were in the flight logs that probably weren't implicated in any bad behavior. Like, I don't even understand why this is even being discussed. Like, Jeffrey Epstein was like a massive socialite. He interacted with everybody. It's not like just because he interacted with somebody means that they went to his island to fuck kids. It's like it's such a red herring. I don't even understand why it's being discussed. How is it that you have 10,000 hours of footage, but you're not able to identify anybody in that footage?
Nothing else related to Trump there. It's also notable because Senator Dick Durbin said that the FBI was explicitly instructed to flag Trump's name if it came up in the files.
Attorney General's pressure on FBI to quickly review and produce more Epstein documents as promised. These officials were told to, quote, flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned.
Right. They had a new review where thousands of FBI agents combed through these things, flagging the president's name anywhere it appeared in this truckload of new documents.
It's like, you know, for a fucking fact. And here's what's so weird to me about this is that, like, Epstein died in 2019. That means that Trump had over a year to, like, get rid of any of this stuff. So by the time that Biden took office in 2021, anything that was super incriminating could have been already removed. He died? I mean, I think he died. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Whether he killed himself or somebody killed him, I'm pretty sure he's dead, right? I mean, do people think he's alive now?
And that is what we're talking about here. These are new revelations, new pieces of evidence about our president's possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, what are these files? That's what we all want to know, right? Unfortunately, it's being heavily covered up and heavily blocked. Obviously, one answer is the Wall Street Journal's prior reporting on this letter that Trump supposedly, allegedly wrote to Epstein, which talks about a secret that they both share. It's worth noting that the president said he was going to and then did sue the Wall Street Journal over this. He's seeking $10 billion about this. But
I don't know. Like, I didn't really cover that. It's hard to say. I mean, if he's automatically coming out guns blazing suing them, like, I probably assume the letter's bullshit. But, I mean, I guess we're going to have to find out.
The most interesting thing about the case is that the Wall Street Journal, its original claim was that this birthday book letter was all in the DOJ's possession earlier.
Yeah, somebody says Trump's name appeared has no meaning beyond optics. We don't know squat. It's just red meat for the rabble. I think you're totally right. I think that they're intentionally leaving it to be opaque and abstract on purpose in order to bait people into coming to the conclusion that his name appearing in the Epstein files implies guilt. I think that's very clearly what they're doing. Like, mainstream media, clever? It's not really. It's just It's basic, like, surface level manipulation. But I think it works with most people.
It would have been part of
They're
this
dumb.
truckload of new evidence unless it was destroyed. And so one of the best ways to disprove or prove the existence of this thing would just be opening up the Epstein files,
Exactly.
which is part of the reason it's so sketchy that they're not doing it. If you're saying that this reporting is false, if you're saying that this birthday book did not exist, then why not just release the files where this birthday letter was supposedly contained? In fact, in this story, we actually have breaking news. Epstein's victim's lawyer now says that the estate of Epstein are actually in possession of this birthday book containing Trump's letter and would be willing to turn it over to authorities. So we'll have to see where that goes.
Possession of that birthday book.
The executors of this date are in possession of that book.
So already, if true, not only is that a kill...
Oh, wait a minute. That's two separate things. He said they're in possession of the book. Does that mean the letter is in the book? This is the kind of language. See, this is the kind of shit that people get away with because nobody knows English anymore. Every single time they use these words, and these people are not stupid, but they think that you're stupid, and that's why they talk like this.
Shot to this lawsuit, it also proves that there's new mentions of our president in the Epstein files, which are now being covered up. Another big part of this cover-up story has been our government literally shutting down early to avoid a vote.
Shut it down.
On the release of the Epstein files. This is because there were a bunch of representatives ready to vote actually in a bipartisan way on the release of the Epstein files. And a lot of Republicans...
Which, by the way, one of the guys, Ro Khanna, I think that's his name, who was like trying to tack on the Epstein release onto some bullshit crypto bill. I criticized that pretty heavily, but then afterwards he came up with his own separate legislation that was supported by also, I think, Thomas Massie as well, and to have it released as an independent line item, and I totally support that. I think that I don't like the tacking on bullshit to a bill in order to try to score political points, in order to like, oh, well, there's this massive defense bill spending, but there's also cancer kid research, so if you decline it, then you hate kids with cancer. Like, that's obviously manipulation, and it shouldn't work that way. But at the same time, I do think all of the information should be released. In my opinion, I think release everything. Release everything. And the only reason why I think that they shouldn't is if they have genuine 100% certainty that it was altered or something was inaccurate and made to be inaccurate.
Splintered off from the party line of not releasing it, backing the president. Speaker Mike...
I mean, again, like, Biden withheld it for 4 years. Trump withheld it for 1 year whenever he was the president the first time. Like, this isn't like... This is a partisan issue because Trump made it a partisan issue by running on it and talking about it a lot, and then putting people in his cabinet that were adamant about releasing it, like Kash Patel. And also even J.D. Vance said to release it, his vice president, on Theo Von's podcast. So, like, it's not a partisan issue, but Trump has made it a partisan issue.
Johnson, because he was fearing this, announced he was cutting short the week's legislative business and sending the House home early for the summer to avoid having to hold votes on releasing the files. I can't think of something more sick than stonewalling the release of files related to a trafficker to try to protect the people implicated in it. I can't think of something more disgusting, except for the hypocrisy that it also represents, because previously the same guy went on Benny Johnson's show, a conservative commentator, and said he was totally open to releasing the files and would vote on it.
Subpoenaing the Epstein documents from the DOJ, whether you would support.
We saw this.
I'm for transparency. We're intellectually consistent in this. Look, Reagan used to tell us we should trust the American people. I believe in that principle. I know President Trump does as well.
I don't.
We should put everything out there and let the people decide it.
Right. We should trust the American people until it's time to release it and actually vote on it. Yes. And then you shut everything down early to avoid it. Now later, Mike Johnson came out and said he doesn't want to be lectured on transparency by the Democrats who didn't release the files when they were in power. And you see a similar line coming from the White House about this.
Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an suggestion for any Democrat to make.
Now to this I just have to say, yeah, they're scoring political points now, saying release the files, just like you guys scored political points when you were the party that wasn't in power.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
But the people who actually care about this issue, we just want the files out. So you know a way.
This is what's so weird about it is that, like, I don't care about whether it's Democrats or Republicans that are implicated at all. I just want the files released, and I want the people that are in the files to be investigated. And I agree with whoever the fuck that guy, I think it was Tim Burchett, one of the congressmen here. He said we should hang him. I like that. That sounds like a really good idea.
An easy way you can prevent having the other side score political points by saying, hey, release the files.
Televise
you
it?
can actually do it. Instead, we have a bunch of performative stuff like this from AG Pam Bondi and the president, where right after the reporting on the birthday letter about Trump and Epstein's supposed secret, all of a sudden, like a snap, Pam Bondi comes out and goes, oh, we gotta...
Here's why, by the way, here's one of the reasons why I think it's kind of bullshit about the birthday letter, is that it wasn't a fucking secret. It wasn't a secret at all. It was fucking obvious that Jeffrey Epstein was getting it on with young girls. Trump just said it. So how the fuck is this a secret that they're whispering about whenever he's saying it in interviews?
We gotta unseal the grand jury transcripts, despite knowing that there's almost zero chance of that happening. And of course, today we find out that it was denied because they had literally no grounds to do it. It's like not something courts do for a public interest. In fact, the irony of that whole stunt to pretend to be transparent was that the Epstein survivors, which supposedly these people care about so much, were not told, they were not informed that this grand jury information was gonna be unsealed. So ironically, despite saying that they want to protect the survivors of Epstein, what they really want to protect are the third parties implicated in all of this, which is why they won't release.
They want to protect their own interests.
The Epstein files they could release right now,
100%.
which is all in their possession. These thousands of documents that they have. In fact, the attempts to distract from the real issue of the Epstein files not being released, the cover-up that's clearly happening, it's actually been breathtaking. In fact, it compelled Trump to release 230,000 pages of documents on MLK's assassination, which I guess is fine,
that's good, but like, what about the whole fucking, like, an island, right? I mean, like, that's good. And hey, by the way, again, I said complaining about this and maulding works, right? We've been maulding, it's been working. Keep maulding.
Can you
the files could be fabricated? Well, yeah, you're going to have to cross-reference them and verify their authenticity. Yeah, of course.
Release the conspiracy now? Why are all the conspiracies revealed decades later when we can't hold anyone accountable? But at the time the conspiracies may be happening...
You just answered your question.
All of a sudden it's, oh, well, no, we can't possibly do that. Now, there's another performative thing you should be aware of, and that's the meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell that's supposedly going to happen.
This happened today. We're going to talk about that after this.
Now says they're going to actually talk to Ghislaine directly. Quote, I have communicated with the counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. This is confirmed by Maxwell's attorney, who says, I can confirm we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. Why is this deeply concerning? Because the idea had been floated that there would be a public testimony to Congress under oath by Maxwell. But this is not that. This is a private meeting with the same people who have been sweeping this issue under the rug the entire time. And what is Ghislaine really focusing on? What is she actually trying to get? She's trying to get immunity. We already know she's trying to get the president's attention and say, hey, you guys kind of screwed me. You wouldn't want to be seen as, you know, not being a man of your word. We've seen those like vaguely threatening public statements by Maxwell. So what exactly are they going to get out of this? She's totally incentivized to clear everyone from this administration rather than get the truth out. Now,
He brings up a great point. And logically, there's no way that I can say that isn't true, especially if it's only being done by one party. I think he's right about this. That's true.
Say we actually have inside information on this because recently a bunch of world leaders have been meeting with not journalists, but get this, podcasters to talk about the world affairs of the day.
Yeah.
Podcaster Tim Dillon talks about his dinner with what turns out to later be J.D. Vance and some other people where they discussed the affairs of Epstein and stuff like that. And he floats the idea of Maxwell testifying.
Ghislaine must speak. She should testify before Congress.
Yeah.
A couple of the people at the dinner, again, it was a small dinner, 3 or 4 people.
As I said, my dream scenario. Trump makes mandatory attendance every member of the Senate and Congress. He has her testify in front of all of them. And before she starts, he locks the doors. And as she reads out the names, the police come in and they escort every person out of the room as she reads their names. Totally like Saddam Hussein style. Yep, the Saddam strat. That's right. That would be fucking insane. And hey, that would be crazy content, right? Insane content.
They said that is not on the table at the moment, but it's not impossible. Nobody's super jazzed about it.
So the administration appears to have told Tim Dillon in a private meeting that, yeah, we really don't love the idea of her testifying, but apparently they love the idea of meeting her privately to talk to her behind closed doors where we can't know what is said. Speaking to the only person who's ever been punished at all for Epstein's crimes and whose only incentive is to her...
I think that it's true that you shouldn't take her testimony as a fact. Like, you shouldn't listen to what she's saying, like, 100% and be like, okay, this is absolutely true and she's totally telling the truth. I think there's a good chance that she's lying about a lot of what she's going to say. Really, it's not about necessarily what she's saying. It's about where she tells you to look, if that makes sense.
Get immunity and get off the hook for all of this. So I obviously think this is a terrible idea. I think it's more of the same cover-up. Until they release these files, they're finished. And interestingly, Tim Dillon, the guy at this dinner with the administration, actually said as much.
I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release...
More than that, human sacrifices. And I mean it. If someone doesn't, if there are not at least a number of people that get implicated in this, the public bloodthirst will not be sated. There is a public bloodthirst for this. People want blood. And if he doesn't give it, they're going to be upset. Am I wrong?
Everything you have.
Yeah, of course. Doesn't
Blood
take
for the
a
blood god,
political analyst to tell you you need to release the files. But of course, that seems to be the one thing they refuse to do. They'll do anything. They'll release MLK files. They'll probably tell you their aliens exist just to avoid releasing the Epstein files. And that is the actually most incriminating part of all of this. It has been the reaction, not the files themselves, that has made this look so bad. The unhinged response to just simple demands for following up on their word, saying they were going to release the Epstein files. Then it's, we looked. We found
need
the
public sacrifices on both sides, too. I think we need as many as possible.
President's name a bunch, and now we're not going to show you what's in there. That makes us all assume the worst about what's actually in here. So ultimately, look, I just believe we should get transparency. Obviously, there's a lot we don't know here, but a lot that has also been coming out, and it all paints a much darker picture than we previously knew.
When you click paying for... I think that it's obvious that Trump is implicated in some way. I would be willing to believe that Trump had an idea that it was going on. I would not be immediately willing to believe that Trump was doing it himself. I would require more proof than that. But I do think that in the same way that everybody in Hollywood knew about Harvey Weinstein, everybody in music knew about Diddy, I bet everybody in this echelon knew about Jeffrey Epstein. I bet they all kind of knew that it was happening, but it was kind of like a hush-hush, let's not talk about this type situation.
Cargo hold at
So, like, I would need more proof than that, and I don't think that them saying his name being in the files is problematic. But Coffee bringing up the fact that the FBI was directed to say if his name was in the files or not to him implies that why would you do that if you weren't guilty? Trump knows that the public doesn't give a damn about the truth. There's the video. I've been watching CoffeeZilla's videos about this topic a lot. I mean, I'm really glad to see that, you know, he's using his, investigative reporting skills on something. I mean, like, as much as crypto scams matter, right? I mean, I think this is a much bigger fucking scam, and it's a much bigger issue, right? And so, yeah, there we go. You watch his last one. I might look at it tomorrow, right? I mean, we're going with these one at a time, but this is the one that I've seen so far. And this is, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, make sure to give the video a like and give him a sub. I like this guy a lot. And I've been watching him for quite a while. This isn't even an investigation. It's just tabloid journalism. It's tabloid journalism. Yeah, well, tabloid journalism is better than cover-ups, isn't it? So if you don't want to have tabloid journalism, then maybe you should release the files and set the record straight. Problem solved. I'll be right back. It would be crazy, though, if they announced that there were aliens to distract people from this. The funny thing is, I think it would work. Anyway, so this is what happened today. They did interview her.
So, former Biden Chief of Staff Ryan Klain getting candid with the GOP lawmakers investigating what insiders knew about Biden's cognitive decline. Klain told them Biden appeared tired and ill at that fateful debate, but they never saw him take Ambien like Hunter Biden claimed. Klain also revealed that Hillary Clinton top advisor Jake Sullivan sounded the alarm on Biden's political viability months before he dropped out. Fox News contributor and GW law professor Jonathan Turley joins us now. Okay, so part of this is
we're just going to scout and give a fuck about this.
Charge. So, Professor, I want to get your take on another story, and that's the Epstein files. And it looks like the administration is taking this very serious. When you send a deputy attorney general to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, I think they want full control of this. This is what her brother is saying in a statement. She would be putting before a court material new evidence that was not available to the defense at her 2021
Why
trial,
not?
which would have had a significant impact.
Why wasn't it there?
On its outcome. Is she going to get something in return? I mean, there's really no motivation to talk with the feds unless she gets some type of deal.
Yeah.
What could that deal be?
Right, Lawrence, that's really the key question here. There is a thing called a 5K 1.1 motion that the Justice Department can file for cooperation to reduce a sentence. That's usually when someone is a key witness in the prosecution of a third party. The defense can also go to...
Yeah, I would do that 100%, by the way. I know people might criticize this, but as I said, I'm a utilitarian, pragmatic person. I would easily commute her sentence if it meant putting 10 other people in jail. Instantaneously.
Court and ask for a reduction based on new evidence.
Easiest decision of my
Well,
life.
we haven't seen that. She was convicted and given 20 years. And so the question is, if there's something there, why haven't they revealed it
Even more,
so
100,
far?
yeah.
The third possibility is a commutation, more likely than a
There you
pardon
go.
from the president, maybe at the end of his term, if she is a highly cooperative witness. So all of those are possibilities for Maxwell. The question is what she has. I was surprised in speaking with a member of the legal defense team.
Somebody says no, she shouldn't get off. She was as bad as him. I don't deal in shoulds. I deal in effectiveness. Would you rather have 10 people arrested or one person arrested? I'd rather have 10 people arrested. Simple.
A couple days ago,
Simple.
when they said the
Common
reports
sense.
that she had been previously interviewed by federal and state prosecutors, investigators, was not true. That she had never been interviewed. Yes, and despite all of these past investigations. And
How is this, bro? Like, yeah, exactly. What are you talking about? You never asked her? What the hell is going on?
Scandal. I was really taken aback by that. So if that's true, she could be an untapped source of new information.
How do you
the
not
question
even
is,
ask
what
her?
is that information? Is it just salacious, or is it something more that would reveal criminal conduct?
Jonathan, this is new information for me, and so
they never even they never even interviewed her?
With me, but how do you prosecute someone without doing an interview? I mean, that's like investigative procedure 101.
Well, they're saying that she had interaction, no doubt, in her own prosecution. But when I asked whether she had sat down with investigators, and there were so many investigations on state and federal level, and I said, are you saying that she was never called forth to give information either in the state or federal systems? And they said no, that she had.
It's just like, come on, man. Come on, you're not even trying to hide it.
Has largely been left untouched.
I refuse to believe that they're this incompetent. I don't think that this is incompetence.
These past investigations. So the question is, what does she still have? And also, why didn't she reveal it before? She had every motivation in the world, if she could trade something, to do so before she was sentenced to 20 years.
So part 2 is going to happen today. The Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is going to go back to interview her. Now, he said after this interview, he'll decide if they are going to come to the public with the findings of that. So we look forward to hearing that.
I think that if they want to commit to earning the public's trust back, they need to have noted members of the Democrat Party be present during the interview. Because I think if it's only one party interviewing her, everybody is going to think that they're just trying to stack the deck against the people that they disagree with. Like, I'm not even saying that they have to live stream it. And I can understand why they wouldn't want to. It would be because maybe she would say something that is a lie, and then it could potentially destabilize everything because she said this, but it turned out to not be true. So, like, I understand the logical reason not to live stream it, but I don't understand the logical reason not to have both parties present to maintain a degree of transparency. I think you need that.
Professor, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thank you.
And so there it is, right? Or she can expose victims' names. Yeah, exactly. Like, she could say anything that they could maybe not necessarily predict. But, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. I mean, I don't know necessarily whether this is going to happen or not, but let me see if I can pull this one up and if there's any new information about this. It might be the same thing, but we'll go back and look at it. More than 51% of people having power on the list. Well, I don't know yet. The funniest shit just happened on Yeet. Let me see here. What is this? Actually, I'll look at it. Well, it seems like this is probably about all the same stuff, right? Yeah, it seems like this is about the same stuff. So we'll see what happens if, what do you call it? If this stuff actually gets released, but it seems like right now that it's not being released yet. And so we're going to have to wait around and see what happens. So I'll look and I'll find out. And if there's anything else going on, HoloLive. Oh, no. Uh-oh. I'll see if there's any of this stuff with this here. And where did it go? Is there any new information about this? I'm going to look it up right now. And provides Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the DOJ with information of 100... Wait, what? Hold up. What? 100 people? Oh my fucking God. That's an assload of fucking people. Okay, give me a minute. Let's look at this. This is brand new. With 100 people linked to Jeffrey Epstein. And also, by the way, people linked to could, technically, by definition, could also just be including victims as well. So don't get too excited, but we'll see what happens. 99 will be innocent? Well, I don't know. And David Oscar Marcus, Maxwell's attorney, said that she was asked about every possible thing you could imagine, everything. This was the first opportunity she's ever been given to answer questions about what happened. The truth will come out about what happened with Mr. Epstein and the person who's answering those questions. Oh, boy. The real question is, why wasn't she questioned before? Yeah, I wonder why. Anyway, let's see here. Gave details on 100 different people. Oh my God.
Sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell has ended. This as critics are calling for more transparency. New at 2, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's meeting with convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell has ended. This as critics are calling for more transparency in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Welcome back as we head into hour 2 of America Reports. I'm Sandra Smith in New York, and Bill, great to have you here today.
Great to be with you as well, Sandra. I'm Bill Malugin in Los Angeles. John Roberts has the day off. That meeting Sandra just mentioned just wrapped up moments ago. Maxwell was escorted back to the prison from the courthouse in Tallahassee. Her attorney said they had a, quote, productive meeting with Blanche, but details of their talks still remain under wraps right now.
How convenient.
All right, Fox Team coverage is at the ready. Chief legal correspondent Shannon Bream is live here in New York City, standing by with analysis. But first, let's get to our justice correspondent, David Spunt. He's got the latest from Washington for us. So, David, what else did Maxwell's attorney say?
It won't matter at this point because now the cat's out of the bag. If she gave them 100 names, that's 100 leads.
Well, he said a lot. We wish we could
think about it. If 100 names have already been given, that's at least 3 people that know about it. It's her, the attorney, and the person interviewing her.
Be in and hear what was said in the actual meeting. This meeting was a lot shorter than it was yesterday, but this was a 2-day event.
Yeah.
The highlight, though, it appears that her team wants a pardon. Watch.
Here's what's going to be really convenient. All 100 of the people are all going to be Democrats. Isn't that crazy?
We're going to take one day at a time. I know that's very cliche, but it's true because things are happening so quickly.
Wow.
We haven't spoken to the president or anybody about a pardon just yet. And you know, listen, the president this morning said he had the power to do so. We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way.
But the president leaving the White House today was asked directly about a pardon or commutation.
Yeah, he didn't even know about that shit. Like, obviously, right? And so anyway, Gil was saying rape minors too. Wow, what a surprise. And so this is the 100 people?
Plan to do with everything Ghislaine Maxwell told them yesterday and today. Her lawyer says she answered questions about roughly 100 people during her meetings with Deputy Attorney General and former personal attorney to President.
Oh, that's very different. Answering questions about 100 people, gave details on 100 people. Okay.
President Trump, Todd Blanche. CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed is with us on this. She is tracking all of the details. Do we know anything else about what they discussed, Paula?
Well, we're learning a little bit, but there's still more questions than answers. We know the two sides met today for about 3 hours. After talking through the day yesterday, once again, her lawyer said she answered every question that she was asked. She did not invoke privilege. And when really pressed on exactly what she's being asked about, her lawyer said that they've asked about every single possible thing you can imagine, but then revealed that she was asked about maybe 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody and did not hold anything back. I think that's sort of the biggest headline we've gotten out of these meetings so far. He was also asked about, where he sees all this going. Let's take a listen to what he said.
We don't know how it's going to play out. We just know that this was the first opportunity.
Well, there it is. Dead man switch police. I don't know. Quick bait call. Well, I don't know. Release the interview? Yeah, I wonder what she said, man. I do. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, man, not a single state or federal prosecutor, including Marine Comey, ever bothered to interview her. I mean, if nobody interviewed her at all, gave DOJ info on 100 people, giving to her lawyer, no, I don't think that this is a... Like, in my opinion, I don't think this is as big as people are making it out to be, because they probably just asked about 100 people, and then she probably said yes or no to some of them, probably no to most of them. Now, this is what I think this is the probability, right? Is that she will probably not implicate Trump, because if she does so, then Trump will say that she's compromised and not pardon her. That's just probably how this is going to play out. So even if Trump is implicated, he's not going to be stated by her, because then she won't get a pardon. Well, like, the probability of her getting a pardon is extremely low, right? It's very uncommon, sure, but well, no, I'm saying, like, like, if you were her, if you were in her position, wouldn't that be what you would do? Is that you give them the names of the people that, you know, maybe obviously, like, if there's one person that is holding your freedom over your head, would you want to name that person as being a pedo? No, fucking obviously not. It's common sense. Obviously she wouldn't do that. Anybody would do this just acting in their own, like, the way that I think is I put myself in somebody else's truth matters, not to her. Do you think the truth matters to her whenever she was sex trafficking a bunch of young kids? I don't think she cares about the truth. She doesn't care about anything. So no, she cares about staying alive and existing and being able to do what she wants. Literal corruption? Absolutely. No, absolutely. I would be fine settling with at least some of them getting arrested. Now, I'm just being realistic and saying that I think that's the way it's going to play out. I do. Does anybody really disagree with this? Because I think that's the reality, is that the probability of her actually going and ratting out Trump is extremely fucking low. Yeah, it's self-preservation. Yes, exactly. Even if you were pragmatic, you'd leave Trump's name out, say Trump, nothing gets out, leave him out, everyone else goes to jail. Yeah, that's basically it. It's stupid, but we'll see what happens. And they asked her questions for 9 hours over 2 days. Holy shit, that's a lot. Oh my God. Do you think she mentioned the prince? I have no idea. No one goes to jail. You and I both know it. Well, hopefully there's a reason why they don't go to jail. And I would say what I would hope that reason would be. But we'll see what happens. She's not some echelon of truth. She's a pedo lying bitch. She is, but if she can provide proof for it, then it's important to make sure that we know what she's saying. If she wants any chance at a pardon, she won't implicate Trump? Yeah, exactly.
Meet Asana, a work management platform that helps companies get more done and save more time. Teams can stay connected while they track updates and visualize timelines. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free today at asana.com.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and the meltdown over Stephen Colbert's overdue sacking continues. Now, a reminder, Colbert's show is not only terrible, but it also loses $40 to $50 million a year. How it survived this long is the scandal, but no, the left's mass meltdown continues, and it wouldn't be a mass meltdown without the input of the ladies of The View. Here is Sunny Hostin suggesting that cancelling a struggling show is pretty much the dismantling of democracy itself. These people are nuts.
It's very clear that if it is political, this is the dismantling of our democracy. This is the dismantling of our Constitution, right? And so the First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason, and that is freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to speak truth to power. What are we going to do as a country? We must protect our Constitution, and we must protect our democracy. I think this is bigger than just the cancellation of a television show.
And Jon Stewart has joined in the hysteria. He proves that leftism destroys everything. You know, Jon Stewart used to be mildly amusing. Now he's reduced to this.
Go yourself!
It's just sad. It's like some feral, undisciplined child that's learned a rude new word and thinks it's really cool to keep repeating it. And Colbert himself thought this was a clever line. Have a look at his response to Donald Trump celebrating his sacking.
On Friday, Donald Trump posted, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go f yourself.
Sad thing is, he probably didn't compose that line. Reminder, one of the reasons The Late Show loses tens of millions of dollars every year is that it's got a huge team, 100 plus reportedly, including a big team of professional writers, and that's the best they can do. Now, let's wrap up this issue with the top 3 lowlights of Colbert's long run. Let's start with this cringe fest featuring Mark Cuban attacking, you guessed it, Donald Trump.
You're shining, orange, and empty inside. I say you're a traffic cone, but I would swerve to avoid a traffic curve.
That's gonna leave a mark, Cuban.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
To go for Game Pass more so than purchasing a game. Also, it isn't hard to port. Is it really that hard to port to Xbox? I don't think so. He verbally agrees with Piscadella, even using himself as an example. Listen to it and hear what he says. He agrees, right? Fiji Fight School. So yeah. So I don't understand why when Xbox.
Having succeeded in taking down a Fireweight Hydra with a Panther Mark II, Panther Mark II loaded up with 1,000 ton of Fireweight bait worth 8 billion credits in a do-or-die fight, we can now refocus on other things such as Elite Dangerous news, rumors, and leaks. In this particular video is about the leaks surrounding the latest teased ship by Frontier Developments. Again, this is a spoiler warning video. If you don't want to hear about game leaks, stop watching now. If you're still watching, chances are you do want to hear about game leaks, and this is the image that Frontier has teased about the upcoming ship. What do we know about this ship? Well, rumors swirling around the internet talk about this ship being referenced as Laken Minor in the game files, which I would say is not a huge surprise considering that it's shown in the midst of an asteroid field and has a very industrial look.
Engine shutting down. Your ship has docked, Commander. before approaching a landing pad. Access granted. Commander, you are good to approach the landing pad. Request accepted. Your docking computer has assumed control.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown. Ship is secure. We've got you, Commander.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
look. So what we do know is this ship is a Laken type ship, and it is designed to be a miner. That's pretty much the extent of the information that has been directly gleaned from the game files in the latest update. What has additionally been devised, however, is the fact that it is a ship that has been templated from the keelback. And as you are probably aware, every new ship in the game has been created based on a template from some kind of prior ship. The Mandalay from the Mamba, the Corsair obviously from the Imperial Courier, and the Panther Clipper, I honestly don't know. People joke that it's an oversized Chieftain. I actually think it's derived from the Type 9, but I am honestly not sure about that one. Maybe someone in the comments can tell me what ship that one is actually templated from. Now, much like the keelback, this Laken miner ship has a ship-launched fighter bay, in addition to a cargo hatch, which is somewhat protruding from the bottom of the ship, presumably to make mining and collecting asteroid fragments somewhat easier. Now, I've done my best to take an equally bad picture of my keelback, and by the way, for those who were around during the Battle of Sol, you might remember this ship. This is Bomba McBombyface, the unengineered keelback Titan bomber, which I thought I would retire and would never see action and use anymore ever, but as it turns out, it actually has a second use, so here it is again. So Bomba McBombyface also has an SLF bay, a cargo hatch, and a radiator, which by the way looks pretty identical to the ship that was just teased. Obviously, the keelback is smaller compared to the new ship that has been teased. The SLF bay and hatch are tighter together. The radiator is in a different position, and all in all, you can clearly tell that this, I'll call it keelback Mark II. Who knows what they're going to call it, but as far as the development of the ship is concerned, this is effectively a keelback Mark II, which in and of itself is probably also the beginner miner ship by design. Not that anybody does beginner mining anyway, I think, but I may be wrong. You guys again told me. Now, the fact that the ship is bigger, however, doesn't really tell you much about the overall size and pad of a ship. My guess is this ship is going to be a medium pad ship. Yes, it is bigger than the keelback, but look at the keelback on a medium pad, right? The keelback is as small as a ship can be as far as filling a medium pad is concerned. So unless the proportions are completely off and they suddenly decided to pull a Type 7 equivalent on the ship to have a medium effective ship, but for whatever reason, just because of some minor dimension thing, cannot fit on a small pad, but for all other intents and purposes, this should really be a medium ship as far as proportions go. So just to recap, we have effectively the keelback Mark II, which may be called anything else because we don't really know what the name of the ship is going to be, but it is derived from the keelback. It has a ship-launched fighter bay, it is a Laken ship, and it is a miner. That is the extent of the leaked information to date. Glory to mankind, going to Meccan, over and out.
Colbert's career just ended. Let's see what these amazing comedians are saying about it. Let's go.
So the one and only Rob Schneider joins us now. You know, I do have to sort of think it's kind of funny that they say this is a financial decision. Yeah, it's a financial decision because your show was terrible and nobody was watching it and you were losing money.
Well, there should be no fuzz on this at all, Griff. The Russians got Colbert fired, and I think I'm willing to testify if I get complete immunity from the Trump administration and from CBS. I'm willing to testify. No, but I just found out this morning also, if you go on social media, that a district court judge has prevented CBS from firing Stephen Colbert, which I don't think is fair either.
You know what's interesting is these Democrat politicians like Elizabeth Warren and a few others have come out and made statements in defense of Stephen Colbert saying, hey, you fired him for political reasons. I know that you're an outspoken conservative. I imagine there are some jobs maybe that you were passed over for because of your views.
I just want to say,
getting all your daily nutrients is hard work, but nutrition gaps in your diet are inevitable. But there's an easier way to fill them.
This is a massive
update, like a huge update to the internet. So new rules to protect children online enforced from today.
As of today, the UK's internet has changed.
Yep.
There are strict new rules in place
That's
designed
right.
to put children's safety online at the heart of our scrolling. Codes are now being enforced, and they'll change how adults can go online too.
For some services, this will mean putting in place
Yeah.
highly effective age checks so that children can't
Uh-huh.
access the service because fundamentally the service is not safe for children. So a pornography site, for example.
Yeah.
For other services,
This is definitely going to stop 12-year-old boys from looking at boobs on the internet. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely, Karen. You've really finally tricked them, and now they're not going to be able to get around you this time, huh? Oh yeah.
This will mean other changes, such as making sure that their algorithms don't promote harmful content to children.
The most obvious change for adults overnight was this new strict
Inquiry
age
with
verification.
persona.
These new age checks should stop under
Yep.
18s from accessing pornography sites and should stop them seeing pornography on their social media feeds. I'm gonna try
Yeah,
and get-
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you've obviously. Oh, what? She's wearing a mask. Oh God.
into the over 18 lobby.
Okay, let's see.
Yoti is one of the age verification systems many companies are now using to stop young people accessing inappropriate content.
Sure.
It uses AI to estimate users' ages and is precise enough that it can't even be tricked using massive.
It can't be tricked? What are you talking about? They tricked it with Death Stranding 2. I talked about this yesterday. What do you mean it can't be tricked? So anyway, just so you guys can see this, Death Stranding 2 UK. So just in case anybody missed this yesterday, people were using the photo mode for Death Stranding 2 in order to get everybody to, in order to get through this verification. So literally, I mean, I don't know what she was thinking. She should have just been playing a video game.
Or selfies.
I'm very surprised.
If you look under a certain
The
age,
women don't play video games, so she wouldn't have known about this, but as a guy, obviously we know that this is what happened yesterday.
25,
Yeah.
going into a shop for alcohol or into a website, maybe it's
Sure.
21, then you have to do, an age check. So it's
Yeah.
very much the same with computer age estimation.
The idea behind these new age checks and algorithm changes is to stop teenagers stumbling across harmful content.
I think that they also have to discuss the elephant in the room, which is the fact that the reason why these kids are being negatively affected by this harmful content primarily is because they have shitty parents. But it's a lot easier for the parents to blame the government and to blame Google for the reason why they can't raise their kid right. But yeah, parents want to blame the companies because it's easy. It's like they want to blame McDonald's for their kids being fat. Why don't you blame yourself for taking your kids to McDonald's?
At a youth club in Warrington, teenagers told us
Like,
that was
if I had a kid, I'd let him go on the internet as early as he wanted. Like, if he wants to be 7 years old going on the internet, go ahead. Go ahead, find out. You want to be 11 years old watching ISIS executions? Go ahead. You're going to find out. That's the real world. And no, I'm literally not even memeing. I'm not even joking. You sure? Yeah, of course. Of course, because that's the real world. Like, I think as a parent, like, your job is to, like, prepare your kid for the real world. You can't go and bubble wrap his whole life, but the difference is that I have confidence that I would be able to be like, yes, son, so, like, that's what happens if you fuck around. They'd be like, oh, damn, that's crazy. I said, yes, so you don't want to go over there because they're crazy. And he'd be like, oh, okay, right? And so that's it. Backwards ass take? No, absolutely not. But, like, I understand that, like, the way that I look at it isn't really the norm. Like, I was on the internet all the time. It was fine for me. But, I would also supervise what my kid was doing. It's not like I would just go ahead and be like, well, just do whatever you want, Billy. No, I'd say, okay, well, there's this thing, that thing, and the other thing, and make sure to avoid this, right? And so it's not like that's it. Makes sense? Yeah, of course.
If you're going in,
it's not easy to raise kids.
An online
yeah, probably
space
not.
And you're expecting kind of simplicity and everything to be nice and tame, you're kind of going in quite naive because, it's a very, very malicious place in the grand scheme of it.
So I do think there should be more restrictions in that, and the report and block system needs to be better.
Personally, I think it's a good idea to have more restrictions because, especially for like children younger than us, there's some things that are so accessible.
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style,
at any scale, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44,
The government has described these rules as the biggest step forward in children's safety online since the creation of the internet.
Oh,
But
jeez.
the families who
Like, every single person in this entire video is a Karen.
already lost children because of online harm,
Yeah.
the regulations don't go far enough. Ellen's son, Jules, died when he was 40 after he was thought to have watched harmful content online.
So he killed himself because he
Jules
saw an
is-
internet. So wait a minute. So you think your kid killed himself because he saw a video on the internet?
Incredibly smart.
Is that it?
Funny, but had a very quick wit. He should be 18 on Sunday.
And so
he's
why?
not.
So why did he kill
And
himself?
that's particularly hard. People always think, well, that's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my child. And actually, the more we talk about it, it could be your child. I
What?
didn't expect it to be my child. Had no
Huh?
thought crossed my mind at all.
She doesn't just want changes to algorithms.
What the
or
fuck does this have to do with the internet? Your kid kills himself and now nobody else can look at porn? I'm not putting two on top of two here.
Saying porn sites are 18, yet you can go on social media at 16 and see things like that you shouldn't be seeing.
Right.
How are those? Where's the similarity in those rules? It's ridiculous.
The government says these rules are just the first step in their campaign to protect
I
children
bet.
online. For many, these changes have been too long coming.
Yeah, yeah. Your kid kills yourself. Your kid kills himself, and then somehow nobody else can look at boobs. What a stupid fucking Karen rationalization. Maybe you should have been a better parent. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with your kid. But the whole world needs to change because of this. Give me a fucking break. What a joke. Who cares? Like, that's one person. Like, everybody now the whole world has to change because of this one thing. It's outrageous. It's crazy. How do you think like this? How the fuck do you think like this? It's insane. And so anyway, yeah, what a dumb bitch. Yeah, what a dumb bitch. And so anyway, it's a 1% thing. Yeah, exactly. Stumbled over boobs and died? Fuck, man. Yeah, like, what kid looks up boobs on the internet and then wants to kill himself? Fuck, I think that's like the main reason not to. It doesn't even make sense. Well, anyway, I don't know her story, and apparently she's not even telling it, which means that maybe she doesn't know his story either. Maybe that's part of the reason why he killed himself. I've got no fucking idea. But I'll tell you one thing. A lot of these kids that pop off and turn into school shooters, violent people, or they kill themselves, whatever, you go back and you look at it and you see the parents aren't involved with anything. They totally ignore the fucking kid. Brutal. I'm not being brutal. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. And the end result, and here's the problem. Here's the reason why I'm being brutal and honest about that. You could say I'm being brutally honest. And the reason why is because I don't want to see more kids like this kill themselves. And the way that you avoid that is you prevent people from making an excuse of saying, oh, well, it's okay that, like, I didn't do X, Y, and Z thing because it's actually Google's fault that Billy jumped off a bridge. No. 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 Absolutely not. And so anyway, and there are some cases, I'm sure, where the internet does play a role in having a kid kill themselves. Absolutely, sure it happens. Definitely it happens. But to say this is like some kind of commonality, I don't think so, right? Look at the dislike ratio. Yeah, a lot of people don't like this at all. Blame starts with lazy parents. Well, this is the reason why I think a lot of people are angry. It's because they have lazy, dumb parents that want to blame the internet for the fact that they weren't present in their child's life, and then the kid kills himself, right? That's the reason why people are frustrated. But I do think that this is, by the way, this is only going to get worse. It's going to get more extreme, and you're going to see even more rules on the internet. Right now is only the beginning. I predict in 5 to 10 years, we will already see, if not have experienced, real ID on the internet in almost all regards and almost all scenarios. And I think that also what this is going to push, this is a secondary effect of it, is that it's going to push to create a segmented, regional internets. So for example, I think a great example of this happening right now is South Korea. So South Korea has a lot. South Korea probably has some of the most, not oppressive isn't the right word, comprehensive rules for being on social media, playing online video games, etc. Like, you have to upload everything in order, like, you have to have a social security number to play League of Legends, basically. Like, that's North Korea? No, it's not. It's South Korea. Look it up. Look it up. I know what I'm talking about here. And so anyway, anyway, South Korean ID is based everywhere. Yes, exactly. And like China, well, I'm not sure about China. I can't confirm that. I don't know that. And also, I think North Korea, I heard from people on the internet that North Korea also is pretty restrictive with what they let you do too. But I was talking about South Korea. And so anyway, what I think is going to happen is that South Korean, a lot of their different social media websites and people like and things like this, they are separated from the rest of the world, right? Like they have different streaming websites, they have different, fucking, what do you call it? And this isn't everybody, right? But it's just like a general trend. Different streaming websites, they have different video websites, they have different social media websites. And so like they're basically in their own world. And I think that's what's going to happen to the internet as a whole, is that the internet is going to stop being the World Wide Web, and it's going to become regional webs that have interconnected elements between them. And the reason why is because as the internet has stopped being this just apparatus that exists separate from the real world, it is now something that everybody in the real world works in, right? Everybody is using the internet. Like all of your probably parents and grandparents are using the internet nowadays. And so you can't, like back in 2006, the internet was an alternate reality. In 2025, the internet is reality. The internet is where people spend usually, and I'm not even kidding, and we all know this is true, people spend more time on the internet than they do in real life. They worry about the centralization of information, but it's inevitable. I think that here's really where the worry is, and here's the main reason why people are concerned. So the reason why people are concerned is very simply because this can also be used as a reason to censor political opinions, to basically silence dissent, to, implement harder speech laws and speech regulations that then make it to where people are less likely to speak out against current issues. So don't go and act like I don't understand where these problems are coming from. I definitely understand where the problems are coming from. All I'm saying is that I think this is inevitable. That's the actual issue. Yes, it is an actual issue. 100% it is. Yeah, there we go. Due to local laws, we are temporarily restricting access to this content until X estimates your age. UK government are now exploiting the Online Safety Act to censor footage of protests. And so that's really where the problem is. I mean, I think that we all can kind of agree that it would be better if there weren't 15-year-old girls on Instagram, and this is really just a problem waiting to happen. But the problem is that most, my mom used to always tell me the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I feel like that's very clearly what the problem with this is. And to this problem is they're censoring things that don't need censoring. Of course they are, because they're being overzealous in order to avoid a lawsuit, because they don't know where the line is, because that line hasn't been drawn by previous legal precedent. So they're going overboard and they're censoring extra things because they're worried about getting sued or getting in trouble in the long term. That's the reason why. So yeah.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that just shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
This is primary, Julia secondary. Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them.
It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
It is a free-for-all. People get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and centre. It's just something that you can't get anywhere else. It's just the rush like no other.
All good movies.
Everybody's on this journey and writing their own stories, and that is probably the simplest way I can describe it.
things continue to change and evolve. It's awesome. I love it. Part of Eve.
Fat influencers are dying. Well, that's not a surprise.
Obesity is the leading cause of death in the USA. Obesity is the leading cause of death in the USA.
Yeah.
But that didn't seem to worry these influencers too much, as they made money eating vast quantities of junk food, opened salons to cater to morbidly obese clients, and even dedicated their lives to proving that you can be healthy at every size.
Well, you can say that they dedicated their life. You're right. Now, not that you can be healthy at any size, actually, in fact, that you can't be healthy at any size. But they certainly did something.
Fortunately though, all of these influencers met the same fate. And we'll start with the youngest influencer.
Oh, I guess it must be they all won the lottery. That must have been the fate.
On our list, who made thousands creating his mukbang content until it cost him the ultimate price. Effichan Kultur was a body-positive mukbanger who made his living by eating vast quantities of food.
Come on. Come on, bro, like... Jesus, man. Oh, Lord, yeah, wow.
Food online. Despite his aged appearance, obviously due to his massive weight,
What is
he
he,
was
like,
just 24
he's 20
years old at the time of these
24.
images. His TikTok page had amassed over
Jesus, look at that. Oh my god.
Page had amassed over 188,000 followers, with his content consisting of simply recording himself eating meals. Effichan was from Turkey, which has a bit of a reputation for being one of the most obese countries in the world, as 61% of the population are overweight, with 32%
Why are they fat?
of those being obese. A big factor of this is the food that is traditional in Turkey, with the biggest culprit being the traditional doner kebab, which is meat stacked on top of each other and sliced in rotisserie style. These kebabs are just covered in oil, which stacks up
I think I need to go to Turkey, guys.
The calories and makes it incredibly easy to gain weight, which is something that Effichan
I like that. That sounds really good.
Had no trouble doing. He didn't seem to mind gaining so much weight though, as it was allowing him to live a lifestyle of eating out at high-end restaurants and earning a living without needing a traditional job. This wouldn't last forever though, as his awful eating habit would soon catch up with him.
What
with
happened?
Disastrous consequences. In December 2024, he was hospitalized due to his weight and the related issues that followed along, but was sent home and was allowed to continue getting his healthcare there. On the 31st of January, Effichan uploaded a video of himself getting some sort of treatment and physio. The caption reading...
Like, can't you, like, I mean, whenever your legs are red like this, like, I mean, don't you at some point think to yourself, if they need to do an EKG or some sort of fucking test to make sure that, like, your legs are working, like, that's a leg? Yeah, I think that's a leg. I mean, you've got it. There's something wrong, right?
Continuing treatment at full throttle, but as it turns out, this treatment he was receiving wouldn't help too much. In his last TikToks, he was shown just lying in bed as his massive size meant he wasn't able to get up, suffering breathing problems and mobility issues. And just 3 months on from his initial hospitalization on the 7th of March, Effichan lost his life due to presumed heart failure. Now, although Effichan didn't speak too much in his videos, the next influencer to lose their life...
So he just sit there and...
You deserve great healthcare. That's why we created Weight Loss by Hims. 100% online access to GLP-1 injections for as little as $199 per month. With a range of treatments, your plan can be customized to you. Get started at hims.com.
I don't understand how people, extreme eater famed for mukbang videos showing himself gorging on food, dies age 24 after weeks in hospital due to his obesity. Oh my God. Jesus, man.
Presumed
who watches this?
Now, although
so who watches these videos? Fat people eating food watch videos of fatter people eating food, eating more food, so they can feel better about being fat and feel better about eating their food. That's the reason. Yep.
And didn't speak too much in his videos. The next influencer to lose their life was massively outspoken about her views on fat acceptance, even running a podcast to talk about health.
She should have talked to God.
At every
I guess
size.
now she
Dr.
can.
Kat Pawsey was an American academic and a self-proclaimed fat activist, having degrees in philosophy and sociology, with her dissertation exploring the stigma society holds against fat people. While yes, there's no denying that society does have a stigma against people who are obese,
Well, because it's disgusting and it's unhealthy. That's the reason why they have a stigma against it. It's the same as there's a stigma against smoking in a lot of places, and also like doing heroin and all kinds of other like being an alcoholic. There's a stigma behind that too. Yeah, the reason why there's a stigma behind your behavior is because it's disgusting and repulsive, and nobody wants to be around it. I mean, obviously, like, what are we talking about here? Duh. It's the same reason as teeth, right? Like, if your teeth are missing, people are going to say that's disgusting and repulsive. Because it is.
Took her beliefs a step further and argued that you can be healthy at every size, including morbidly obese, being a big name in the health at every size movement. Kat found ways to monetize her fatness too, which is her own words, not mine, with one of them being launching the Friends of Marilyn podcast. And she actually ended up traveling the world interviewing other obese people for her show. The key point of her studies and her shows was that fat people aren't being given the same rights as average weight people, claiming
well, that's true. She doesn't have the right to live a full life because she killed herself by being fat. That's right. They don't have the same rights. You're right. They want more rights. They want to take up more space, consume more resources, and then be treated the same. You're right that they don't want the same rights. They want more rights.
that people are rejected housing and even fired from their jobs for being too large. She
got fired from her job for being fat?
Wrote a study titled I Don't Care About Health, where she claimed
and she's dead now, right? PhD. Wow.
Claims that she's always had a sneaking suspicion that despite being morbidly obese, there was actually nothing wrong with her body health-wise.
I had a sneaking suspicion there wasn't anything wrong with me. A sneaking suspicion. Well, I mean, that's an interesting name for a doctor.
Same document, she wanted to convince people that being fat doesn't actually make you unhealthy, but provides
I love how this is a literal death cult. You guys know this, right? It's a literal fucking death cult.
Supporting evidence for this. However,
Jesus.
we would soon have some very strong evidence that went against this claim. Like I said in the introduction, obesity is the biggest cause of death in the USA.
Yeah,
the numbers on it are actually staggering too, with almost 3/4 of the American population being obese. Over 70 million adults are classed as it. Honestly,
3/4 of American adults are obese? There's no way.
These numbers should be a wake-up call to change your habits. And I do have a completely free newsletter that I send out every Friday, sharing healthy recipes which are high in protein and low in calories.
I would eat the middle
I know
one
from
without the
personal
green stuff.
experience how difficult it can be to change your eating habits. And I made this with my good friend Johnny with the goal of teaching as many people as we can to cook nutritious meals. The link is in the description to sign up, or just visit Fat Loss Kitchen. And again,
Fat
this
loss.
is completely free. Now, Kat Pause unfortunately did not change her eating habits and carried on her crusade against society for their abuse and discrimination of fat people. This was all up until 2022.
I don't know how more people, like, why is it that this is like jumping in a volcano. Like, if you see somebody jump in a volcano and there's an idea that you'll be reborn as like a phoenix or something, but there's just more people that are jumping in a volcano, nobody's coming out as a bird, wouldn't at some point people realize, like, hey, maybe this is a bad idea, we shouldn't do this anymore? Like, I mean, if you really, like, you see people that are doing this all the time and they're killing themselves constantly, wouldn't you think to yourself, maybe this is a bad call?
Age of just 42 years old and living
42.
in New Zealand, she
Wow.
passed away in her sleep. She was working as a fat studies academic at a university in New Zealand at the time, and no cause of death was officially given. This would be the same.
Paul's work focus on the well-being of overweight people and the effects of spoiled identities. Man, how could something like this happen?
Same as the next influencer to tragically lose their life.
Jesus.
However, his content was less academic and more about food. Waffler69 or Taylor Lejeune was a 33-year-old food TikToker who posted videos of him eating huge and strange meals.
Jesus.
Accompanied by his excitable personality. Considering he amassed over 1.9 million
God damn.
followers and each of his videos gained millions of views,
7
it's safe to say
million.
he was making more than enough money to support his eating habit, and he needed it. If you take a scroll down his TikTok page, you can see that he must have been spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month on huge meals and strange food items.
Today we're trying cookie liquor. I've got 3 McDonald's breakfast sandwiches. Which one's the best? I've got Lay's Waves Funyun onion flavored rings. I've got 3 new pickled snacks. Let's see what they are. Loaded baked potato pickles, spicy garlic, and hot peppers. I got Silverboy pizza from the new season of Stranger Things. Let's see, what is this frozen pizza like?
Oh my god.
Although his meals aren't as extreme as Effichan's, and he didn't share his fat positivity views like Kat did, that doesn't mean his health was any better. And you can see that Taylor was massively overweight, and his diet seemed to be
Honestly, you know what's crazy is that this guy looks skinny compared to the other two of them. Like, you have one guy that's like, bro, this guy isn't laying in bed, he is the bed. And then the next one is like, I mean, I don't know, I think she have to go sideways through a door. And like, this guy is just like, you know, he's a bit of a pork boy, but like, not really. Not like the other ones. Oh my god.
In a video uploaded on the 3rd of February,
About
he
the same?
actually
Yeah.
shared the screen with his brother, and commenters loved him, even calling them an iconic duo. However, the next time we would see Taylor's brother would be under very different and heartbreaking circumstances.
Hey guys.
There's 8 billion people in the world, and 8 billion ways to see it. To shape it, bend it, brighten it, light it, turn it, expand it, make it the way you want it. Because with Firefly, the world is what you make it.
If anyone's being shared this video from another, or if you just don't know, I'm related to Waffler69, or my brother Taylor. He has passed away around 10 p.m. on January 11th, 2023, from a presumed heart attack. Was rushed to the hospital, and I want to say like an hour and a half later, he passed away.
Jesus
The most
Christ.
shocking part is that Taylor's brother
That's
revealed
sad.
that their father and grandfather died from heart failure, and Taylor died of a suspected heart attack. For the most part,
Wow.
Taylor was pretty uncontroversial and didn't make a big fuss about his weight or talk about it much, which is the exact opposite to Brittany Sauer.
Yeah,
who's-
I mean, for that, I mean, I really can't. I can't really fault the guy or hate the guy that much. I'll be real. It's just kind of sad, but yeah, it sounds like a genetic heart thing. Well, it's probably this. It's probably a genetic heart thing that was made worse by, you know, making a career out of eating unhealthy food. So it's like, you know, you're multiplying two negatives against each other, and that's not good.
His entire personality was based around her weight. Brittany Sauer was another professional TikToker who was 28 years old and lived in Springfield, Tennessee. Her
28?
hobbies included mainly gaming, but her biggest
Jesus Christ.
hobby was creating videos on TikTok, eating and showing off her body and supposed weight loss journey.
Oh,
Her TikTok
God.
account was called Sick and Tired of Waiting, and she boasted a following of almost
Sick and tired of waiting. Oh. Oh, what are you gonna do? Oh, what are you gonna do, boys?
500,000. But the main interesting part was her account description, which read regaining my mobility and life, BED recovery and type 2 diabetes. Now, although she did like to make jokes about being fat, it's the second part of her bio that we should focus on. As she said herself that she was in recovery for a binge eating addiction, and genuinely did seem like she was trying to make steps to change,
That's
even
good.
sharing her weight loss journey very openly.
Oh my god, I am 21.6 pounds down now.
Wow.
I'm excited. That brings me to 433.6 down from 455.2. And I'm so excited.
I will say that the rate that she
Jesus.
lost weight, however, was incredibly slow, as she lost those 20 pounds that she talked about over around 150 days. So it's clear that despite her efforts to eat in a calorie deficit and exercise, it objectively
Press X to doubt. Like, nah, bro. Like, there's no way. There's no way. If you're that big and you only lose 20 pounds, there's no way.
wasn't working.
Yeah.
It seems like Brittany herself knew this too, as at the end of 2022 she posted this TikTok, seeming to finally open her eyes as to just how serious her situation was becoming.
I ruined my life with food, binge eating, and lack of self-care. And
Yep.
I'm hoping that it's not too late for me this time. You know, I ain't been to the store in 2 years. Maybe more now, I guess.
Why?
I went to the post office once and that was hard. I went to urgent care.
I don't understand how a person, like, whenever you get to the point that you can't walk around because you're so fat that you can't even move your own body, don't you have to at a certain point think to yourself, maybe I'm doing something wrong? I feel like it is, like, you've really got to think, like, geez, maybe I'm fucking up here. Yeah, therefore some obese people do not have a choice and can't put everyone in one basket. I knew a 15-year-old boy who had a genetic condition, died last year. He ran marathons, did cycling, and with his athlete father. Yeah, there are people with genetic conditions, but most of these people's genetic condition is called Golden Corral. And so that's, I'm not going to hear about, oh yeah, well, what about the 3% of them that are actually, you know, victims of like some disorder? And even 3% is outrageous. It's probably way less than that.
And I
Come
thought
on.
my legs were going to
Come
get out from
on.
under me.
What are you
'cause I had
doing?
to stand there the entire time after walking in. You know, I kept just looking back at the chair and just praying that I could
Yeah.
just make it another second.
At the start
Jesus
of TikTok,
Christ.
Brittany prays that it hasn't become too late to change, but unfortunately, that would be the case. On the 2nd of January 2023, just 6 days after the previous TikTok, Brittany unfortunately passed away in her sleep, with many people pointing to a heart attack as the cause of death at the age of just 28. While Brittany was making an effort to change her life, the next influencer to lose her life was in the complete opposite frame of mind.
Society makes you hate.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh shit. Here we go. Yep. 28 years old.
Yourself if you don't look a certain way. And I am
Jesus Christ.
damn determined to change that.
Jamie Lopez was a 37-year-old reality TV influencer.
Oh, she was pretty old. She had a good run. Well, maybe not run, but she had a good it was longer than it usually goes for, right?
Who starred in the show Supersize Salon, which, as you can probably guess, featured sassy women who were all morbidly obese. Jamie actually owned the salon behind the show too, named Baby Doll Beauty, and despite being the owner, she was pretty much completely immobile.
Oh my god.
Having to greet clients while sat in her chair.
It's our new location. Today is the opening. It's a few hours away. There's still...
I was about to say, there's no... Yeah, you're going with... I think there's 3 of them, actually, because there's probably one behind her, too. I mean, I just... What are you doing, man?
Still things that need to be done.
What are you doing?
I'm really excited about it, and it's going to be...
Do you really... Come on, man. Come on.
It's gonna be an epic event.
Jamie also...
Oh my god. Look at the difference between somebody that's this size and a normal person. This is insane. How can anybody look at this and think that it's okay? It's... And the reason why, like, I don't have a lot of sympathy for these people at all, because they want to export their lifestyle and push it on other people. It's not enough for them that they're killing themselves. They want to tell other people to kill themselves too. It's like somebody who's like a crackhead or a heroin or fentanyl addict that's going around on talk shows and like, what's Hunter Biden, right? But like, besides him, going around on different shows talking about how great it is to do heroin and, oh, well, you can do fentanyl and you can have a perfectly normal life. It's totally fine. These people are not okay. We can't accept people that have we can't accept people that have genetic issues, but accepting people who choose this lifestyle is absolutely not fine. The issue is that they push this lifestyle on other people, and there is a toxic culture around reinforcing it being okay.
Shared her reasons behind launching the salon too, and they're probably what you expect.
All of our chairs are fully equipped to hold up to 800 pounds. You know, it's just it's an experience. You know, we wanted to create an environment where big women can come and feel like we treat it like royalty instead of go through discrimination like we do when we go to like regular salons that can't accommodate us. So, yeah.
Discrimination is not being able to fit in a chair, by the way. That's discrimination. It's not like, you know, with like civil rights or anything like that. It's, ma'am, you can't fit in the chair. We can't serve you.
And you use the word discrimination. Let's talk about that feeling.
Yeah.
You said you have experienced feeling very uncomfortable.
I'm going to be honest.
Or
I'm going to say this. People might not want to hear it, but I'm going to say it. Women need to have a come to Jesus moment where y'all need to stop gassing up these women that are eating themselves into death. There's this weird thing that I see a lot of girls do where they constantly go and they gas up other women that are doing things that are obviously toxic, unhealthy, bad, or problematic. This needs to stop. It needs to stop, and it doesn't mean make fun of them and say, oh, you're such a piece of shit, we hate you, but stop actively indulging this. It's so unhealthy. Thanks for dying. Yeah, because in my opinion, I think this woman, in a certain degree, is also, I mean, obviously it's her fault that this is happening, but she's liable for playing a role in this and trying to act like this is anything other than disgusting, unhealthy, and weird. I mean, I don't understand how, like, there's no other instance in life where this is normal. Like, somebody drinking sodas constantly and then going on TV shows and saying that, yeah, you should drink a 12-pack of Mountain Dew a day. Like, this person would be considered a psycho. A person who's saying you should smoke a pack of cigarettes a day would be a psycho. A person who's saying that you should drink, an entire fucking 6-pack of beer would be a psycho. Why is it that being fat is somehow this socially accepted thing that nobody can criticize? It's insane. There's no logic to this at all. You see what I'm saying?
Is it ostracized because of your size at
Absolutely.
times?
I mean, regular salons that I go to before I opened my business, it was like to the point where I stopped going because I felt so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And they couldn't, some of the salons had to turn me down because they didn't have a chair for me.
Right.
So I knew I wasn't the only big girl that went through this. So I wanted to create an environment where everybody can come and get pampered and gorgeous and waxed and everything.
Sure.
Outside of launching a plus-size salon, she actually launched a plus-size nightclub too, which was marketed towards the morbidly obese, seemingly as a way to normalize it. The comments on this video announcing the nightclub were pretty disturbing too. With
beautiful club, beautiful ladies. I love BBW. And that's the other thing, is you've got a handful of guys, as always the star of the room, and you can see Stephanie here. This is the kind of stuff you need to stop. You need to stop gassing up other people that are living unhealthy for no reason. Yes, exactly. Like, there is an entire ecosystem around convincing these people to kill themselves. I don't understand it. It's crazy.
Actually not just supporting the idea of the nightclub, but promoting obesity itself, including those who fetishize it. I love plus size women. The bigger, the better.
That's right. Yep.
Obviously, these are the...
Bro. Bro, you need to stop. You have to stop. Stop it, bro. Like, you need to, this is bad. Okay?
Types of comments that Jamie was looking to attract, which unfortunately just further entrenches the idea that there's nothing wrong with their weight, because other people seem to like it. Unfortunately, as we all know, this is completely false, and in all honesty, dangerous.
What a
As we've seen
surprise.
with the majority of people in this video, almost all of them have died due to some sort of heart complication, such as heart failure or a heart attack. Obesity significantly increases your risk of a heart attack by around 28%, and
Surprised
for every
it's not more.
5-point increase in BMI, it raises your risk of heart failure by a massive percent. At her
oh my god.
largest, Jamie Lopez was a staggering 800.
Whoa. Holy God. Are you kidding me? She can't even fit in her own chairs? That's why she needed 3.
140 pounds. And if she was the average height of around 5'4", that puts her BMI at 144, putting her at huge risk of heart failure.
Oh my God.
Which is unfortunately exactly what happened. In December 2022, she was rushed to a Las Vegas hospital with heart complications, and at the age of just 37 years old, succumbed to her obesity. It's honestly terrifying to think that some of these influencers were proponents of the healthy at every size movement, which is
And now they're dead.
Objectively incorrect and just downright dangerous. And if you want to see more people who live their lives at over 600 pounds but want to make a change, click the video that's on your screen now to see the most disgusting episode ever on my 600 pound life.
It's insane the fact that this shit happens, man. It
Obesity
really
is
is. Like, let's watch that. Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's not that they want to gas them up. It's that they can't even be remotely rude, which for us guys is no biggie. Well, I feel like a lot of women do definitely gas up this unhealthy behavior. I think that they do. And they view it as like, oh, it's just men making fun of you or something like that. When, in my opinion, I don't think it's that at all. I think it's people that see that it's unhealthy and they're pointing it out. I mean, that's clearly what's going on more than anything. So I don't know how this is going in. Isn't that considered self-harm? I guess so, right? And they start unattractive, then go downhill. I have no idea. They fat the people up. Yeah, it's toxic femininity. Well, I think it's just people. I'll link you guys the video. This is the guy. I saw his other video about this the other day, and I wanted to watch this one too because I thought it was interesting. And I'm very much against this entire movement. And the reason why, it's because they try to. I don't have a problem with someone being fat and then killing themselves by being fat. But I do have a problem whenever they start advocating for the world to change because they're fat. That's the big issue that happens more than anything else, is that it's okay for you to live your life and do what you want to do, and everybody's free to be who they want to be. But the issue is that you're going even farther than that. Now you want everybody else to, you know, basically reinforce your behavior, reinforce your decisions, and tell everybody, or tell you that you're right. As far as the Genius movement to talk about BMI chart being unfair and different body types, but it got out of hand in the original message, got lost in fat activism. Yeah, I guess so. And I just have a problem that we're increasingly required to deny reality for people. It's like a world is full of gaslighters. It is. And that's the reason why videos like this and discussions like this are so important. It's because it's important to just straight up say, flat out, 100%, this is the way it is. This is where things are, and that's all there is to it. Rather than trying to make it up and turn it into something that it's not, or, you know, gaslight people into believing like, oh, it's not really that bad or something like that. Yeah, it fucking is. And so clearly now at least most people are starting to realize it. But we'll have to see. It's virtue signals. I think it's virtue signals a lot too, personally. I think that's a massive factor for it. It's not okay to be so fat. It costs so much in unnecessary medical procedures that they cost the rest of us extra insurance. Well, I don't know about that. I think a lot of them usually just kill themselves and that's it. I feel like it's probably cheaper in the long run because they just die of a heart attack one day and then that's it. So I feel like it's probably, if anything, they die earlier too. I mean, let's be real. And so smoking, back whenever doctors were recommending it, yeah, I think so. That's another factor, definitely. But I guess we're going to have to wait and find out. But in general, I think this kind of stuff is very, very, is very ridiculous.
PlayStation.
All decks have signed off. Maintenance teams are in place. Carrier crew, prepare for jump.
Hello again. Am I really moving to New York City?
Welcome. How excited I am to meet you.
Only in New York.
Invitation delivered.
Let's show and tell, baby.
Be careful. There are others. On their way.
Dexter Resurrection. New series now streaming on the premium plan.
Attention all personnel. The frame shift drive has engaged.
Breaking: WNBA players will earn an additional $20 in salary next year. The league sources describe the move as historic. They all came out wearing these shirts, "Pay us what you owe us." The WNBA loses $50 million. So that means that every WNBA player owes the NBA hundreds of thousands of dollars. I feel like that's what's fair, right? Like, they should be paying the NBA. Like, yeah, I think we go with this, right? It seems like it's smart. WNBA has never been profitable. Yeah, it's why, like, I don't even understand. The only reason why people watch the WNBA now is because of her, because they want to see who's going to try to, like, stab her or, like, fucking, like, there's this one clip I saw of Caitlin Clark, like, trying to fucking shoot a basket, and, like, some girl comes in there.
All services have been suspended. Landing pads retracted. Hangar bays secured. Maintenance task confirmation is acknowledged. All decks are prepared for hyperspace. Attention, all carrier crew. Frameshift drive engaged. Attention, counting down to jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Carrier jump successful. Telemetry checks in progress. Attention. Carrier lockdown has ended. All services have resumed.
Landing gear retracted.
denied. Docking request denied. Clearance denied. Docking request denied. Docking permission is unavailable. Clearance denied.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's the negative on your request.
Ready to engage. Scan detected. Scan detected. Scan detected. Scan detected. Scan detected. Charging.